Blackstone Publishing presents Long Lost by Lexi Blake. This book is read by Ryan West.
Prologue. Paris, France. What the hell was she doing here? It was one thing to kiss the man, to go on a couple of dates with him, but this was something entirely different. Veronica Croft stared down at the street below, and the question kept running through her head. She was alone in a foreign city with Stephen Reeser, the pit bull of the neuroworld. He was stunningly handsome, far out of her league, sexy as hell, and scary. People at Kronberg Pharma, where they worked, were scared of Stephen, and she was worried it wasn't simply because he could fire them. There were rumors about the man who was currently taking a shower after the short plane trip from Munich to Paris. Rumors that frightened her. Rumors that should have had her running away, not going on holiday with him. Vacation. That's what they called it in the States. Had she been away from home so long she sounded European? Working alongside Brits and Germans and Swedes and French had taught her a lot, had forced her outside her South Texas roots. The girl she'd been mere years ago wouldn't have found the courage to leave the safety of her suburban home, much less take a year to work for one of the most innovative companies in the world. The girl she'd been had also known that when a moth touched the flame, her wings burned away. How do you like the place? The deep voice sent a shiver down her spine that didn't have anything to do with fear. His voice fascinated her, because she could tell so much about his mood from it. When it went deep and had a rough edge to it, he was angry. When he was bored, he sounded pretentious and intellectual. He sounded like that a lot, like the world wasn't quite enough for him, and neither was the person he was talking to. And then there was that voice he seemed to only use on her, the one that made her heart melt. Don't believe what they say, Ronnie. I'm not who they say I am. It's all for show. He'd whispered those words in her ear a month ago, after he'd pretty much flayed the doctor who'd cornered her at a party. He'd been drunk and gotten handsy, and thanks to Stephen Reeser, he was no longer employed. It had been the first sign that Stephen might not be who he seemed to be, and that one incident had brought about the first crack in her barely there armor. Her mom always said she was too open. She trusted too fast, and it burned her. She was afraid she was going to get burned again, and she couldn't seem to help herself. She turned away from the scene outside, where she could see the green of a park and tourists and locals walking by. The smell of espresso wafted up from the cafe at the bottom of the building. It's beautiful. This is a nice neighborhood. This neighborhood is known as the First Arrondissement, he explained. One of the oldest, wealthiest neighborhoods in Paris. All the best shopping is here, and the Louvre is close by. Yes, she'd already figured that out. It was part of the mystery that surrounded him. His place in Munich was fairly utilitarian. She had been surprised by how luxurious this space was. It's an amazing apartment, but it makes me wonder how you afford it. Most doctors your age are still struggling to pay off medical school. Yeah, there were rumors about that, too. She didn't believe them. He had a rough exterior, but he wasn't some kind of criminal. He could be incredibly sweet when he wanted to be, and God, he was beautiful. She forced herself to stay cool and not to drool at the man. He'd come in dressed in nothing but a pair of jeans that clung to his hips. They showed off the fact that Stephen liked to work out. A lot. She was around doctors all the time. One would think men and women in the medical profession would be in tip-top shape. One would be wrong. But not about Stephen. He was 6'2", with a lean frame and broad shoulders. And abs. Lots of sculpted abs. Maybe she could handle the to-die-for body, but his face was damn near perfect, too. It was the face of an angel. It didn't fit the man's reputation at all. He grinned, a light expression she rarely saw. It's not exactly mine, but that's another story. It belongs to a guy I sort of worked with. While I'm here in Europe, I'm free to come and go as I please. He took a step toward her, his golden brown hair slick from the shower. But I'm probably going back to the States soon. That surprised her. I thought you were riding MacDonald's coattails all the way to the top. A startled expression crossed his face, and for a second she could have sworn she'd hurt him. His lips curled up then, and that split second of openness was gone, replaced with that gorgeous mask of his. Hey, doctors have been doing it for decades. Centuries, really. We all climb on the backs of the great ones, and then call ourselves giants. But no, I've got plans that don't include MacDonald. Or Europe. I want a bunch of American food and an elevator that doesn't make me feel like I'm some kind of ogre. She laughed at that. The lifts here could make a person feel like they didn't fit. I miss crisp bacon. The pancakes at the cafeteria are pretty good, but why can't they actually cook the bacon? And the Brits? Who the hell eats baked beans for breakfast? Stephen finished her thought. And tomatoes. I kind of want a Pop-Tart. Me too, she said with a grin. And I swore them off a long time ago. I pretty much ate them exclusively during my undergrad years. Pop-Tarts and ramen noodles. And when I had some cash, I would buy the good mac and cheese, he added, that grin still lighting up the room. Sometimes they connected. And that was what kept her flying so close to the flame. That, and the fact that she was almost certain he was involved in something criminal. Not that he was behind it, but that he was going to get caught up in it. Something was going on at Kronberg. Maybe not at Kronberg as a whole, but definitely with Dr. Hope MacDonald's group. According to her sister, MacDonald and her father might be doing things they shouldn't. Katie was certain there was a story here, certain she could blow up the pharmaceutical industry. Ronnie didn't intend to become an undercover informant. Her sister was a brilliant writer and an excellent investigator, but she also tended to believe every kooky theory the internet put out in the world. The idea that a group of companies had formed a shadowy agency that ruled the globe was one of her older sister's favorites. But Ronnie had been worried about what was happening with Dr. MacDonald ever since Rebecca Walsh had left. Dr. Walsh had been one of the smartest, nicest people she'd worked for here, and the fact that she'd quit without notice felt wrong to Ronnie. None of which explained why she was standing here with the hottest, most potentially dangerous man she'd ever met. It didn't explain why she thought about him all the time, why he haunted her every fantasy. Yeah. They don't have as much processed food as we have in the States. It was a stupid thing to say, and she was feeling completely awkward. A long moment passed, and he turned to her, his eyes warm for a change. But then somehow they always seemed warm when he looked her way. Why did you agree to come to Paris with me, Veronica? There it was, the deep, rich tone that got her every time. She could give him some bullshit excuse, but she thought they were past that now. You know why? I know why I asked you to come with me. I don't know why you said yes. He stared at her for a moment as though he could see through her every mask. Are you afraid of me? If you're here because you think sleeping with me will protect your job, then I'm going to go get dressed and we'll have a long talk. I'm not threatening you in any way. I know you won't believe this, but I want to protect you. The crazy thing was, she did. He seemed to be two completely different people. There was the ruthless head of research and the man who softened when they were alone. The one who'd kissed her 3 nights before, like he was dying of thirst and she was a tall glass of water. No one in the world had ever made her feel the way this man had, and she hadn't been able to stop herself from exploring that. I'm not here because I'm afraid of you. If I was afraid of you, I would have said no. I would have made sure I was never alone with you. She'd had a few colleagues who she'd been wary of over the years. Somehow, despite his reputation, Stephen hadn't been one of them. I'm glad to hear that, because the last thing I want is for you to be afraid of me. I don't understand you, she admitted. I get that you have to be stern at work. Our business can be a little cutthroat. You have no idea, he said quietly, his smile going dim. At this level, it's beyond ruthless. But I don't have to always be at this level. When I was younger, do you know what I wanted to be? She shook her head. It already felt comfortable. This was how it went with him. She was anxious until they started talking, and she forgot who he was at work. I don't know. A marine biologist? Don't we all want to be that until we figure out there are sharks out there? An astute metaphor for our business, too. No, I always wanted to be a doctor. I wasn't the kid who played at being a fireman or police officer. My brother and his friends always played soldiers, and I was the medic. My granddad was a doctor. He died when I was a kid, but I remember watching him. I would hang out in the office. He was a GP for a small town. I wanted to be one too. She couldn't see it. He was so ambitious, it burned there in his eyes. Being a general practitioner required a patience he wasn't known for, and it had next to none of the acknowledgement he seemed to crave. Then why go into research? He stopped for a moment, and then shook his head. It doesn't matter now. What does matter is that we're here alone together. Veronica, I don't want you to be afraid of me. And I don't want to be friends. I kissed you the other night because I couldn't help myself, even though I know damn well I should. Why should you? This was another thing she didn't understand. She thought he wanted her. She could sometimes feel him watching her with the focus of a predator, but he'd stayed away until very recently. He seemed like a man who went after what he wanted. Because you think I'm an asshole. It's not exactly the best place to start a relationship. She couldn't deny it. He acted like an asshole most of the time, but she also thought there was something beyond his work persona. Is there more to you than the man I see at Kronberg? He moved closer to her, obviously pleased to be able to answer the question. Yes, a lot more. And I want to talk to you about it this weekend, but it has to wait. Can you trust me for one more day? I've got a meeting tomorrow morning. If that goes well, we're going to have a long talk. Everything changes if this meeting goes well. Was he leaving Kronberg? Somehow the idea that he was getting out made her way more comfortable with him. Are you interviewing? I can only say that I'm definitely looking to go home to the States, and soon, he said. I would like for you to think about going with me. He held up a hand. Again, no pressure at all. I can only promise you that I'll take care of you if you leave with me. I'll handle everything, including getting you out of Kronberg. My internship is only through the end of the year. She had another couple of months. She was already applying to hospitals back in the States. She enjoyed research, but she missed having patients, missed the connection that came from dealing with people. She needed to start her life. This year had proven what she didn't want. Unfortunately, it also proved what she did. Him. I can help you find a job. A good job. He shook his head as though clearing it. We can talk about this later. Now, I think I promised to show you around the Louvre. There's a nice cafe close. I think you'll like it. I don't know the city well, but I can show you around this neighborhood a bit. There was something about the way he changed the subject that made her suspicious. Stephen, is something wrong at Kronberg? Was her sister right? Why else would he leave a job that many people would kill to have? Back in the States, he couldn't come close to the salary Kronberg had to be paying him. He would make less than half as a GP, and likely work far harder. He moved in, taking her space and leaning over to whisper in her ear. We can talk about that tomorrow, okay? I'll take care of everything, and that includes you. Trust me, Ronnie. I want to know one person in the whole world trusts me. Her hands had come up, touching his torso, and she couldn't help the way her whole body heated at how close he was to her. His skin was soft and warm. He hugged her to him, one arm around her waist and the other coming to cup the nape of her neck. As if she was precious, something to protect. No matter what happens, this thing between us, it's real. Don't forget that, he whispered. What I feel for you is real. It's the only real thing in the world right now. She should step back. She should wait until he'd told her exactly what he was planning to do, what was going on. But she didn't. She leaned into him, breathing in the scent of the soap he'd used, loving the way his skin felt against her own. Why him? Why did it have to be him? She asked the question even as she felt her heart rate tick up. Being close to him, alone with him, was causing a definite physical response. Her whole body reacted to him. Her brain no longer mattered. He was difficult and complex and right. He felt right to her. This is very real, Stephen. He winced, but the expression was gone so quickly it might have been an illusion. I want you badly. I feel like you're the only good thing that's happened to me in years and years. I know I should wait, but I can't. I wanted you with me when I finish this. Finish? Transition, he corrected. I'm going to transition out of my horrible boss phase and figure out who I am again. Let's call it that. She wasn't getting answers from him tonight. You're a frustrating man. His head came up, and the sweetest smile crossed his face. This was why he was maddening. For every moment he was cold to a coworker, she got a private one where he was warm and made her feel safe. She'd never been the focal point of his bitter humor or the victim of his savage reactions. For some reason, the beast inside him had never swiped out at her. What if the rumors were about jealousy? He was young and on the fast track. That could be frustrating for some people. He had the ear of the most important people at the company. There were plenty of people who would love to be in his place. It suddenly didn't matter, because his lips were hovering right above hers, and everything that was feminine inside her responded to the wounded lion vibe he was giving off. I won't be, he promised. When this is over, I'll be the simplest man you've ever met. I'll only want to love you, Ronnie. I've decided you're the prize I get for everything I had to go through. Yes, all the alarm bells she should be listening to faded away. She was a prize. She was a silly girl from Galveston who had book smarts and not a bit of sense. She'd been a dreamer all her life, a romantic, and the idea that beauty could change the beast was still the bedrock of her fantasies. She was on the edge with this man, and the minute his lips touched hers, she knew she was in for a fall. She wound her arms around his waist and let him lead her. I crave you, he said against her mouth. I never thought I would find someone like you here. When I started this, I never fucking thought there would be more than the job. She let her hands move up the strong muscles of his back. She wanted to believe everything he was saying, wanted to shove aside all her doubts. Truly brilliant doctors could often act like assholes when they were working. It was when they were alone that mattered. "You have to be nicer at work." She said the words instinctively. If she was getting into this, she had to believe she could modify some of his behavior. Didn't lions get a little more tame when they took a mate? She held her breath because he'd once told her they didn't talk about work when they were alone. It was his rule. They could talk about anything else, but not work. Never Dr. MacDonald. Would she see that bad side of Stephen Reeser now? He chuckled, and his arms tightened. "Promise. I promise you're going to see a whole new me soon." He smoothed her hair back and seemed to get serious. "You're the only one who sees even the tiniest part of me, aren't you? You see some good in me." Oh, she'd found the part of Stephen that melted more than her panties. This was why she couldn't hold herself apart from him. She did see something no one else saw. Something that was only for her. Yes. He was a doctor trying to do good in the world. He was brilliant and young, and he likely thought he had to be ruthlessly tough to get anywhere in their business. What if he truly wanted to go back to the States and become a general practitioner? A sudden vision of them working and living together made the world seem happier than it had been before. "I do," she said, staring into those sky-blue eyes of his. Sometimes they could be like ice, but they were warm when he looked her way. "You've kept me sane." He kissed her again, plastering his body against hers. "Tell me you want me as much as I want you. Tell me you came here so we can be together, so when we leave, we won't ever be apart again." It was everything she'd dreamed of hearing from him. "I came because I couldn't stay away from you." It was nothing less than the truth. She couldn't logic her way out of how he made her feel, and she was sick of fighting it. If he left, she would go with him. She would bet on them. It was a gamble, and she didn't take many of those. This time, she would be all in. His fingers tangled in her hair, and he gently eased her head back, kissing his way down her neck. Her skin lit up, and she let go of any reason she'd had previously to not do this. Since the moment he'd asked her to go to Paris with him, she'd been nervous about where it would lead. He'd asked her to keep it secret, and she'd gone along because she hadn't wanted anyone to know about their relationship. She'd gotten good at ignoring him at work, only to meet up with him for a private dinner, or talk to him on the phone late into the night. "I don't want this to be a secret anymore," she said. "I want them to know why you're nice to me. I want to be able to have lunch with you." "Every day," he swore as he kissed her ear, nipping at the lobe. "When we're done here in Paris, I promise we won't have a single secret between us." It would be good to walk into work with him. If he got this new job of his, they wouldn't have more than a few weeks left at Kronberg, but she would be with him every step of the way. Even if they weren't in Europe, the medical world was a small place, and they could have to work with some of the doctors again. She could start to let people know he wasn't the monster they made him out to be. It'll be a fresh start. He looked down into her eyes, one side of his mouth tugging up in a heartbreaking grin. "Baby, you have no idea. Now kiss me. Take me away from everything for a while. I only feel like myself when I'm with you." And she was finding herself with him. She was definitely finding her sensuality with him. Her every sense seemed heightened as he leaned over and swept her into his arms. He strode through the gorgeous apartment toward the bedroom. There were two, and he'd offered her the master, but she got the feeling they wouldn't be using the smaller one at all. He would be moving his duffel bag in before morning. "I've wanted this from the moment I saw you," he said as he set her on her feet. His hands went to the hem of her shirt, and he dragged it over her head before taking her mouth again. The man knew how to kiss. His tongue surged in, sliding along hers, an invitation to dance. She couldn't refuse him. She wasn't sure if she would ever be able to refuse this man. Certainly not when his hands were on her. She didn't protest when he expertly unhooked her bra and cool air hit her skin. He tossed it away, and his bare chest rubbed against hers. Her nipples peaked, and everywhere he touched got warm and sensitive. Late afternoon light streamed in through the gauzy curtains, softening everything it lit, including him. In this light he seemed younger than normal as he kissed her and led her to the bed. She let him take control. This was what had been missing in all her past encounters. There was no awkwardness, no hesitation here. There was only Stephen and what he wanted. It was easy because she did trust him. She made the decision, letting all her doubts fall away. This was the right place to be, and he was the right man for her. They would find their way. But all that mattered now was the fact that he was pushing at the waistband of her slacks, even as his tongue delved deep inside her mouth. She needed to be naked with him. All her inhibitions were gone, and only the desire to be with this man remained. Her clothes seemed to fall away, and then her back was on the bed, and he shoved his jeans off. She watched with dreamy eyes as his cock came into view. Like the rest of the man, it was magnificent. He stroked himself, his big hand moving up and down as he stared at her. This changes everything. We're together now. It was all she wanted, to get to truly know this man with all his complexities, having time with him that they didn't have to steal. This was the start of their lives together. Yes. He moved between her legs, covering her with his body. I can't wait. God, Ronnie, I need you so much. He didn't have to wait. She was ready for him. She wrapped her legs around him, need driving her. All that mattered was one more kiss, one more caress, more of him. She gasped as he thrust inside her. He filled her, and warmth suffused her body. It was a heat unlike anything she'd felt before. She squirmed to accommodate him. It had been a long time since she'd been so close to a man. He held himself still, dropping his forehead to hers. Are you all right? Am I going too fast? They'd been moving toward this moment since the day they'd met. He hadn't moved fast enough for her. I'm good. It's just been a while. I don't want to hurt you. He wouldn't. This man wouldn't hurt her. He was hers and she was his. She cupped his cheek, emotion welling inside her. You won't, unless you stop. She could have sworn his eyes sheened with unshed tears. Only you would say that to me. One good thing. I found one good thing. He didn't explain it. Didn't need to, because she understood. This job had been hard, and now she'd found one good thing too. He settled in, and his hips moved, sparking pleasure through her. It had never felt like this before, and she rode the wave. She was so full of hope and life, full of him. He kissed her as he managed to hit the perfect place deep inside her, shoving her over the edge and into sheer sensation. His body shook as he found his own pleasure and seemed to lose all his strength. His body pressed hers into the mattress, but she didn't care. This part wasn't awkward either. This part was like the rest of it. Right. You won't regret this, baby, he whispered. I'm going to take care of you. I'm going to be good for you. I'm going to be me again. And I swear I'll do everything I can to make you happy. It was all she could ask for. He shifted off her, but wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her against him. When is your interview? Their return flight wasn't until tomorrow evening. She wanted to do touristy stuff with him, especially if they were going back to the States soon. Interview. For the new job. Sex seemed to be an excellent way to distract him. He chuckled. Yes, there will definitely be one of those. He kissed the nape of her neck, seeming to want to drown himself in affection. In the morning, early. I have to go out tonight to grab a few things I'll need, but it should all be over by tomorrow afternoon. And soon, I will get you crunchy bacon. I promise. He groaned and fell back. Shit. I didn't... Sweetheart, I might have lost control. She turned and rolled against him, settling her head on his chest. She knew exactly what he was freaking out about. She hadn't thought about protection either, but luckily she was prepared. I'm on the pill. It's all right. He hugged her again and settled back down. I promise I haven't had sex in a long time. Not since my last physical. Me either. She listened to the strong beat of his heart as she came down from the high of making love with him. That's what they'd done. She'd expected sex. She'd gone in knowing she would likely sleep with him. This had been so much more. This was everything. This might be the rest of her life. Ronnie. Yes. He smoothed back her hair. Thank you for trusting me. She let her leg drift over his, tangling them further. I have questions, but yes, I trust you. And I'll have answers. He kissed her forehead. But for now, I think I promised to take care of you. His hand cupped her breast, and she started to warm up again. She laid back and let him take the lead. It didn't matter, because they had all night long. They had the rest of their lives. Ronnie checked the clock again. 4:30. 5 minutes later than the last time she checked. She'd been doing this for the last 5 hours, and it was starting to drive her crazy. She checked her phone for what felt like the 100th time. It was on. The ringer was on. The phone was charged, and he hadn't called or returned her texts. Multiple texts. Increasingly panicked texts. They needed to head to the airport in less than 2 hours, and she had no sign of him. She wondered if she should start calling hospitals, but forced herself to breathe. It was okay. It was a job interview. They could take all day. A job interview that would take them to the States. So why was he interviewing in Paris? And why had he left at dawn? Even if his appointment had been at 8, he wouldn't have needed to leave so early. He'd kissed her and told her to get some more sleep, and then he'd walked away. Without his laptop or his tablet. They were sitting on the table. They were also password protected, as she'd learned when she'd gotten desperate enough to try to read his emails so she would know where his interview was supposed to take place. She stood in front of the big window overlooking the Tuileries garden. She'd spent the morning exploring the beautiful park, thinking about how nice it would be to walk around with Stephen's hand in hers. Where was he? He hadn't called or answered his phone. She'd taken the morning easy, but as the day turned to afternoon, a bit of panic had started to fill her. Had something happened? There was a knot in her stomach, a knot of worry that he'd somehow gotten hurt. Or she'd gotten played. Ronnie took a deep breath and banished the thought. She wasn't falling into that hole. He wouldn't have left his laptop behind if he hadn't meant to come back. He'd made love to her all night. He'd only left her briefly to grab pizza and wine, and he'd ordered her to stay naked. The minute he'd walked back in, he'd shucked his clothes, and they'd eaten and drank and talked until they'd made love again. He wasn't playing her. No man could make love like that and not mean it. He hadn't had to play her. She'd meant to go to bed with the man. She would have done it without all the promises. But the promises are what made it fun for him. A guy like that enjoys the game, and you weren't playing it, so he found a way to make you. She sniffled as her inner voice turned distinctly dark. Why would a man like that walk away from a job with a major pharmaceutical company? From a team that's supposedly on the edge of some major accomplishments? That man, the youngest team lead in Kronberg history, that man wants to be a GP and marry a woman who barely qualified for the internship program? Who isn't close to his league looks-wise? You really thought that man would give it all up for you? Or she could be positive. He was stuck. The interview had gone well, and he'd been offered the job. The mystery job he hadn't wanted to talk about. Damn it. She stared out, trying to find some calm. But then she saw something that absolutely wrecked her. A woman was walking up the street, her high heels not holding her back at all. She was a woman who knew how to walk in those expensive things she could probably use as a weapon if she needed to. She didn't, since she had a big bodyguard with her. One Ronnie hadn't seen before. Dr. Hope MacDonald was walking down the street, and there was no question in Ronnie's mind where she was going. The big guy beside her had dark hair cut in a military style. He wore a suit that probably hid a gun. MacDonald was a U.S. senator's daughter, and she rarely went anywhere without some muscle. The knot in her gut twisted, because there was zero way this was a coincidence. MacDonald and the big guy disappeared from sight as they walked into the building, but it wasn't more than 2 minutes before there was a knock on the door. Maybe she could simply stay quiet, and MacDonald would go away. She had her ticket back to Munich. Or something had happened to Stephen, and she was being a colossal idiot. She'd told him she was with him, and she was wilting at the first sign of trouble. That wasn't the kind of partner she wanted to be. She ran to the door and threw it open. It didn't matter that the head of the project was about to know she was sleeping with the lead researcher. All that mattered was finding out what had gone wrong. Dr. MacDonald, has something happened to Stephen? Hope MacDonald was a lovely blonde with green eyes that managed to constantly look cold. Even when she was smiling, there was an emptiness in the doctor's eyes that unnerved Ronnie. It was probably why MacDonald had gone into research. There was something off-putting about the woman that would likely lead to anxiety in any patient she worked on. She said all the right words, acted empathetic, but Ronnie always thought it was an act. Some people said the same thing of Stephen Reeser. "Why don't you let me in, dear?" Hope didn't wait for her to move, merely stepped around her and entered the apartment. She glanced around the living room, her gaze calculating. This isn't as posh as I would have thought. It needs a feminine touch. Dr. MacDonald, what are you doing here? Do you know where Stephen is? He hadn't wanted to tip off MacDonald about the interview, but she was too worried to keep her mouth shut, and it was far too coincidental that the doctor would show up just as Stephen seemed to disappear. Something is wrong at Kronberg. Something dangerous is going on, and I don't want to see my sister in the middle of it, Katie had warned her. Had Stephen been in the middle of it? Why had Rebecca run? Had she left for the same reason Stephen had been trying to get another job? Of course I know where Stephen is, MacDonald said, finally facing her. He's back in Munich. He left after our meeting this morning, but he won't be there long. I had to have this little interview with him here in Paris. Such a lovely city. His meeting had been with MacDonald. But he'd said he was leaving Kronberg. Why would you interview Stephen? He already works for you. This is a promotion, dear. He's going to head my Argentina office. I've got an interesting project going on down there at Kronberg's Buenos Aires subsidiary. MacDonald sighed, not paying any attention to the big man behind her. He was staring straight ahead, no expression on his face. I wanted to talk to him before I approved his transfer. He said he was going back to the States. She frowned, and her eyes rolled. He's such a bastard. If he weren't so good at his job, I swear I would fire him. I knew he was up to something when he insisted I come and pick up the rest of his things. She glanced at the guard. Robert, I believe that's his laptop and tablet. Get those, please. The big man picked them up, along with the duffel bag Ronnie had put on the table when she'd decided to look through Stephen's email. He silently slipped them inside and zipped it up. Dr. MacDonald's focus was back on her. So, he didn't mention that he was leaving Germany and going to South America? I suppose he also didn't bother to tell you he won't be coming back for at least a year. Her heart dropped. No, he didn't. None of this made sense. He bought round-trip tickets. Why would he do that if he wasn't coming back with me? And why would he send you? He could have texted. She shrugged. It's his game, dear. And I assume he sent me here as a message. Not for you, for me. I've been neglectful, and he wants me to know it. I've been busy and I haven't paid attention to him. He gets jealous, and he wants me to be, too. She hadn't thought her heart could sink any lower, but the implications of her words struck out like a slap. I didn't know. Well, we can't advertise our relationship, of course. I'm his superior. Our relationship is somewhat out of the ordinary. He needs his little games to feel like a man. You know the type. She didn't. She didn't understand anything at all. Why would he do this to her? What was the purpose? How could he have looked at her the way he had? Like she meant the whole world to him. Dr. MacDonald seemed to take her silence as an opportunity to lecture. He plays with women, Veronica. He needs to conquer. I'm sure that having a female as a boss doesn't help. Stephen is quite aggressive when it comes to sex. When it comes to anything, really. Tears pierced her eyes. You truly didn't know, did you? She turned to the big man behind her and gestured to him. He stepped back outside. It seems Robert is not necessary. I have to worry. It wouldn't be the first time one of Stephen's perverse games went awry. I lost Dr. Walsh because of him. I hope I won't lose you, too. I promise he won't be back in Munich for a long time. He's been naughty, and I intend to rehabilitate him. She was talking like it was all some schoolyard thing she should easily forget about. One thing had come through clearly. He did this to Rebecca. He slept with her. Oh, he spent quite a bit of time with her, she said with an odd smile. It was almost wistful. At least, I'm sure it felt that way to Dr. Walsh. You know it's all about perception in the end. But if you're worried that people will think less of you, I assure you they won't. Stephen does this to everyone. Well, all the women, at least. I thank God he isn't more open-minded, or I wouldn't be able to keep a staff at all. Now I have to go. We're leaving in a few hours. It didn't make sense. Except maybe it did. Why had she thought this could work? Dr. MacDonald stopped at the door. I'm sorry, Veronica. You're quite good at your job. You could be a functional doctor if you had a lick of confidence in yourself. I'm sure the innocence you project, the meekness, only made him more attracted to you. He's a bit like the devil, that one. He likes to trick people, enjoys knowing he has the upper hand. I will admit I like to play some of those games too, and Stephen understands I'm better at them than he is. Do you need a ride to the airport? There was no way she was getting in that woman's car. I'm fine. Thank you, Dr. MacDonald. My flight doesn't leave until later tonight. I'll see you back in Munich. She would decide what to do later. Even if Stephen wasn't physically there on a daily basis, she wasn't sure she could work there. She would forever be waiting to turn a corner and see him there, feel the burn of humiliation as he smirked and walked past her like she was nothing. "Suit yourself," MacDonald said with a shrug. "You'll need to report to the new lead. I'm letting Kronberg bring someone in from their burn office. Try not to let this one fuck you over, dear. Good luck." The door closed behind her, and Ronnie was alone again. The silence suddenly seemed deafening. Chapter 1. London, England, 3 years later. Ronnie stopped outside the room where she'd been told Stephen Reeser now lay in a coma. It was so normal. Not the building. The building was some kind of rich man's paradise, complete with a lobby that looked like it could be the front for a French bordello, and a garden in the foyer, if one could call the entire center of a building a foyer. There was probably some other term for it, but she hadn't spent the last several years learning about design. She'd spent them trying to survive. "Why should I believe you?" She winced because she hadn't meant to say the words out loud. Still, she turned to the woman who had shown up on her doorstep not 2 days before with the most incredible story. Kimberly Solomon was a CIA agent, if she was telling the truth, which Ronnie's mother was absolutely certain she wasn't. Oh, her mother believed Solomon worked for the CIA, but her mother didn't trust anyone at all. The gorgeous blonde had made a pretty convincing case, including documents and photos and a bunch of knowledge she shouldn't have had. And the woman could call up a special ops team whenever she liked. The woman, who liked to be called Solo, glanced at the closed door and back to Ronnie, as though she knew she was stalling. "I've shown you all the documentation I can legally offer. I've explained who I am and why we need you. I can't do anything else, Ronnie. You either have to trust me or not, and I understand how hard that is." "I don't trust her, and I know exactly who she is." The massive hunk of Viking DNA who'd greeted her when she'd entered the building watched Solo with suspicious eyes. Ian Taggart was a golden god of a man, and he knew all the right things to say. "You are safe here. I'm not the agency, and I won't allow Solo to steal you away. All I'm looking for is some answers to help my men. You are free to come and go as you please, but if you need protection from something, we are here for you. I don't know what Solo told you about us, but I promise no one is going to fuck with you here. We've got a room for you. If you need sanctuary, you have it." The former Green Beret had said the words not 10 minutes before, and it had been right on the tip of her tongue to tell him yes. She wanted his help. She wanted to throw the entire situation into someone more competent's hands, so she could finally have some kind of a life. But she remembered everything Stephen had told her that day, how comfortable he'd made her feel before he'd cut her to pieces and left her pregnant and alone and in danger. For her daughter's sake, she couldn't be a trusting fool anymore. She was right back to staring at the door. "Does she think there's like a lion behind it or something?" Taggart asked under his breath. She could practically hear Solo rolling her eyes. "No. She thinks her ex is behind the door and she's not ready to see him again. Give her a minute, Tag. Or better yet, I'll stay with her and you can take your impatient ass to the conference room. I assume Damon has one. All the best sex clubs do." They'd been needling each other from the moment Solo had walked her in the door. From what she'd heard, Solo had done something to this private security group they hadn't forgiven her for yet, and they all spoke the language of sarcasm. They continued to bicker as she stared at the door and utterly ignored the sex club joke. She didn't think about sex anymore. She dreamed about it. She dreamed about the one man who'd shown her exactly how good sex could be. The one man she couldn't forget, no matter how hard she tried. Was Stephen Reeser here? Was he lying in a bed behind that door? "How did you catch him?" she hadn't asked all the pertinent questions. Solo had shown up with her convincing documents and much-needed cash, and Ronnie had made the calculated decision to go with her. Up until now, Solo hadn't given away the fact that she had a secret daughter. It seemed like Taggart and his group had no idea Violet Croft existed. Not that anyone knew her real name. According to all the German records, her name was Violet Fisher, daughter of Veronica Fisher. After what had happened to her sister, Katie, she and her mother had gone underground. Taggart frowned, the expression doing nothing to mar his masculine beauty. Catch him? Yes. How did you catch Stephen? I assume he ran when Dr. MacDonald did, she said, taking a deep breath and stepping back. She wasn't ready to see him yet. She moved to the railing and looked out over the green space below. It was peaceful, but she'd learned that looks could be deceiving. Was he injured when the CIA raided? Taggart snorted. The CIA didn't raid shit. Only because someone didn't bother to bring us in, Solo countered. And you're welcome. Taggart squared off with the CIA agent. For what? Despite the fact that Solo was almost 6 feet tall, she looked petite compared to Taggart. For not being in a French jail right now. Yeah, because French jail would be so tough on a guy, Taggart replied. I think I handled the authorities pretty well. Or a Colombian jail, Solo replied. You remember that one? It wasn't Drew Lawless who got you out, that was Beck. And who do you think he called to make that happen? Okay. I am willing to admit that I'm grateful for that one, Taggart allowed. I was pretty close to becoming a prison wife. There are some big fucking dudes in Cartagena, and they're mean. Charlie would have broken me out, but not before I lost something precious. She would have taken me back, though. She told me I should absolutely accept dishonor before death. I think she only said that because she needs my diaper-changing skills. They were starting to annoy her. I can leave if you two want to keep the comedy hour going. I'm sorry. Solo backed off. I'm anxious about being here. Tag is a massive jackass most of the time, but he's solid when it comes to his job. And you need to understand that Tucker wasn't captured in any kind of a criminal way. He was MacDonald's prisoner. She really should have asked more questions. But Solo had offered her a whole lot of cash for coming with her, and that cash might be able to get them all back to the States. It might buy them a new life. Prisoner? He was her employee, her favorite employee. Why would she keep him prisoner? We were hoping you could help us with that, Taggart said, his frown deepening. But you're wrong. He was definitely her prisoner. She experimented on him. He turned to Solo. How much did you tell her? I told her we needed her to identify Stephen Reeser. Solo leaned back against the wall. I have to work within certain parameters. A lot of what I know is highly classified. You don't have that problem. I mean, what you know is absolutely classified, but you don't care. A single shoulder shrugged. Not in any way. But I think she knows more than she's saying, Solo replied, her blue eyes serious. I'm fairly certain she knows what Dr. MacDonald was working on. Her sister was writing an investigative piece when she died. When she was murdered. She wasn't going to let anyone pretend Katie had been killed in a random street crime. Assassinated might be a better word. Or executed. I don't have anything of hers if you're looking for her notes. I don't have them. No one is trying to take anything from you. Taggart's shoulders straightened, and his eyes had softened. I promise. I hope you come to trust us. Dr. Walsh has. Rebecca Walsh is here? She hadn't seen Rebecca in years, not since the day she'd walked away. She'd read about Rebecca's accomplishments, but she hadn't reached out to her. Rebecca had been the one who'd gotten away free and clear. At least, it had seemed that way. Dr. MacDonald's reach went beyond the grave. "You really didn't tell her anything," Taggart said, a bit of accusation in his tone. "I wanted to leave it to you," Solo replied quietly. "I have nothing to do with it," Taggart argued. "You wanted to leave it all to Ezra, so he'll forgive you for what happened in Munich. You want to push your way into this mission so you can be close to him." "You would do the same in my place." Taggart's head shook. "Nope. I would never have picked my job over my Charlie, which is precisely why I got out. But I get it. Ms. Croft, I don't need you to identify Reeser. Dr. Walsh already has. The man you knew as Stephen Reeser now goes by the name of Tucker. At some point, MacDonald turned on Reeser. She used an experimental drug to erase his memories and held him captive for several years. I'll let you read the files I have on him. It felt like the world shifted, and she couldn't find her balance." "She used the drug on him? What drug? I know about the time dilation drug, but that wouldn't cause memory loss." Katie had found evidence that MacDonald was working on a drug and therapy protocols for time dilation. It sounded like something out of a science fiction movie. MacDonald had been developing a drug that tricked the brain into thinking time was passing more quickly than it was. It made the patient open to influence and suggestion. It could be used to torture someone without ever harming them physically. A day would seem like a month. Pain and fear made to seem endless. Had Stephen gone through that? Had Stephen helped MacDonald create a monster, only to be fed to it? It wasn't the time dilation drug, though he was definitely put through that hell, Taggart explained. She had a drug that affected memory, too. Is that why he's in a coma? The drug? MacDonald supposedly died 3 years ago. He's been in a coma for that long? Or was it a side effect of coming off the drug? She hadn't practiced medicine in the last few years, but she remembered the dangers of testing new drugs. It was precisely why they didn't go straight to human trials. But then, MacDonald hadn't seemed to care much about other humans. He's only been in a coma for a few weeks, Tag explained, and it wasn't from the initial drug. He'd recovered physically from that, and he was starting to get back a bit of his memory. While MacDonald held him, Tucker was given another drug, one that completely erased his memory. MacDonald used it in conjunction with the time dilation to build soldiers. Tucker was one of those soldiers. So was my youngest brother. That made her catch her breath. MacDonald had taken this man's brother. It had likely been her downfall. She'd only met Taggart a few minutes before, but she knew a dangerous predator when she saw one. Now she could recognize a dangerous man. It was because she'd been torn apart by one once. By the man behind that door. Tucker was a victim, Solo said. She wasn't buying it. In this, she could instruct them. I'm sorry to hear about your brother, Mr. Taggart. I can't imagine what he went through, but Stephen was likely a part of it. I assure you he knew everything MacDonald was doing. He was her right-hand man the whole time. There's an old Chinese proverb that fits Stephen to a T. He who rides the tiger is afraid to dismount. He played with fire, and he got burned. Stephen liked to play games. If you've brought me here to exonerate him, you've wasted your time, and I should head home to Germany. There was a part of her that wanted that exact outcome. It was perverse. She'd prayed every day for years that she would get her life back, that she could return to medicine and take her daughter home. But now that she was facing it, there was a certain amount of dread that came with change. At least she knew what to expect from her life in Germany. We've brought you here to try to help figure out the last few days of Reeser's life, Taggart corrected. I call it that because Stephen Reeser effectively ceased to exist the day MacDonald erased his memory. We're hoping you can fill in some of the blanks, because Tucker can't. We need information concerning MacDonald's experiments and the people who worked with her. We're fairly certain Tucker knew who supported her crimes at one point. I think he might have stolen that information. I'm not sure why, but he's my best bet. You knew him better than anyone else. She knew how he kissed, and what it felt like when he wrapped his arms around her and held her tight, the embrace promising protection. She knew he was a liar of the highest order. I don't know how much I can help you. He didn't tell me anything. You should know that up front. If that changes Miss Solomon's offer of cash and safety, then I should leave now. I told you she was touchy, Solo said under her breath. Whatever Solo offered you, she'll come through, Taggart explained. She's a woman of her word. Mostly. If she doesn't, I can assure you my firm will take care of it. The garden is the safest place I know of in Europe. If you want to come to the States, I'll make sure you're safe there too. You and your daughter. A chill went through her. She turned on Solo. There's one promise broken. Solo sighed and crossed her arms over her chest. I didn't tell him anything, but I should have known he has someone watching me. Whoever it is, he's good. She, Taggart said with a smirk. Nina Blunt is one of Damon's new hires. She's former Interpol. It was a team effort, though. Hutch caught you going into Germany, and Nina did the groundwork. He seemed to sober. This is too important to me and my men, to leave this all in your hands, Solo. You've got people to answer to. People who might not do the right thing with the information if they got their hands on it. Ms. Croft, Solo didn't tell me about your daughter. Is the older woman traveling with you your mother? She nodded, not sure how she felt about anyone knowing about her baby. Maybe that was one of the reasons she was scared of going home. She wouldn't be able to hide Violet. Yes. When my sister was murdered, she came over, and she's stayed with me. I stashed them at my place in Kensington, Solo explained. It's not far from here. I think they should be moved to the garden, but Veronica wanted to check it out first. The mom is actually pretty badass. Former army. Taggart's brow lifted. Good. Then we'll speak the same language. I'll want a dossier, but she's more than welcome. He glanced down at his watch. We've got the group meeting in 20. If you don't want to see him, how about we make our way to the conference room, and we can start to get some details worked out. Did she want to see him? Was she stepping on a landmine and praying it wouldn't go off? He was alive. She'd been numb up to this point, and there was a lot of comfort in that detached feeling. Would she be able to keep that distance if she looked at him, if this became real? She stared at the door for a moment, but then the choice was taken out of her hands. The door flew open, and a man with reddish hair stepped out, a wild look in his eyes. Rebecca! He yelled out the name, and Ronnie could hear the thick Scottish accent even in the single word. He looked to Taggart. I need Rebecca. She went to grab some coffee before I left for the meeting. I don't know what happened. Something's wrong with Tucker. There was a beeping sound, the one every doctor in the world knew meant trouble. She pushed past the Scottish man and into the room because either something was malfunctioning with the equipment or the man on the bed was dying. Stephen. He was right there. He was starker than he'd been. Thinner, and his hair longer. But this was the man who had held her all night long, the man responsible for her pain, for the last few years of hardship. For her daughter. God, was she going to watch her daughter's father die in front of her? Taggart had the defibrillation unit in his hand. She grabbed it and got to work. Chapter 2. Tucker was in hell. Or heaven. He couldn't decide which. The dreams shifted in and out. Dreams? He wasn't sure if they were dreams or reality bleeding into this place he found himself in. There were times when he could hear his brothers talking. Jax would be joking with Owen about some football match they were watching, the TV volume low in the background. He wanted to open his eyes and join them. They would be passing each other beers and munching on whatever snacks they could find. It would be nice and normal, and he could pretend nothing had happened. Or Robert would read aloud to him. The freaking news. Why? Tucker had asked inwardly. He was stuck in his body, and Robert wanted him to keep up with current events. The least the man could do was read him something interesting. Other times he was stuck in moments. Those were the times he wasn't sure about because it seemed real to him. He was there. He could see and hear and smell and touch. The best of times was when he was with a woman. Not some random woman, a very specific one. Veronica. Ronnie. He called her Ronnie right before he cupped her face and kissed her. He was so close. The feeling was there in his heart. He was close to having everything he wanted, and she was part of it. If he could get away, they could have a life together. All he had to do was... What was he supposed to do? He had something to do. Something that would make everything else okay. Something that would give him back his life. He had to remember. Had to remember. Had to remember. The pain started. It flashed through him with white-hot agony that threatened to melt his bones and leave him ravaged. He screamed out, in pain, in rage, because he'd been so close. The memory was right there, right on the edge. It was a shadow he couldn't quite catch. "I need you to stand back," a female voice said. Familiar. Haunting. So close. She was in his arms. She had felt right in his arms, and then he was running. Running from her, but not the same her. There was an angel and a devil in his dreams. He ran from one, ran to the other. Why did the devil have to catch him? Why couldn't he have stayed in bed with his angel? Would that have fixed things? Or would it have gotten her killed too? He'd been killed. He was a dead man walking, moving through his days without a past to animate him, to show him the path. So many people depending on him, and he couldn't remember his own fucking name. Lightning flashed through him, and he felt his whole body go stiff. "Charging," the voice said. Darkness. He was used to the darkness, but now there was a bit of light. Did he want to find that light? The darkness wasn't so bad. He got to see her here. Flashes of a time when he'd seen the possibilities laid in front of him. If he left, she would be nothing more than a flicker at the back of his head, something he tried to catch but couldn't. He would look for her in every woman he met. When the tension got to be too much and he had to have a woman, he would pick one who looked like her, instinct leading him when memory could not. She was every woman he'd gone to bed with in the last few years. But if he stayed here, he could be with her in those last few moments before the world had exploded. Time stopped here. He could choose again. Another jolt of lightning, and he realized he wasn't going to have a choice. He was being thrust into the light, and there was no way to stop it. But then he hadn't had a choice since the day Levi Green had walked into his life, had he? He'd been set on a path, and nothing would take him off it, not even falling in love with Ronnie. Levi Green. He'd been there. He'd been with Levi Green in some city that wasn't his home. His home was green fields and mountains. His home was the river winding through the valley, but he'd been born again in a city awash with lights, and yet again in that lab. Harsh light welcoming him into a world of pain and misery. "I've got a rhythm." The voice sounded closer now. "What happened?" Rebecca. He knew her voice. "Oh my God, he was fine when I left." "He had a cardiac event, an acute coronary syndrome. Has he been having trouble with his heart?" He wanted to open his eyes because that voice was so familiar. Where had he heard it before? "No, he's been solid," Rebecca said. "But we don't know what that damn drug did to him, and according to Levi, it was the only dose, so I can't even test it to figure out what was in it." "He's telling the truth about that." The husky voice belonged to Kim Solomon. "How can you be sure?" Rebecca asked. "Because I was pretty much twisting his balls off his body when he told me," she replied. "Trust me, he would have given up anything to get me to stop." "Is Tucker okay? Should we get him to a hospital?" "Stephanie is on her way up," Owen said. Owen. His brother. One of them. He had brothers not born of blood, but of suffering and sacrifice. Sasha had sacrificed to save Owen. He was down a brother. He owed his brothers everything. The darkness would have to wait. He blinked and stared up at the light. He hated that fucking light. That light had always signaled another procedure, another dose of McDonald's medicine. Medicine to make her boys behave. "Tucker." Owen stared down at him, moving in front of the light and blocking it out. "Tucker, you're awake, mate." Rebecca was right at his side. "How are you feeling? We need to run some tests." "I'm okay." He wanted to sit up, but he was so tired. What happened? Where am I? "You're at the garden," Rebecca said. "You've been in a coma for 3 weeks. I need you to go slow. I still don't completely understand what's going on. You've just had a cardiac event. I'm going to have to study the reports to figure out exactly what happened. Ian, I need to clear the room. Steph and I will check him out and decide if we need to transfer him to the hospital." "You know why that's a bad idea," Ian replied. "I don't need a hospital." Hospitals asked questions and checked records and tended to let Interpol know when a red notice walked in. Besides, he was feeling stronger already. "Levi Green gave me a drug." "Yes." Owen stood behind his girlfriend, nodding. "That fucker put you in a coma. But apparently Solo's been playing with his balls, in a not good way. He'd always liked Solo. God, it was starting to come back to him. They'd been in trouble. Munich. He'd been in Munich at Kronberg, and everywhere he'd looked he'd seen ghosts. Robert had been with him. All of his brothers had shown up. Robert and Jax and Owen and Theo. Dante the betrayer. Dante had been McDonald's attack dog, hiding in plain sight, pretending to be one of them. Dante had killed Sasha, and Ari had killed Dante. And then he'd felt the burn of the drug entering his system. Yes, he remembered. He'd been caught by Green. Green wanted the information they'd broken into Kronberg to retrieve, a list of all of the people who worked with McDonald. Green wanted the list so he could get his place at the CIA back. The Lost Boys wanted it because it might help lead them to figuring out who they'd been before McDonald had erased them from the world. "Are you really okay?" Owen asked. He would be if Rebecca would stop examining him. He'd passed out and stayed out for 3 weeks. His head was foggy, but he needed some answers. "Is everyone okay? The last thing I remember, Ari killed Dante." "Yes, she saved Rebecca, but I'm so sorry we couldn't save you." Owen had gotten to one knee. giving Rebecca space to work, but it was obvious he wasn't going to leave. But we didn't let that bastard get away. Hey, maybe we should let Tucker rest. Ian stood at the back of the room. He's been through a lot, and I want to make sure he's all right before he gets out of that bed. He wanted nothing more than to get out of this damn bed. He had a million questions. I want a debrief. I want to know what's been happening. Everyone got out of the building okay? He started to try to sit up. Rebecca put a hand on his chest. No, you stay where you are until I'm satisfied. Normally, a gorgeous woman telling him he couldn't leave the bed until he'd satisfied her would be a good thing. Not today. I want to stretch. Let me get up and walk around. I don't feel weak. Well, you had a cardiac incident, so I disagree. Rebecca wasn't backing down. Besides, if you get up now, you'll have to carry your pee bag with you, unless you plan on ripping the catheter out, Tag said. I know that sounds manly, but the girly scream that will come from your mouth when you rip it out of your dick will be anything but. He stared at Tag. Naturally, his boss was here to add much-needed sarcasm to an already surreal situation. What? Tag shrugged. You were in a coma. Rebecca here thought you still needed fluids. I personally would have taken a Darwinian approach and set you outside to collect rainwater, but she had to be all technological. When you're hydrated, you pee. Again, I was willing to buy some puppy pads. Sometimes he hated his boss. I get it. I'm going to need someone to very gently remove that. Not Rebecca. She was like his sister. She'd probably seen him naked at this point if she was doing all the medical stuff. Yes, she was a doctor, but she was also living with his brother, and that meant she shouldn't know what his penis looked like, much less have intimate knowledge of how to thread a tube through the tip of it. He was going to fucking murder Levi Green. She's very gentle, mate, Owen offered. Rebecca rolled her eyes. I'm very professional, and you get to pick between me and Steph. We're the only ones I trust to do it. I could do it, Tag offered. I'll do it. After all, I'm a professional too, a voice from behind him said. The world seemed to stop at the sound. He knew that voice. Where did he know that voice from? It had seemed so clear only moments before, when he'd been in the dark place. He'd known more than he did in the light. She stepped into his line of sight. She was petite, no more than 5'3", but she had curves. Rich brown hair skimmed the tops of her breasts, though he couldn't exactly see those because she was wearing a sweater. Wide eyes and generous lips. She was exactly his type. This was the type of woman he sought out again and again. But she was frowning at him, and he so wanted to see her smile. It was what he always wanted. He hated it when she was sad, but he couldn't be overt about it. He couldn't simply walk up to her and do nice things because he had a job to do, and... Pain struck his head, hard and fast. His vision went foggy as he tried to hang on. He'd seen it when he was dreaming. He'd seen her. Damn it, Rebecca said. Tucker, I need you to stop thinking. Could we clear the room? He managed to shake his head and forced himself to focus because this was important. She was important. He knew her. Veronica. He managed to say her name. This was Veronica Croft. This was the woman who haunted his every dream. God, he hoped he hadn't hurt her. Hello, Stephen. She was looking at him like he was a bug, and she couldn't figure out whether to step on him or walk by. He'd been happy with her. He'd taken her to bed and wrapped himself around her. For those hours, she'd been his whole world, and it was okay, because he was almost done. He could get out and tell her the truth. What the fuck was the truth? He screamed the question in his head because the answer slipped away. "Tucker, calm down," Rebecca admonished. "What's happening?" Stephanie Carter jogged into the room. She was the garden's resident doctor. Tucker had worked with her many times, offering his own weird medical skills to her solid ones. He would be able to open a practice when he was done. He was only putting it off for a little while, just until he found... He screamed as his brain threatened to explode. "What's wrong with him?" Veronica asked. He looked at her, needing to keep her in sight even if it killed him. "Don't be afraid." He didn't want her to be afraid of him. Everyone else was. It was necessary, but he couldn't stand the thought of her being afraid. Tag had a hand on her arm, ready to guide her away. MacDonald trained his brain to punish him when he tries to remember. It's bad, and he's making it worse. We should get out of here and let the docs get him calm again. If she left, he might not see her again. He'd left. He'd walked out, but he'd meant to come back. He'd gone to meet... A soft hand was suddenly against his cheek. "Hey, it's all right. You don't have to remember." She was here. She was sitting on the bed, her eyes softer than they'd been before. "Stephen." "Tucker," he managed between clenched teeth because the pain was still ravaging him. "My name is Tucker. I'm not that fucker Reeser. Not anymore." She bit her bottom lip and seemed to come to a decision. "All right, Tucker. It's okay. Let it go. Need to remember." If he could remember, he might get her back. He might figure out what he was supposed to do. It was always there. Low-level anxiety in the back of his brain like a humming he couldn't get rid of. He was supposed to do something. People were counting on him. Lives were at stake, and he was lying in bed. Her hand smoothed back his hair. "No, you don't. Not now. It's all right. Let it go. We can talk about something else. Lie back down and let it go." She was so beautiful. Her eyes were a golden hazel. Sometimes she wore glasses. Tortoiseshell. They made her look like a sweet librarian. "Where are your glasses?" Her eyes widened slightly. "I got contacts." His heart rate is normal again. Rebecca looked back at him from the machine she was monitoring. "Keep talking. I think you're calming him down." Ronnie glanced her way. "This isn't fair." He lay down but reached for her hand. "I liked your glasses. I always thought about taking them off and laying them to the side before I kissed you. I missed you. God, even when I couldn't remember your name, I missed you. It's better now." The pain was receding. He was tired again, but her hand in his felt so good. He threaded their fingers together. "Nothing in his life has been fair," Tag said quietly. "I don't know who he was before, but he's a good man now. I'm going to move the meeting. We can do this tomorrow, and hopefully Tucker can be there." "Not until I'm sure he's okay," Rebecca replied. They were talking, but he didn't care. She was here. She looked down, and there was a sheen of tears in her eyes. This isn't fair. But she didn't take her hand back. He wrapped his other hand around hers, trapping her, because it might not be fair to her, but this was what he needed. Even as he fell back asleep, he was warm, for once. "You sure you want to do this?" Solo parked the Audi in the tiny garage connected to the small but luxurious apartment she owned here in London. It had been the first place they'd gone after the private jet had brought them here from Germany. You can stay here for as long as you like. I'll take you back and forth to the garden. I'm not sure of anything. Ronnie sighed, the events of the day playing through her head. She'd sat there for a long time, holding Stephen's hand, even as he'd fallen into a natural sleep. She should have immediately walked out, but she hadn't been able to do it. She'd sat there listening to the doctors talk about what had happened, staring at his face and wondering what he'd been through in the last few years. I don't know that man. Except she did. The man who had told her he liked her glasses and held her hand like she was a lifeline was exactly the Stephen Reeser she'd fallen for. This was not how she'd expected to feel. She wasn't sure what she'd expected beyond anger, but it certainly hadn't been compassion. More than that, she hadn't expected how warm she would feel the minute he'd touched her. He'd engulfed her hand with both of his, and she'd remembered how safe this man could make her feel. Did she not have the whole story? It might be good to keep some distance, Solo said, not moving to get out of the car. I know Ian wants you to stay at the garden, but I can handle him if you want to stay here. I'll go with you back and forth, and your mom can keep Violet. Ian isn't going to mention her to Tucker right away. You have some time. She shook her head. No. If I'm going to do this, I should be there. Besides, I'll feel better if Mom and Vi aren't alone all day. Mrs. Knight showed me around. The building looks secure, and I was told I could work with someone named Jax to get me everything I need to eventually return to the States. Jax, she'd been told, was some kind of genius with a computer. He might be able to help her with more than mere documents. She still had questions. So many of them, and it appeared the people Stephen was aligned with might have answers. I think that's a good idea. I'll hand over everything I have on your case. Will you stick around? She'd gotten used to Solo. She didn't trust the woman completely, but so far Solo had come through for her. For as long as I can, Solo replied. You should understand they don't trust me. My ex-husband is in charge of the team Tucker's on. I had to do something they didn't like a couple of weeks back, and to say he wasn't happy would be understating things. It had been interesting watching Solo deal with a bunch of very suspicious people. So Taggart's right, and you came after me as penance? Pretty much. She opened the door. Not that it's likely to work. Let's get you packed up. Have you decided what you're going to say about Little Miss Sunshine? Or are you going to lie to him? She forced herself to move, opening the door as the garage closed behind her. He's her father. If he'd lived, I would have told him about her. Likely in 4-letter words. Trust me. I meant to get cash out of that asshole, but then... Your sister was killed. Solo tapped the code in to open the door to the townhouse. It beeped and turned green. And then I was told Stephen died. She could still remember hearing that news. She'd been caught between rage and relief. There had been no closure for her, no moment when she could tell the man exactly what she thought. No moment when he could tell her why he'd done what he'd done. Solo opened the door and stepped into the hallway that led to her ultra-modern kitchen. How did you find out Reeser was dead? I kept in touch with one of my sister's friends. She wasn't interested in following up on Katie's story, but she sent along information about MacDonald and her group. Her sister's friend had sent her the information quietly, and she'd been the one to tell them to stay hidden. Ronnie had tried to learn as much as she could about what Katie had been investigating. She didn't know everything. There was a lot she seemed to have gotten wrong, and she owed her sister. She needed to find the truth and hold people accountable. Dr. MacDonald was a pro. She even had a small newspaper in Argentina cover the story of his death. Yes, she had help, I suspect, Solo said. Her father was a senator with ties to the agency. Which is precisely why we shouldn't be working with a CIA agent. Her mother stood in the kitchen. Despite the fact that it was almost 10 p.m., her mom hadn't changed into pajamas. Nope. There was no fluffy robe and slippers in her mom's closet. She was dressed in the utilitarian cargo pants and t-shirt she normally wore, the better to hide all her weapons. Sandra Croft had been a nurse in the army, but she was more of a soldier now than she'd ever been. Since losing Katie, her mother had gotten infinitely harder. But I believe I've made my opinion plain. You certainly have, Mom. They'd gone endless rounds over it. You get your wish. We're leaving. Her mom's shoulders dropped in obvious relief. Good. I'll get Violet ready. Ronnie braced herself for another fight. We're moving over to the garden. I met with Taggart and he seems solid. There's a lot we don't know, and I think his group can help us. I've got a piece of the puzzle, and he has several. I want to know what he does. I didn't mean we should trade one CIA operative for another, her mom said, her mouth a flat line. I meant we should go back to Germany. I was making headway. She was lying to herself, was what she was doing. It had been a solid year since they'd had a lead to follow concerning Katie's death. No one cared anymore. But Taggart might. Especially if she could prove Katie was involved in trying to take down MacDonald. Taggart's not CIA, Solo said, leaning against the island. He got out a long time ago, and really, that was for the best. He's shit at undercover. The man is totally impatient and intolerant. I heard once he punched an informant because he chewed too loudly. He's better at shooting things. It fits his personality. Her mother ignored Solo. And that Knight fellow is former MI6. Former MI6 means he's likely currently associated with them. Do you understand what you're risking? Mom, I can't hide forever. I can't pretend like no one will ever find me as long as I work in a tiny Bavarian town selling tourists Christmas ornaments. It was how she'd spent the last few years. Besides, I don't honestly think anyone is coming after us. And maybe they never were. They got Katie. They don't care about us. I've wasted years, and I'm not going to put Violet through more. Her daughter would have to go to school soon. She couldn't exactly tell the authorities that her work visa was fake, because she was certain someone was trying to kill her over her dead sister's investigation into Illuminati-like corporations, so her daughter needed a bodyguard while she learned her letters. Nope, that wouldn't work at all. It would all start to fall apart soon. When she thought about it, Solo showing up on her doorstep had been a miracle. Her mother was quiet for a moment. We could go somewhere else. I can get us to South America. I have some connections there. Yeah, you won't stand out there at all, Solo said under her breath. I'm not hiding in South America. I want to go home, Mom. I want Violet raised someplace where we don't have to hide at all, she said, though she'd gone over this a million times. I'm taking Vi and staying with Taggart and Knight until we can get this whole thing sorted out. I would like for you to come with me, but I understand if you won't. Her mother sighed and turned. I'll get ready then. She followed her out because she didn't want to fight about this. Mom, I'm sorry you don't agree with me. Her mother turned as they reached the elegant living room. Was it him? There was no question what she was asking. It was him. So Stephen Reeser is alive. I'm not so sure about that. She quickly went over what she'd learned about Stephen's captivity. Technically, he's alive. He's been through some kind of medical testing. It affected his brain. He doesn't remember who he is. But he'd remembered her. Or, he's lying, her mom pointed out. Wasn't he involved in MacDonald's medical research? What if he decided the best way to get out of being prosecuted for his crimes was to become one of her victims? He could have been pretending all this time, hide in plain sight. It's a very old tactic. She didn't think so. He wasn't pretending his heart attack. That seemed to stop her mother in her tracks. He had a heart attack? From seeing you? No. He was having some kind of reaction. And he hadn't been faking the pain he'd felt when he'd tried to remember. She'd seen how his stats had fluctuated. He'd been in real danger. And then he'd calmed down when she'd touched him. Like she was magic or something. Don't be afraid of me. The words had sounded tortured coming out of his mouth. He'd been so desperate in that moment that she hadn't been able to turn away from him. He was still the most beautiful man she'd ever seen. Tell me you're not interested in this man, Ronnie. Her mother had the same look on her face she'd had the one time she'd snuck in after curfew as a teen. Disappointment. Disapproval. I'm not interested in being his girlfriend. She wasn't going down that route again. But if he was alive, she had to deal with some things. But he is Violet's father. Her mother's eyes flared. He left her. No, he left me. She wasn't sure what to do, but she knew she couldn't go back into hiding. I don't know if he left you willingly. At some point, Solo had followed them, and it was obvious she was interested in the argument. He walked out willingly enough. He'd kissed her and walked away without looking back. I'm interested in piecing that last day together, Solo admitted. So is Tag in the group. You're the only one who was there, but I've put together some of the logistics. I'm not entirely certain Stephen Reeser meant to be on a plane to Argentina that day. Dr. MacDonald was known for being capricious. Humiliation washed over her every time she thought about that day. I think she wanted to get him away from me. They were lovers, and she wasn't particularly happy he'd cheated on her with me. Although she also hadn't been enraged. There had been a cold practicality to MacDonald that day. But then it was normal for her. Shouldn't she have been angrier? She had been later. She'd been colossally angry a week later when she'd fired Ronnie. Solo's face fell. I'm going to hope she was lying about that. I don't think Tucker will be able to handle it if he finds out he slept with her. She's the devil in his mind. Look, I'm only asking you to give him a chance. He honestly has no memory of who he was back then. I'm suspicious about his entire persona. It's a mystery, and one I intend to solve. I don't think he was at Kronberg to further his career. I'm worried he was there to investigate MacDonald and got caught. She didn't want to consider that he was innocent. If he was innocent, then he was tempting. I doubt that. He liked his job, and he was incredibly ambitious. I wasn't the only one he played nasty games with. Ask Dr. Walsh. He didn't sleep with her, Solo replied. At least, not according to Rebecca. But that's her story to tell. He did hurt her, though. Did you notice that she was the one taking care of him? She's forgiven him, because today he's one of the kindest, most loyal men any of us has met. She hadn't had a chance to really talk to Rebecca Walsh. The doctor had been too worried about her patient. Or that's what he wants you to believe. Her mother wasn't going to let up. But I can see my daughter needs closure. Let's hope she's doing this so she can move on. Not so she can fall back into bad habits. I'm not going to allow my granddaughter to be used by a psychopath. You should understand that here and now. I'm trying to explain to you that he's not a psychopath at all, Solo bit out. I was there the day he went into the coma. He could have fought, But he went willingly toward that damn needle because Rebecca was in danger. He was willing to trade his life for hers. Whoever he was before, you have to judge him as he is now. Who was Stephen Reeser, now that he called himself Tucker? I didn't know him, her mother allowed. I only know that he ripped my daughter's heart out and was likely involved in a group that took my other daughter's life, so you'll forgive me if I'm skeptical. If I find out he was involved in Katie's death, I don't know that I'll care about the fact that he can't remember. She turned and walked away. Solo shook her head. Your mother is intense. I think she might have watched Terminator too many times. She'd often thought her mother could have been a model for Sarah Connor. We're all she has. She went a little crazy after Katie was killed. I don't know what she would have done if I hadn't needed her so badly. It was a lie. She was fairly certain her mother would have wreaked bloody vengeance on anyone she'd even suspected of having something to do with her daughter's murder. Her mother would be in jail or dead if she hadn't had Violet to concentrate on. Yeah, I get that, Solo agreed. I know this is hard on you, but I do promise this is a good group. I checked them out. She wasn't a trusting fool anymore. I have some contacts, and they verified what you said about McKay Taggart. They're known for taking care of their people and their clients. They're white hats, Solo said with a sad smile. And you aren't? My hat went gray a long time ago. Solo sank to her couch, sitting back as though the day had exhausted her. I always mean to do the right thing, but I have to think about what is best for my country. That doesn't always leave me with clean hands. I can't pick and choose my morality. I have to make hard calls at times. But not once have I made one of those calls with anything but duty in my heart. Until you. I should have taken you straight to Langley. Why didn't you? Solo was quiet for a moment. Because I think this is going to get messy. And you're innocent in all of this. That baby girl is definitely innocent. I can't protect you the way Tag and his men can. They'll protect you from everything. Even me, if it comes to it. Because if the CIA decided to use her, Solo would be the one to facilitate it. She got that. She knew the agent had divided loyalties, but from what she could tell, McKay Taggart didn't. But their loyalty would be to the man they called Tucker. Where would that leave her if their interests diverged? Should I tell him about my daughter? I could lie. DNA doesn't lie, Solo replied. That is Tucker's kid. She'd forgotten, or she'd gotten used to not thinking about Stephen. She'd forgotten how much Violet was starting to look like her father. She had his golden brown hair, and God, she had his eyes. Blue and clear as the sky. It went beyond mere looks. She tilted her head the same way he did when he was curious. Was she doing the right thing? What if he tries to take her? What do I do if he tries to get custody? My greatest fear is he'll take me to court. Solo snorted, an oddly elegant sound. Oh, he's not going to court. He's wanted by Interpol for lots of crimes he sort of committed, but it was under duress, so that's not going to be a problem, and Ian would never let it happen. Tucker is his employee, she pointed out. Yeah, but you're his client. And he takes that shit seriously, Solo replied. Earlier today I wrote Ian a large check. He would protect you anyway, but now he has the resources to do whatever he needs to do. His job is to protect you and your daughter and your mother. Come on. I'm trying here. She took a deep breath and made her decision. All right. Then we're going to the garden, and I'll talk to Tucker about his biological child. He wouldn't remember that he'd taken part in her conception, but he deserved to know, because Violet deserved to know. Ronnie started toward the bedroom she'd slept in the night before, the one her daughter was sleeping in now. It would be all right. Tucker would likely not consider Vi his. After all, he'd said it himself. He wasn't Stephen Reeser. "You're making a mistake." Her mother stood outside the room she'd stayed in. She already had her bag packed, but then Sandra Croft traveled light. "He's not faking it. If you had been there with me, you would know. No one can fake that. Someone tried to give him a cure, and it went poorly. The man I met this afternoon, he wasn't the same Stephen. Only because he's forgotten," her mom said ominously. "But anything that can be forgotten can be remembered. What if this cure takes some time to work? What if he wakes up and remembers exactly who he is? Then where will you be? I hope you know what you're doing. You're betting all our lives on this group." Her mom knew how to make an exit. She walked away, and Ronnie walked into the bedroom, looking for the one thing in the world that could truly calm her. Her daughter. Vi was asleep, her arms wrapped around the doll Ronnie's boss had given her at her second birthday. They hadn't had a party because they rarely had people to the small flat they rented. Vi deserved a party. She deserved cake and friends and to be able to walk in the sun and not be afraid. Tears threatened as she looked down at her baby. So much had gone wrong, but Vi was one good thing to have come from the mess she'd made. She had to do everything she could to give her a better life. "Don't be afraid of me." He'd known her. What if her mother was right? It didn't matter that Tucker was some kind of saint. He hid a devil. And the devil seemed to know her name. A moth to the flame. She was going to get burned all over again. She just had to make sure her daughter survived. Chapter 3. Tucker came awake with a hole in his gut. Hungry. He was so damn hungry. His stomach growled, and he forced himself to sit up. The lamp was on, and all around him there was the soft sound of medical equipment beeping and purring. This wasn't his bed, but he often wasn't in his own bed. What had happened? He'd been having the strangest dream, and then... He was at the garden, and he'd been in a coma for weeks. He'd woken up, and Rebecca had told him he'd had an incident with his heart, and Tag had offered to pull a tube out of his dick. That felt way more normal than it should. Something hadn't been normal, though. Veronica. Ronnie had been here. "Hey, stay calm, man. If those beeps get bad, they won't unhook you." Robert was sitting in a rocker to the side of the bed Tucker was in. "You've still got an IV and a whole bunch of attachments reading your heart rate, but I managed to talk them into taking out the catheter. Owen was right. Rebecca has a gentle touch. You didn't even wake up." At least he'd been spared that humiliation, but he wasn't worried about his medical state. "Where is she?" "She's having dinner with Owen," Robert replied. "Steph is around, though. She's been checking on you." "I meant Veronica." Had she left? Where was she? She'd been missing for years. He remembered that much. Finding her had been part of the mission they'd been working in Munich. The minute he'd heard her name, he'd known she was important to his own story. He hadn't been able to recall any of the pertinent facts about her, but there had been a feeling he couldn't deny. A hollowness. Like he'd always known something was missing, and it now had a name. Ronnie. She couldn't be gone. Veronica Croft? Robert sat down at the end of the bed. "I saw Solo bring her in. I haven't met her yet. I'm sorry I wasn't here when you woke up. I was with Ari, visiting her mom. She's been under the weather. I should have been here. I'm sure you rarely left my bedside. You get to have a life, Rob. Do you know where Solo took her? Is she still here? She had to be in London. If she left, he would lose her again, and he couldn't lose her. He had zero idea why, but he knew the most important thing in his life right now was getting close to Veronica. He needed to talk to her, needed to figure out why she was constantly in his dreams. I'm not sure. I got back and they told me what happened. I came in here to wait for you to wake up, Robert replied. Solo took her and left a couple of hours ago. She's coming back in the morning. We're having a big meeting in the conference room, and I think she's going to be there. I want to see her tonight. He couldn't lie in bed and wait. Too much could happen. He needed to know she was okay. Why had she been in hiding all this time? Why? God, he needed to know if she'd been hiding from him. Robert stood, his brow furrowing in obvious worry. I think you should take it easy. A lot has happened in the 3 weeks since you've been down. We need to talk about it. Robert was the most reasonable of his brothers. If Owen were here, he'd already be plotting how to get them out of the building. But no, he had to deal with Robert, who always proceeded with caution. He didn't have time for caution. How about you write me up a memo? Pass me that kit the docs left. Robert sighed and put the small container on Tucker's tray. It was a good thing that Rebecca and Steph were always prepared. They'd left exactly what he needed to get out of this place. He opened it and found the bandage and gauze that would make this whole process far less messy. Tucker gripped the line that held his IV. What are you doing? Robert's hands went to his hips. Don't do that. He eased the cannula out and thanked the universe muscle memory was a thing. He bandaged his hand with very little trouble. All that mattered was he wasn't tethered to this freaking bed. It's fine. I know what I'm doing. He stood on shaky legs and glanced around. This wasn't the bedroom in his apartment. He wasn't completely certain where he was. He wasn't in the clinic Stephanie Carter had put together, but then it was really only for minor accidents. They would have put him in a place suitable for long-term care. He needed pants. Yeah, you're walking around with your ass hanging out. Robert followed him into the hall. You planning on running around Chelsea screaming her name? It's a subtle play. I'm going to find pants, and then I'll run around Chelsea very quietly screaming her name. The important thing was finding her, and making sure she didn't disappear again. Although if he could find her and a cheeseburger, it would be a good thing. Does anyone have Solo's number? Someone had to have it, right? Did CIA agents give out their numbers? Ezra probably knew where she was. He said he didn't want to have anything to do with his ex-wife, but Tucker was pretty sure the man knew where she was at all times. He would likely say he needed to know where the enemy was or some shit, but Tucker knew better. There was some serious drama that would play out between the two of them. Robert strode beside him as he walked out into the hall. I don't think calling Solo is a good idea. He was right. If he called her, then she would know he was coming. Yeah, I don't want to give her a heads up. Smart thinking. I need the element of surprise. She'll be surprised, all right, Robert agreed. Everyone will be, since you're supposed to be in bed. They'll be super surprised when you have another heart attack and die. I'm not going to die. I feel fine. Rebecca would have taken me to a hospital if I was in serious danger. He stopped because he wasn't exactly sure where he was. The garden was a big building, and he wasn't in the office section or the residential part. Where's the elevator? Robert stared him down. I thought you knew everything. Tucker sighed. Come on, man. I have to find her. Veronica? She's important? Tucker nodded. Yes. I can't explain, but I know she was important to me. In a you were in love with her way, or she tried to kill you way? Robert's question was fair, since he'd recently been through the ringer with his ex-wife, who'd also been the reason he landed in MacDonald's clutches in the first place. I don't know. Maybe both. He couldn't be sure. The way his life seemed to go, he'd been in love with her, and she would turn out to be an assassin with a hit on him. Can we slow down for a minute and talk this out? You know nothing about this woman. I know I need to find her. How could he make Robert understand? This voice inside me is saying I need her. Need who? Jax came out of a door to the left. He carried a can of soda and smiled broadly as he caught sight of Tucker. Hey man, you're up. How are you feeling? And now he knew where he was. The basement halls all looked the same. Jax kept an office here. Jax was exactly who he needed. Owen might help him run up and down the streets looking for Ronnie, but Jax might actually be able to find her. Hey, I need you to figure out where Solo would stash a guest. I assume she's a guest, right? Or did Solo, arrest her or something? She would be in a worse mood if she was stuck in a cell somewhere. But then, of course, she might be in a better mood if he rescued her. She might be more inclined to talk to him if he saved her. There was always a bright side to things. I think Solo's coming in, Jax said, holding up his phone. I got a text from Tag a few minutes ago. He said I'm supposed to go down and meet Solo and escort her and our guests up. Penny got their rooms ready. They're in a 2-bedroom on the 4th floor. Not far from you, actually. Do we know who she's bringing in? Not really, Robert said. And that's a problem. We have no idea what this woman wants. She could want revenge for something Tucker doesn't even remember he did. Have we forgotten that we got shot up by the last woman who said she knew one of us? She did know you, Jax shot back. She was your wife. Who is this new chick saying she is? I used to work with her at Kronberg. So did Rebecca. He wouldn't believe she was coming in until he actually saw her walk through the doors. She would have to come in through the garage at this time of day. It's night, right? He didn't even know whether it was light or dark outside. There hadn't been a window in his room. Like there hadn't been windows in the cells they'd been kept in when he'd been one of MacDonald's soldiers. He hadn't known whether he would walk out into the light or have cover of darkness. His body had lost its natural rhythms. It was one more form of torture. Yeah, it's almost 10 p.m., Robert affirmed. Why don't we let Jax do what he needs to do and I'll get you something to eat. When he's done, Jax can come down to the kitchen and give us a report. I don't think you need to confront this woman until we know who she is and why she's here. I know Tag wants to question her, but I want to know what she's been hiding from for the last couple of years. Me. It was what he was afraid of. She was hiding from me. Then why had she shown him such compassion earlier? She could have walked away, but she'd stayed with him. She'd been holding his hand when he'd fallen asleep. She'd calmed him down, and that was why he'd been able to relax. He shouldn't have fallen asleep. He should have stayed with her. He shouldn't have left her. She'd been the one sleeping that day. A flash of Ronnie lying wrapped in white cotton sheets whispered across his brain. Her hair spread across the pillows, and her eyes closed as the early morning light caressed her skin. Don't go there, Robert said, staring at him like he knew what was going on in his head. I think you should get back in bed. The pain stabbed at him, but he took a deep breath and tried to let it go. He wouldn't find her there. If she was here, then he wanted to see her. He turned and started toward the elevators. He's killing me. Robert groaned behind him, and then he heard the sound of feet pounding as his brothers caught up to him. So we keep close and make sure she's not here to murder him. You know, half this job is making sure one of us has backup while he's doing dumb shit, Jax said, falling in beside him. I'm sorry I missed out on your ex. All the good drama happens when I'm not around. It wasn't good drama, Robert groused. It was awful. And a whole lot of people died, and Rebecca got kidnapped, and Tucker went into a coma. That last part wasn't actually your ex-wife's fault, Tucker pointed out. It was Levi Green's, and we need to talk about him, too. I don't honestly remember much after he injected me. Is he alive? The man deserved a bullet, but his death would complicate things. Green might be the only person who could tell him the truth. That's one of the things we should talk about, Robert insisted. Once you get back in bed. Jax shook his head. He's not getting back in bed, man. Tucker, we think Levi's alive. I tracked Solo putting him on a plane in Munich that went back to D.C. I lost them from there because the CIA is pretty damn good at hiding their tracks. I believe he was taken somewhere to be debriefed, hopefully in the harshest of ways. He hasn't resurfaced, so I think they're either holding him or they've gotten rid of the problem. If they took him back to the States, they wanted to talk to him. Robert seemed to give up on getting him back to the room. I have a hard time believing they would kill him. He knows way too much, and he'll likely work out some kind of deal. He'll be back when we least expect it. Has anyone asked Solo what she did with him? I'm sure Tag did, and I'm sure she told him shit, Jax replied. The question is, can we get Ezra to smooth talk her? She might tell Ezra. He's been in a bear of a mood since she betrayed us, Robert said. You should be glad you missed that. He sent Robert a glare. I missed it because I was in a coma. Robert shrugged. You still got to miss it. I've been avoiding him. He didn't even smile at the wedding. Tucker stopped. He'd missed a lot. Wedding? Robert winced. Yeah. Ari and I got married. So did Rebecca and Owen, Jax said with a smile. Double weddings are a thing here. We had it right in the garden, so you were kinda there. Not that we had the ceremony in your room or anything. It was in the actual garden part of the garden. I thought we should do a whole weekend at Bernie's thing and have you stand with us, but Rebecca put the kibosh on it. I'd picked out an outfit for you, including sunglasses and this awesome hat for the pictures. She said no. Something about keeping you hooked up to all the machines. Doctors never let you have any fun. You didn't even wait for me to wake up? This team was his family. It hasn't even been a month. Most people can't plan a wedding in a month. Robert's expression had gone solemn. We didn't know when you were going to wake up. If you were going to wake up. And honestly, after everything that went down, it was kind of a live-for-the-moment thing. Between what happened to you and Sasha and Peter dying, I didn't want to wait. Tucker took a deep breath. Sasha had died right in front of him. Peter had gotten out of the spy game and he'd still died. Dante had betrayed them all. Robert had needed an affirmation of life. They all had. Yeah, I get that. But I hope you took pictures. Did he cry? Jax grinned. Like a baby. I did not, Robert shot back. I teared up once. It was my wedding. And I'm pretty sure this time my wife won't hand me over to a crazy doctor. I was emotional, and I missed my best man. I'm sorry I'm acting like a mother hen, but I've sat at your bedside for weeks hoping you would wake up. He got it. I know you were worried. But I have to find Veronica. She can fill in so many gaps, and if possible, I need to talk to Levi Green. I'm not letting him anywhere near you. Robert looked at him like he'd gone insane. He wanted me to remember for a reason. I think I worked with him. I had this dream that I was meeting him somewhere. And it had felt like a beginning. It had felt like he was starting something important. That doesn't prove anything except that the fucker is in your head, Jax replied. A dream isn't a memory. He stuck a needle in your neck. Of course you had a nightmare about him. Given that we don't know what that drug was or how it was supposed to work, we can't trust anything it does to your memory. Robert pushed the button for the elevator. Can you put on pants before we confront the next woman who might try to kill one of us? The elevator doors opened, and Owen was standing there. A grin spread across his face. You're up? Tucker, mate. You have no idea how we've worried. I thought you might be stuck in that bed forever. Is that why you posed him? Jax asked. Dear God, what had his brothers been doing? He posed me? What the hell does that mean? Owen shrugged, holding the door open. Seemed a shame to leave you like that. Besides, they're supposed to move you around a bit. Lying in one position is bad for a body. I just took it a bit further. Got costumes and everything. Don't worry, I took pictures. I made a book of them. I call it All Tuckered Out. Everyone gets one for Christmas this year. It was good to know his friends had his back. Sometimes his brothers were assholes, but it was probably pretty funny. He was self-aware enough to know he probably would have done the same if he'd been on the other side. I look forward to it. Now, I need to get down to the parking garage. Solo's bringing Veronica back. She was coming back. Willingly. It was a good sign. Or was Solo forcing her back? Solo would do a lot to help her cause with Ezra Fane. She loved her ex-husband, and had done some crazy shit to get his attention. Pants first, Robert insisted, as he pressed the button for the floor they all lived on. I don't know, mate, Owen said as the doors closed and they started going up. If we're worried she'll react to him like Rebecca did, him being in a Johnny with his arse hanging out might make him less threatening. He reached behind and pulled the gown together. No one ever gave him any dignity. How long did she stay after I fell back asleep? Not too long, Owen said. Rebecca cleared the room pretty quick, and she and Stephanie examined you and went over all the reports. They decided you were stable enough to keep you here. I feel fine. He felt tired, but then he'd been stuck in a bed for 3 weeks, and perversely, that could sap a man of his strength. Did she say anything? No. Owen shifted slightly. Having the 4 of them in that tiny elevator was a lot. It made him feel like a hulking ogre to Ronnie's delicate pixie self. She wasn't a tiny thing, but he was so tall he felt like she was petite. The elevators at Kronberg had been one of the only places where he could stare at her all he liked, though he had to be careful. There were cameras in there. There were cameras everywhere. He took a deep breath and let the thought go. If he followed down the path, he would end up sick as a dog, and Robert would haul him back to bed. He would miss his chance to see her. You okay? Jax was staring down at him as the doors opened, revealing the familiar hallway that led to the rooms he'd been given when he'd come to live at the garden. You went white, Robert pointed out. I'm hungry, that's all. If he admitted what was happening, they would all freak out, and he didn't want to be the patient again. He'd always been a shitty patient anyway. That's what his mom had told him. He didn't like to be in bed. He liked school and didn't want to miss class. Grades. He needed good grades to get into the best medical school possible. Then let's get you some food. Robert put a hand on the door to keep it from closing. I think we should talk to Rebecca about that. He hasn't had anything solid in 3 weeks. It appeared Owen listened to his girlfriend now. Wife. Rebecca was Owen's wife. I need to take it slow at first. He stepped out, and then stopped, because they weren't alone in the hallway. Jax, you meathead. What about go down to the parking garage and help Solo do you not understand? Big Tag was standing in front of one of the apartments that was normally vacant. He'd propped open the door and appeared to be moving stuff into the room. Brightly colored stuff. Kids' stuff. Sorry, boss, Jack said, sounding entirely unsorry. I got sidetracked. Tucker's up, and he needs pants. You know how you always tell us to wear pants. I tell you to wear condoms, Tag replied with a frown. But pants are good too. Tucker, you need to be in bed. Jax, get your ass in gear. They'll be here any minute, and I don't want to have to explain. Whatever Tag said next was lost, because the elevator doors opened again. And there she was. Veronica Croft stood in the elevator, her eyes wide as she caught sight of him. She wasn't alone. Solo was there dressed in what Tucker had long ago decided was her uniform. Chic slacks, an expensive but toned-down blouse, and heels she could run in. The woman next to her was older, and looked like she spent a lot of her time working out. But it was the baby in Ronnie's arms that truly caught his attention. Solo had a hand on the elevator door, keeping it open. Tucker, you're up. Ian, I thought we were going to deal with the introductions in the morning. She said it with the tight jaw of a woman who'd had her plans upended. The whole room seemed to stop, everything going quiet, and his vision focusing in on that child with her golden brown curls and big blue eyes. She clung to Ronnie with one arm around her neck and the other hand waving. He knew there was conversation going on around him. Tag said something, but he didn't quite hear it because the world had focused down to one thing. How old is she? Solo sighed and stepped out of the elevator. Veronica followed her, and the super-fit woman moved out as well, putting her body between Ronnie and Tucker. He had the wildest urge to challenge her. She shouldn't come between the two of them. She was standing there like she had the right to keep Ronnie from him, but no one did. Ronnie was his. Jax, is it just me, or is that kid the spitting image of Tucker? Owen asked. Thank God I'm here for this, Jax breathed. I've missed all the soap opera stuff. I thought they were enemies. Yeah, because no enemies ever threw down and made a baby, Owen replied. He was usually the one standing in the background making snarky comments. It was obnoxious. He ignored them all, concentrating on Veronica. He apparently needed to ask the question again. Ronnie, how old is that child? Her arms wrapped around the baby. She's yours, if that's what you're asking. Well, at least he'd figured out what his relationship with her was. Tucker took a deep breath and made a big decision. Ronnie bit back a yawn as the elevator started to go up. It had taken longer than she'd planned to get ready. It was surprising since they hadn't exactly packed heavy. You're sure we didn't need to bring the crib? Trust me, the way these people breed, they have lots of options for you, Solo assured her. Violet won't be the only kiddo living here. The Knights have a son, and if Tag stays here for any amount of time, expect his wife and all... I think it's like 4 kids now? I could be wrong. I swear Charlotte spits them out faster than I can count. Would Vi be an only child? She hadn't really thought about it. All she'd thought about for the last few years had been surviving, but seeing Stephen today had her brain on overdrive. I want to meet this Taggart person and make my own judgments, her mother said. The Knight fellow, too. I take it this is an all-male group. Not at all. Solo glanced at the display that showed them moving up the building. They have several female operatives. This is the London office. Knight's wife often takes assignments. She's former MI6, but her specialty is languages. Carmen Vega is a new hire. She's ex-CIA. Nina Blunt is excellent at following people around. Ariel Adisa is the resident profiler. She got married recently. I don't remember if she changed her name or not. Probably not, since Robert's last name is made up anyway. Maybe he took her name. Robert is one of the men found with Stephen. It wasn't a question. She simply needed to remind herself that relationships here would be complex. Solo had told her there were 5 men still alive who'd been MacDonald's soldiers. 2 of them had recently died in the mission that resulted in Stephen being in a coma. Tucker. She had to think of him as Tucker. And she had to think of him as a stranger, because no matter what her mother said, she didn't think he was tricking her. Stephen Reeser was dead, but his DNA was still walking around. Did she owe him anything at all concerning their daughter? "Yes, they're all here," Solo explained. "Everyone who's left, except Theo Taggart. He went back to Dallas after the wedding. We might think about moving you there if you want to go to the States, at least until we're sure you're safe." "Dallas isn't our home," her mother said. It could be. Any kind of a home would feel good. Any place where she didn't have to hide who she was. Any place where she could start over and try to build something for her and Violet. She wanted to get back to work, though she had no idea how she would explain the gap in her resume beyond the fact that she'd had a baby. Explaining why her last employer wouldn't give her a recommendation would be harder. The doors came open, and she stopped thinking about the future because her past was standing right there. Stephen was still wearing a hospital gown, but she would know that naked ass anywhere. Despite the fact that he'd been in a coma, his butt still looked amazing. He wasn't alone. Ian Taggart was standing there surrounded by men. She'd met the red-haired Scot, but not the other 2. They were both tall and strong-looking men, one with dark hair and the other a golden blonde. Taggart seemed to be lecturing them all. "I tell you to wear condoms, but pants are good too. Tucker, you need to be in bed. Jax, get your ass in gear. They'll be here any minute, and I don't want to have to explain." Solo put a hand on the door. "Tucker, you're up. Ian, I thought we were going to deal with the introductions in the morning." He sighed as he caught sight of them. "Sorry, Solo. The puppies got distracted." Stephen, Tucker, stared right at her, his blue eyes going wide. "How old is she?" She'd known he would likely ask about the baby, but he wasn't merely saying, "Hey, didn't know you had a kid." Nope. The question was asked with a suspicious, "Hey, is that my kid?" tone. Wasn't he not supposed to remember anything? She was supposed to have the upper hand. She was supposed to get to spring this on him. Maybe if she stayed in the lift, Solo would get out and the doors would close and she could go back down. She could walk out and get in a cab and not look back. How had she thought this would be easy? How had she thought she could hold up Vi and say, "Hey, she's yours, but you don't remember and I understand, so will you help take care of her financially and we can leave it at that? As soon as I get a good-paying job and can use my real name again, I won't need help." Did the dude with no memory even have money to help support a daughter he had zero connection to? This was stupid. Solo held the door open, blocking option number 1. There was nothing for it. She stepped out. The Scot said something that had the big blonde guy grinning as though he'd found a spectacular show to watch. Blonde guy said something about a soap, but she didn't pay attention because her mother was placing herself bodily between her and Tucker. She watched his jaw tighten, and for a second, he looked like his counterpart. There was that ruthless will she'd always associated with Reeser. He didn't like anyone getting in his way, anyone getting between him and what he wanted. Ronnie, how old is that child? A simple question, and yet there was so much tension in the words. She could lie. She hadn't even considered it until this moment. He'd been dead, so she hadn't had to consider it. Her brain whirled in those few seconds. She could lie. No one would believe her since Vi looked so much like her father. Then they would go through a ton of tests, and the truth would come out anyway. Or he would accept it and not care. She could tell him the truth, and he could still not care. She would be alone. But that was all right, because she wasn't about to trust him again. Even if he'd forgotten everything, the core of a person didn't change, and he was still lurking in there. The man who'd used and left her. "She's yours, if that's what you're asking." There, she'd said it. He stopped for a moment. "What are you doing, Veronica?" Her mother turned her way. "I told you I wasn't going to lie." There had been far too many lies between them, and now he would explain that he didn't consider Vi his, since he was no longer the man who had fathered her. "See, this is why I tell you all to wear condoms," Taggart said under his breath. "You never know when that fun night is going to suddenly grow hands and feet and need a diaper change." Tucker walked straight up to her and stared at Violet, a look of wonder in his eyes. "She's beautiful. Can I hold her?" "Of course you can't hold her," her mother snapped. But Vi was already reaching out to the new guy. Her daughter was leaning toward him like he wasn't a stranger at all. She grinned, showing off her pearly baby teeth and making grabby hands. She liked it when tall people held her. Yeah, that was it. She couldn't possibly know this was her dad. Tucker raised her up, and father and daughter considered each other for the first time. She took a step back because it seemed like such a solemn moment. "You don't know this man." Her mother leaned in, lowering her voice. "We know nothing about him." He was Violet's dad, wasn't he? He was acting like it. Her gut was in a knot. What if she was making a horrible mistake? Again. But she needed him. She needed to figure out what had happened to her sister so they could all move on. Hiding wasn't working anymore, and if Solo could find them, then someone else could too. She was out of options. "Aren't you supposed to be supporting her head?" The Scot moved in behind Tucker. "She's not a baby, she's a toddler," Taggart said. "They're way worse. You missed the screaming, crying part, Tucker. But it looks like you managed to make it for the rough part. She's mobile enough to do some serious damage." But his lips had curled up, as though he didn't mind. Tucker pulled her in close, his arms supporting her body as she started to pat his face. "What's her name?" "Violet." "Like the flower. That's pretty. Hello, Violet. I'm your dad." "And I'm her grandmother." Her mom moved to stand in front of Tucker. "I'm Veronica's mom. We never met before because you used her and left her behind." Tucker's jaw went tight. "I don't know about that. I think there's more to it. I get these flashes. I think I loved her." "That's awfully convenient," her mom said. "You left her behind, and now you need her, you suddenly love her. It must be nice to wipe the slate clean. Where's my room? Unless you're planning on moving in with him now that he's back." Taggart pointed to the door behind him. "Right in there. It's a 2-bedroom. Why don't we get you settled in before you start wreaking bloody vengeance on my men? Jax, you want to help me set up this crib?" "No." The golden-haired man named Jax shook his head. "I'm waiting to see what happens next." "What happens next is I kick your ass if you don't give them some space." Taggart practically growled. "Come on, people. Robert, why don't you go get Tucker some pants?" Tucker's gorgeous face turned pink as they were left alone in the middle of a hallway. "I'm sorry about the hospital gown. I woke up, and I didn't want to miss you." "Why? According to Solo, you don't really know me. I can take her back if she's heavy. You just woke up." He held her close. "She's not heavy at all." "You haven't been well." Something about him holding their daughter made her antsy. A sad expression crossed his face. "Here. I wouldn't want to drop her." He passed Violet back to her. She took her daughter in her arms. She's not usually up this late. Why did you come back? If you think I did all those things to you, what did I do to you, Ronnie?" He was so heartbreakingly gorgeous, and there was a wealth of worry in his eyes. "Did I physically hurt you?" He'd broken her heart, but that wasn't what he was asking. "You never hit me or anything. You didn't get physical with anyone that I knew. You were gentle around me. We were together." He said the words like he was tasting them, getting used to the flavor. Of all the scenarios that had run through her head since the moment Solo had told her Stephen Reeser was alive and not at all well, never once had she imagined this one. He looked like he wanted them to have been together. Not like he would accept the simple fact, but like he would be disappointed if they hadn't had a relationship. She hadn't lied about Violet. She wasn't about to start now. Not really. We knew each other at work, spent some time together outside of it, but I wouldn't call us friends. We spent one night together, and then you left. You didn't even say goodbye. He stepped back. That doesn't jibe with what's in my head. When I think about you, it's not guilt that I left you. It's happiness that I got to be with you. I can see you in bed. I was looking down at you, and the feeling I got. I wanted to finish what I was doing so I could get back to you. I had to finish something. His hand went to his head. It's right there. It's clearer than it was before. I think those drugs he gave me are starting to work. He paled the way he had earlier in the day. When he tried to think about the past, it made him ill. Someone had done this to him. A sweat broke out over his forehead. "Hey, you're going to scare Violet." She kept her voice even because she didn't want to scare her daughter either. He looked up, and though his jaw was tight, he seemed to breathe easier. "I don't want her to be afraid of me." "I know." Ronnie rubbed her baby's back as she settled down, obviously tired from all the late-night activity. "You were always worried about that. You told me I was the only one who wasn't afraid of you." "At Kronberg?" She nodded. "Yes. You were known for being pretty tough on people. Most of our colleagues were afraid of you because you wielded power pretty freely. I was the only one you were somewhat nice to." "We were friends?" How did she want to explain their relationship? She'd thought about it on the flight from Munich. "Not exactly. I was attracted to you. I was pretty naive, and it was my first time out of the States, my first big job. I wanted to see something in you that might not have been there. I wanted to think I could change you, that you could care about me so much you would change your ways. Beauty and the Beast syndrome. I'm not naive anymore. I need you to understand that I'm here to see if you can help me, not to restart a relationship." "Yes," he said simply. She wasn't sure what he was assenting to. "Yes?" "Yes, I'll help you," he said with a nod. "Of course I'll help you. What do you need me to do? Have you been hiding from me? Am I why you walked out on your internship? Because I won't hurt you. I don't know what I said or did to make you feel that way, but it won't happen again. Never. I'll do anything I can to help you and Violet." He sounded so fervent she wanted to believe him, but she'd been burned too many times to not be suspicious. "Just like that? Shouldn't you ask for a DNA test?" What could he get out of this? He had to be playing some angle. "I don't need one," he replied. "You said she's mine. She feels like she's mine. Besides, even if she wasn't, I would still help you." "I don't understand." He was quiet for a moment, his eyes on Violet. "You show up and offer me some kind of a future. Some even murky link to a past I might never remember. I'm going to take it. It's like I managed to start this tiny fire, and now I need to nurture it. If I take care of it, I might have something warm in my life. She didn't want to think about how those words made her want to melt. She wasn't supposed to be this easy. She was supposed to question everything this man said or did. I told you I'm not interested in a relationship. You aren't now. But I'm her father, and I'm going to help her and you. That means I'll be in your life as much as you'll allow me to be. And I don't intend to waste this chance. He wasn't listening to her. There is no chance. A ghost of a smile turned his lips up. I bet you always thought there was no chance that you would see me again. Things change. So do people. That was where he was wrong. Stephen Tucker, he corrected in a deep voice. My name is Tucker, and I'm not that bastard Reeser. I'm starting to wonder if I ever was. I've been letting the idea that I was some kind of monster eat me alive inside for months, and I'm going to stop. I'm going to live the life I have right now, and that includes you and our daughter. I wasn't asking you to be a part of her life. This was not going the way she'd thought it would, and his reaction was throwing her for a loop. Then what were you asking me for? Because, sweetheart, if it was cash, I'll give you everything I have, but it won't be much, he admitted. Oddly enough, guys who can't remember their real names or have any proof that they even exist don't make a ton of money. McKay Taggart pays us, but I haven't saved a ton. When MacDonald wiped my memory and turned me into her slave, she apparently took all my assets, too. Unless you know something I don't. Did I, own the place I lived in? Ever mention a big bank account maybe no one else knew about? Did I have a safe? He was being entirely frustrating. I wasn't going to blackmail you. I was going to ask you to help support her while I try to figure out if I can get my career back on track. That was all I was going to do. I want to get back into medicine if I can. It's a demanding profession, and I can't ask my mom to watch her all the time. She hoped once they got back to the States and found a new normal that her mother would want to get back into life again. It wasn't good for her to spend every waking hour living out her paranoia. He stepped up and put one big hand on Violet's back, a tender look coming over his face. I think I could be a good stay-at-home dad. All the kids treat me like a jungle gym. I'm also pretty much a big kid myself, not that I can't be responsible. And I bet Tag chipped me again. I cut out the last one because we were going into Kronberg and didn't want the CIA guys to be able to follow us. But if I know Tag, he probably put it in my butt, or somewhere it won't be easy to get to, so you'll always know exactly where I am. I'm sure he'll give you the code if you adopt me. What? Sorry, I was kidding about the adoption part, but Tag jokes about us being puppies a lot. I told you I didn't bring much of value to the table. Having a locator chip is one of the pluses, unless you think it's a negative and then I can cut it out. Wouldn't be the first, or even the second time. If I can find it. He frowned, but it only made him look adorable. Like Stephen had been when they were alone, when he let go of that ruthless will of his, and his smile came from somewhere deep inside, some well of sweetness in the man. What if the drugs that had been used on him had burned away all the hard parts of his personality, leaving him with all the sweetness and light? Was his dark side gone? Or merely clinging to him like shadows, waiting to take over again? I should go inside. Standing out here with him was disconcerting. You should get some rest. But know that I'll do whatever you need me to do, Ronnie. I'll figure out how to get us the money we need. I can probably sell some plasma. Do you think the drugs fucked up my plasma? Shit, I said fuck. And shit. I probably shouldn't cuss around the baby. I'm going to shut up now. His hand came out, cupping the side of her face. Except to say this. I missed you, Veronica. I didn't know your name, but I missed you. She was tearing up, and she'd promised herself he wouldn't get to her. She took a step back. This was a mistake. He stayed where he was, giving her space. Sorry. I won't touch you again if you don't want me to, but that felt right. I'm not supposed to think about my past. That can get me in trouble. So I've started following my instincts, and every instinct I have makes me want to get close to you, to be around you, to protect you. I only need some help to get back on my feet. He was infinitely more dangerous than he'd been before. Or maybe she wasn't as far from that naive girl she'd been as she'd thought. Maybe that dumb girl had been waiting for him to show up again and touch her like she was precious. The elevator doors opened, and a familiar woman stepped through. Rebecca Walsh hadn't aged a day. She was lovely, and still had a thing for cardigans. Her hands went to her hips as she took in the man in his hospital gown. Owen texted me that we had a problem. Tucker, what about you're not supposed to get out of bed, do you not understand? You know my memory is shit, Doc. I mean, it's bad. It's faulty, he said with a wince. I'm going to get better about the potty mouth thing. Rebecca turned her way and seemed to force a smile on her face. Hello, Veronica. We didn't get to talk earlier. I'm glad you're okay. You disappeared off the face of the earth. And you left without saying goodbye. Or warning her. She'd thought they were friends. Not the closest of friends, but at least friendly. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to leave everyone without an explanation, but things happened so quickly. Rebecca's face fell. I would like to explain that to you, but it's a long story. I doped her up with a time dilation drug and scared the holy hell out of her, and she wasn't sure what was real and what wasn't, Tucker said. She freaked out and ran. A shiver went up her spine. Okay, maybe not such a long story. Rebecca stared at Tucker, considering him. But now I'm not certain why you did it. Being around you the way I have has made me reconsider. I think you might have been trying to force me out of McDonald's team to save me. Good. He'd tried to save Rebecca, but left her behind for Dr. McDonald. Now that she knew a bit more about the doctor's experiments, she had to wonder why she'd been spared. Had he thought about that when he'd left her there? Or had that been the day he'd been taken? Don't believe what they say, Ronnie. I'm not who they say. It's all for show. What had he meant? At the time, she'd thought he meant his outward asshole was in place to show everyone he was in charge. He was too young to be in his position, and he wasn't the first leader who overdid his boss persona. What if he'd meant something else? She'd recognized one of those men who'd stood near Tucker. Her eyes had lingered on him, but it wasn't until this moment she realized who he was. The dark-haired one. She needed to see him, to make sure her memory wasn't playing tricks on her. That last day had been playing in a loop through her head ever since the moment she'd realized Stephen was alive. We should talk about all of this tomorrow, Rebecca was saying. Maybe we can have breakfast. I can fill you in on everything I know. I promise I won't hold anything back this time, Ronnie. For now, Tucker needs some rest, and I need to run a few more tests. I'm worried his cardiac event was connected to something I'm missing. I want to put my daughter to bed, Tucker insisted. Then I'll let you do whatever you like, but I want to say goodnight to her and make sure she and Ronnie have everything they need. Daughter? Rebecca's eyes widened. Oh my God. I didn't know. I thought you were playing with fire, but I didn't realize you'd actually slept with him. Violet yawned, giving her mother the perfect excuse to get out of this conversation. She needed some distance, needed a night to think about what had truly happened. Stephen was back, and she didn't know how she felt. What if he hadn't meant to leave her that day? She'd believed Dr. MacDonald, but MacDonald was a liar and a criminal. What if he'd really had a job interview and MacDonald had taken him into custody to protect her research? Had that been why the dark-haired man had been at her side that day? Solo had said they needed her to put together those last days in Munich and Paris. She hadn't once considered that the reality she knew could be false. What if he'd meant everything he'd said to her? What if he'd kissed her and promised to come back to her and she'd listened to a woman she knew was evil? She hadn't even questioned MacDonald, hadn't tried to contact Stephen to confirm he was a jerk. She hadn't seen him again. According to everyone, he hadn't even gone back to Munich to clear out his apartment. He'd simply moved to Argentina. Who did that? Veronica, are you all right? Rebecca was looking at her. You went a little pale. Are you okay? Tucker was right back to her side. She's been through a lot today. You have too, Rebecca argued. You need to be careful until we're sure that drug Green gave you isn't still having an effect. The door to her room came open, and Solo strode out, Taggart hard on her heels. What do you mean someone's trying to break into your place? Taggart asked. Like right now? Solo pressed the button for the lift. I don't know. I only know my perimeter alarms went off, and I need to figure out what's going on. No one is supposed to know I'm here in London. I assume you didn't send someone to loot the place. Of course not. All my puppies are accounted for. I'll go with you. Taggart looked over at Tucker, pointing a finger his way. If you don't follow Dr. Walsh's orders, I'll let Owen trank you. He's been practicing. You've gotten to talk to your girl. She's not going anywhere. Get back to bed. Your daughter doesn't need to lose her father to a heart attack right after she's found him. Miss Croft, your mother is going to be a pain in my ass. Tell her someone will walk her through our security protocols in the morning. If you need anything, call Damon. Everyone, get to bed. We'll sort this out in the morning. The doors opened, and Solo stepped in. I'll be back tomorrow. Don't worry. You're safe here. What's going on? The dark-haired man from before walked up, and he was carrying clothes on hangers, a shirt and jeans, sneakers in his other hand. He was a spectacularly handsome man, but then MacDonald had surrounded herself with those. You were there. She was sure of it now. She rubbed Violet's back, the motion as much for her comfort as the baby's. You were MacDonald's bodyguard on the last day I saw Stephen. You showed up at his flat with her. You took his things, his laptop and tablet. The dark-haired man looked stunned. I did what? Robert? Tucker turned his way. God, she's right. You were there. I was there. I can remember everything was green and the sun was starting to come up. There was a grave. I had something to do. How did I know you? I knew you. She watched in horror as Tucker went white and fell to the floor. Chapter 4. Tucker paced, the early morning light illuminating the conference room. Was Veronica awake yet? He wasn't sure what he wanted. He wanted her to be able to rest, but he also wanted to see her. He hadn't stopped thinking about her all night, even as the docs had run every test they could on him. His mind had been on his V's, Veronica and Violet. They were sweet and innocent, and he knew he should hold himself back. He wasn't innocent. He had blood on his hands. He'd done bad things he couldn't even remember doing. He should help them and then walk away. He wasn't going to do it. He was going to win her over, and before she figured out what was happening, he would be in her bed, sitting at her breakfast table, and taking their daughter to Daddy and Me classes. If her mom didn't murder him in his sleep. Also, if he didn't get arrested and thrown in jail. Minor problems. He'd gotten around far worse. "You should sit down," Robert said from his chair. "If one of the docs catches you walking around, you'll find yourself right back in bed." One coma, a minor heart attack, and a fainting episode, and suddenly he was an invalid. "I'm fine. I just needed to eat." According to Rebecca, hunger wasn't the problem, Rob pointed out. "She thinks it's all tied to the way the drug worked on your brain. Your whole system goes haywire when you try to remember." He understood what Rebecca and Stephanie had been talking about. There was a chemical reaction in his brain that hadn't been there before. His neural pathways were attempting to heal themselves in a way no one understood. He was some kind of walking medical miracle. Or a time bomb that could explode at any moment. "I can't not think about it. Veronica needs to know what happened. She's important, Rob." "I get that, and I'll do anything I can to help you," he replied. "I talked to Ariel last night. She wants to try hypnosis again. I know it didn't work the first time, but he didn't need a but. I'll do it. I'll try anything, man." He hadn't betrayed Ronnie. He knew it deep in his bones. There was something else here. Some truth that was waiting to be uncovered, and it would explain everything. "I'll even let Rebecca stand right there with her paddles in hand in case my heart goes wonky again." "You know Rebecca wasn't the one who shocked you. She wasn't there at the time. Veronica did it. At least, that's what Owen said. He told me she stepped right in and told Tag to get out of her way, and brought you back from the brink." He touched his chest. How close had he come? Would he be here if she hadn't decided to show up at exactly the right time? He couldn't see it as anything but the universe telling him she was important. She was a good doctor. He hated the fact that he didn't know how he knew that, but he let it go. He wasn't going to spend this day sick. He wanted to spend it getting to know his daughter. God, he had a daughter. "I'm sure she was. Kronberg goes after the best," Robert said. "She must have been great in her interviews. Technically, she didn't fit the profile they usually went with." "What does that mean?" Robert sat up, leaning his elbows on the big table. "Jax has a fat stack of information on her. We've been studying her for months." "I know. Everyone hoped she was the one who had the information we need." They'd headed to Munich because they believed Kronberg Pharmaceuticals had Dr. McDonald's records, specifically notes that would lead them to their true identities. But they'd also discovered that a list of every person in the medical, political, and military fields who had known and supported McDonald's research had existed at Kronberg. Tucker wanted that list. Tucker thought he might have had that list at one point. "I find it interesting that of all the interns Kronberg ever hired, only Veronica came from a state school," Robert said. "There's nothing wrong with state schools. When did you become a snob?" It wasn't at all like Robert. And Veronica was smart. She might not be the wizard of the neuro world like Rebecca Walsh, but she had a good head on her shoulders, and she would be a great doctor someday. They would work well together. They could open a practice, and... He took a deep breath and let it go, but it was there. He hadn't been planning on leaving her. He'd been planning a life with her. What had happened to kill those plans? "I'm not a snob, but the directors at Kronberg certainly were," Robert explained. "Look through the dossiers of the other employees. Harvard, Stanford, Oxford, the Karolinska Institute, Cambridge. The list goes on. The University of Texas at Houston is not their typical hunting grounds when it comes to interns. As far as I can tell, she's the only state school intern in 20 years. He didn't like the sound of that. The door came open, and Ezra Fain walked in, his laptop in hand. He nodded Tucker's way. "Good to see you up and about. How are you feeling? I read Rebecca's report." He'd read it too. He wasn't getting back in bed. Well, not unless Veronica went with him. "I'm fine. I feel fine." "Yeah, you'll feel fine right up to the point you die," Ezra said, sliding into his seat. "You need to listen to the doctors. We've all been worried about you." There were things they hadn't talked about. Well, he hadn't talked about. What did we do with Sasha?" Sasha. Obnoxious, snarky, sometimes mean Sasha. But Sasha had been his brother, too. Robert's jaw tightened as he leaned back. "We had him cremated. He's in a safe storage place right now. When we figure out who he was, I'll take his family the remains." "No movement on that?" he asked. "He might have had a daughter out there." "Until we figure out a place to start from, I don't know how we find his daughter," Ezra said with a sigh. "Charlotte Taggart has connections in Russia. She's put out some feelers, but we don't know how old the kid would be. We don't know who the mother is. It's a needle in a big haystack. Don't think it's not on my mind. We owe Sasha. It's one more reason for us to find the key." The key being the other half of MacDonald's notes. The ones that had the actual names of her victims. Hope MacDonald had thought herself clever. She'd coded the files she'd kept with her, giving each subject a Latin name. They'd managed to match up a few of them via medical records. Robert was a subject she'd called ex novo, built from nothing. She'd erased Robert entirely and built him back up to be her soldier. Tucker rather thought he was the file titled Damnatio Memoriae. He'd looked the phrase up after they'd found the files. It referred to a practice in Roman times when an enemy would be stricken from all official records, all paintings and references to the person outlawed. It was a way to eradicate everything about a person. Like he'd been eradicated. It was something one would do to only the greatest of enemies. He kind of liked the idea that he'd been MacDonald's enemy. The doors came open again, and Tucker held his breath. And then let it go, because Solo walked through, followed by Ian and Damon, who seemed to be arguing. It was good to know some things never changed. "I don't know that it's a good idea to let the CIA agent stay here," Damon said in his upper-crust British accent. "Where do you want me to go? My house has been compromised." Solo's eyes went straight to her ex-husband. "Did Tag bring you up to speed?" Ezra was suddenly endlessly fascinated by whatever was on his laptop screen. "I know someone breached your perimeters last night, and it sure as hell wasn't me. Are we sure it wasn't some guy trying to pick you up for a date? We all know you can forget your responsibilities. Maybe it was a fellow operative delivering the latest plans to fuck my life up." "I don't need an operative for that. I can do it all on my own," Solo shot back. "Yeah, it seems to be what you're best at." Ezra was looking at her now, a fire in his eyes like he hadn't expected she would fight back, and he was ready. "How's your boyfriend?" "Levi Green is not my boyfriend." Solo bit off every word. "He's not my friend. He's a man with information that can help my country. The last time I checked, it was your country, too." "We serve our country in different ways," Ezra replied. "Actually, I don't serve it at all since Green got me burned. I always thought it was Green. Now I wonder." Solo's eyes narrowed. "You can't honestly believe I'm the one who got you fired. After that clusterfuck of an op in Mexico, I was the one who had to clean everything up. I worked overtime to make sure no one put a hit out on you." "Or you set everything up," Ezra argued. "Isn't that one of your plays? Set up a problem so you can solve it, and then the person you solved it for will forgive you for anything, because you're so kind to have helped him." She pointed her ex-husband's way. "I have never done that." Tag groaned. Get a room and have hate sex, and don't come out until you either kill each other or fuck the other one out of your system. I'm too old for this shit. We don't know who was at Solo's last night, but I suspect whoever it was, he or she was a pro. Damon, I'm putting her up here so I can keep an eye on her. Also so she'll owe me. Solo laughed, a bitter sound. You already owe me more than you can repay. And you put me in the room next to the kitchen. Someone was playing K-pop and burning toast at 6 a.m. It's not much of a favor. You do understand that if we let her in, she'll steal the prize at the end of this, Ezra pointed out. It's what CIA operatives do. It's a class we all have to take. How to fuck over your friends 101. I wasn't fucking over anyone, Solo said with a long sigh. I did what I had to do. If you had killed Levi, they would have come after you, and honestly, he does know things we need to know. He's been working this a hell of a lot longer than I thought he was. He's been involved for years. And yet you didn't see it, Tag accused. He was your colleague, but you didn't figure out he was working his own angle? Knight snorted. I'm going to move a bit so the lightning doesn't strike me. Solo glared Tag's way. I have 2 words for you. Eli Nelson. Ezra snorted and covered his smile. Tucker felt his eyes go wide. Eli Nelson had been Big Tag's Levi Green. He'd been a collective agent who'd also worked for the CIA. Nelson had been the reason Tag left the agency. Ian's wife had been the reason Nelson likely still had body parts floating around the Arabian Sea. Tag turned a nice shade of pink and then sighed. Fair. All right, Solo. You want to prove you're one of the good guys. What have you figured out about Green and his involvement? Solo's face fell. Not a lot. He won't say much about it, except that he wants to cut a deal. He's been willing to talk about a lot, including the fact that several members of the agency and other intelligence units knew what MacDonald was doing before and after they closed the ranch. We all know there was a group within the agency that knew she was using soldiers to experiment on. He won't give me names. He might not know them, Ezra said. Oh, I have no doubt he knows some of them, because he's likely been working for the fuckers, but he won't give them up. He gives them up and he loses his only safety. The people you're working for don't have an appetite for execution. He knows that. Are we talking about the president? Tucker remembered that much. Solo was working for President Hayes, if the rumors were true. She looked to Ezra. Ezra rolled his eyes. Take her silence as a yes. We have to assume the president wants to clean house, but he needs help. He needs proof. If Levi thought it would help him, he would pass over a list of names. It would help him. Tag let his big body sink into the chair next to Ezra. But only if it was backed up with proof. Hayes isn't going to let Levi make up a list of names. I think I knew him. Tucker said the words, careful not to concentrate too hard about Green. In my head, I can see myself meeting him, but I think it was before. Or he worked with MacDonald, Knight said. We've been piecing together a timeline. I can place him in Europe shortly before MacDonald fled. The question is, what made her leave? Kronberg got scared, Robert replied. According to the interviews we did in Munich, something happened that made Kronberg shut her project down. They wiped everything clean in the course of a night. Now we know they kept notes on her research and copies of their donors, but they aren't held on their campus, at least according to what Solo told us about the files we found. The main thing I found on those files was the information that led me to Veronica, Solo explained. That tidbit had Tucker's attention. Why was Ronnie even on their radar? Robert leaned forward. Yes, I'm interested in that too. She doesn't fit their profile. I don't know, but they were watching her, she said. I know Veronica and her mother thought they were hiding, but Kronberg knew exactly where she was. There was surveillance footage, probably from an in-house PI. I think they're the ones who were crawling around my place last night."
"They were smart enough to stay away from your cameras," Tag said. "I'm worried we're dealing with more than an investigator. That's why I think we should either bring Solo in or ship her back to the States. Tell me something. Did you pay Green back for slapping the shit out of you in Munich?"
Ezra's head came up. "He did what?" Oh, Tag was such a bastard. He knew exactly what he was doing. He was sure Solo had wanted that part left out of the official report. Ezra hadn't been in the room when Solo had confronted Levi after giving herself up to his mercenaries to buy them all some time. She'd spouted some sarcasm Levi's way, and Levi had reacted poorly. He'd slapped her hard enough to make her head snap back. It had been the first time Tucker had understood how evil the man could be. Apparently, Robert had told Tag everything that had happened. Tag was making sure Ezra knew, and letting Solo see exactly how he would react. He was meddling. Unfortunately, Tucker approved. "Yeah, that was rough. I couldn't believe he smacked you like that. You were completely helpless." "He did what?" Ezra's voice was low, but there was no mistaking the menace there.
"Oh, he smacked the hell out of her," Robert threw in with them. "Just bitch-slapped her hard. I was surprised you didn't notice the handprint on the side of her face that night." "I'm betting she tried to keep it from him," Tag said.
"He fucking hit you? Physically?" Ezra turned to his ex-wife. "Well, I had said something about him having a tiny dick at the time," Solo mentioned. Tag's head shook, and he sat back. Ezra chuckled, but there wasn't a hint of humor to it. He stood and picked up his laptop. "Well, you would know all about that. If you'll excuse me, I'll grab a cup of coffee and go down to help Jax. I would like a report of anything discussed here today. If you need me, you know where to find me." Solo looked up. "Beck." He walked out without looking back.
"I lob you an easy one. And not only do you swing and miss, you kind of throw the bat in his face," Taggart said.
"Which is precisely why you should stay out of it, you meddling old man," Knight said under his breath. "I didn't—" Solo groaned. "Levi wasn't my lover. He was my drunk mistake. How long do I pay for this?" She shook her head. "Nope. I'm not going there right now. Tucker, you said you remember meeting Levi, and Damon's intelligence places him in France before MacDonald left for Argentina. Didn't you find out that you took a trip to Paris around that time?" "I don't know. That's what Arthur Dwyer said." Arthur had been a colleague at Kronberg. Robert shook his head.
"No. He said he saw you at the airport. He didn't see you in Paris."
"But he saw me get on a plane with Veronica." "This should be easy to clear up," Knight said, getting up and heading for the door. He opened it briefly. "Please let Ms. Croft in when she gets here," he said to the receptionist before coming back to his seat. "We've got other things to talk about. I'm hearing rumors that MI6 was upset that you're not sharing intel, Solo." "I don't have intel to share," she replied. "Look, I know you all think I have this sacred document, but it wasn't in the files the boys found when they raided Kronberg."
"The files you stole," Tag pointed out.
Solo threw her hands up in obvious surrender. "The files I stole because I'm the worst person on the face of the earth." She started to push her chair back. "It's obvious I can't make any headway. Consider Veronica a gift. I'll leave you all be." Tag sighed and leaned toward her.
"Hey, I'm sorry. It pissed me off, but I do understand what you did. Ezra would have killed that son of a bitch, and then he would be in a world of hurt because the agency wouldn't have looked the other way. I'm worried that we're going to find some agency names on that list."
Solo nodded and sat back. I am too. I'm worried that Levi's set up a system that protects him and fucks Beck over if anything happens to him. He told you that? Damon asked. Not in so many words, Solo said. The insane thing is I really have tortured him. I think the bastard likes it. Give me 5 minutes with him, Tag offered. You would be surprised what he can take and not talk, Solo said, and how reasonable he can sound. He's probably making a deal even as we speak. Anyway, you want to know what was on the intel we got from Kronberg. What I got was years of financial records and some sketchy business practices. I've got proof that Kronberg knew their erectile dysfunction meds could cause testicular cancer. But other than giving that to a reporter, I don't see how it helps us here. I want to talk to Levi Green. He knew Green had the answers. Solo seemed to consider it. We would have to go back to the States. I would like to get him in a room with Tucker and see if he slips up, and Robert. He seemed to know a whole lot about Robert's situation. I would definitely like to know if he has any information about my family, Robert said quietly. I've had my mind on other things, but I'm getting to the point where I need to know if what Emily said was true. Emily Seeger had explained that Robert had a mother and a brother, both of whom had died. Levi Green had dangled the tempting possibility that they were alive, and he knew where they were. Someone had done a damn fine job of wiping them off the face of the earth. Like they'd done with him. Damnatio memoriae. It was hard to believe someone hated him so much. The door came open, and his world seemed to come to life. Ronnie walked in wearing jeans and a green sweater that brought out the gold in her eyes. He immediately moved to hold a chair out for her. Hey, good morning. Did you sleep okay? She seemed almost startled to see him there. No, I slept terribly, but I'm fine. I want to get this done so we can all move on. He did too. Oh, he was absolutely certain she meant move on from him, but it wasn't going to go that way. Sit down and we can all talk. Can I get you some coffee? She stared for a moment and then seemed to find her voice. Sure. I could use some coffee. My mom is with Vi. Is that okay, or do you need to talk to her too? Mom didn't work at Kronberg. She came over to Germany when my sister died, and then we realized we were in danger, so she stayed. Oh, he had so many questions about that. He hadn't been given the dossier on her yet because he was too fragile to read or some shit. Sit. I'll take care of you. Now, what happened to your sister? I'm assuming this wasn't a natural death. He moved to the small buffet that the London crew always set out when they were having a planned conference. Teresa, who had been known to listen to some K-pop and usually had toast first thing in the morning, set out coffee, tea, and pastries for the morning meetings, and tea and sandwiches for the afternoon ones. He poured her a cup of coffee and added a bit of cream and 2 sugars. She liked it sweet. She would want the cream cheese Danish. She was murdered, Ronnie said. According to the reports, it was a fire, Taggart argued. She was working late at her office in the bottom of a very old building and there was a gas leak. The resulting fire killed 3 people, including Catherine Croft. She was a freelance journalist who specialized in investigative reporting. She particularly liked to catch corporations misbehaving. His stomach turned at the thought of what that must have been like for her. She'd been alone and pregnant at the time, and mourning. Had she mourned him, or merely hated him? I don't believe for a second that it was an accident, Mr. Taggart, she said as he placed the cup and plate in front of her. And why is that? Ian asked. Because an hour after my sister's building blew up, I received a message that if I ever talked about what I knew, they would do the same thing to me. Tucker's knees went weak, and he forced himself to sit. bad, had just gotten worse. The coffee was exactly how she liked it. Not too much cream, probably way too much sugar, and she would have fought over the Danish. You like it sweet because you're sweet, sweetheart. She'd laughed at his goofiness, and then sobered quickly because they'd been walking to Kronberg when he'd said the words to her, and she hadn't been allowed to do what she'd wanted to. She'd wanted to kiss him before they split up for the day, before she spent long hours trying to ignore that something was wrong with the company she worked for. She remembered that she'd been surprised he knew how she liked her coffee, and that she was always disappointed because all the cheese danishes would be gone by the time the interns got a turn at breakfast. Could he really remember her, though MacDonald had done her best to wipe clean every semblance of his life? Why would she be the one thing that came through? Unless he was doing exactly what her mother accused him of. Lying, pretending, covering his own ass. She didn't want to believe it, but she rather thought that was her hormones talking, and not her brain. Because he was still the most beautiful man she'd ever seen, and she'd sat up all night remembering how he could make her feel. Beloved, desired, sexy as hell, wanted. Alone, empty, hollow. That isn't in my notes, Taggart said with a frown, as though the worst thing that could happen was for his notes to be wrong. I never heard you were sent some kind of warning. Or perhaps the man was simply used to the world obeying him. According to Solo, he was kind of the boss of everything here. I didn't realize you had notes, she replied before sipping her coffee. Tucker had taken the seat next to her, and she didn't miss the look that had crossed his face when she'd talked about the message she'd received. He'd gone pale, and for a moment she worried he was going to have another fainting spell. But he'd sat down beside her, and his hand had come up on the table almost as though he would cover her hand. She'd moved slightly away from him, and he'd sat back. Ian always has notes. He's always prepared, Tucker explained. He doesn't often get caught off guard. Oh, I can think of a couple of times I've been caught off guard and it cost us all. Tag turned to Solo. I take it you knew all about this development? Only because I've already interviewed the Crofts, Solo replied. I told you I'd found out a couple of incidents I thought we needed to investigate. The pieces of this particular puzzle don't seem to fit, but I think we need to look at them all again. We've missed something. She didn't like her sister being called a puzzle piece, but she understood the way an investigator's mind worked. Her sister would have said the same thing. Katie had been investigating Kronberg for a long time before she died. I didn't even realize she was working on a story about them until I got hired there. My sister was older than me, and she was pretty much wholly devoted to her career. I didn't talk to her often, and neither did Mom. When my mom mentioned she should look me up because I was in Germany, my sister got upset. Tucker frowned. Your sister was investigating Kronberg before you got the job? She nodded. This was one thing he wouldn't know even if he did remember his old life. She'd played Katie's job close to the vest. She almost never talked about what her sister did for a living. She'd been living in Europe for a couple of years at that point. She often got published by French and German news outlets. She was fluent in German. Mom was stationed at Ramstein for most of Katie's childhood. I spent a couple of years there, but she moved us to Texas when she left the army. Tucker looked at the man who'd been there the day he'd left her, the man who'd probably been with him as he'd left for Argentina. They shared a long look that made her wonder. What? They were obviously having a whole conversation made up of eyebrows rising and heads tilting. They had oddly similar gestures. The dark-haired man nodded to Tucker. Rob thinks your internship might have been out of the norm for Kronberg, Tucker began. The door opened again, and Rebecca was followed by the gorgeous Scott, who Ronnie had learned the doctor had recently married. I'm sorry I'm late, Rebecca said with a frown. We're not late. They started without us. Owen held a chair out for his bride before sitting beside her. "We're a good 10 minutes early." "I was hoping to get to talk to Dr. Croft," Rebecca admitted. "Big Tag doesn't usually slide into his seat until 2 seconds before he's supposed to be here, and then he often sleeps with his eyes open. Not when he's attempting to meddle in someone else's marriage," the British man with dark hair said. "Knight. Damon Knight. Then he's bright and early."
"You're welcome, married man," Tag shot his way.
She got the feeling this group could devolve quite quickly if she let them. "Why was my internship odd?" "What are you talking about?" Rebecca asked. "Something about my internship at Kronberg has set off alarm bells for Tucker and the other one," she said, looking to the man across from Tucker. "Ron?"
"Robert," he replied. "I go by Robert, though I've been told my name is Russell Seeger."
Something about the name sparked a curiosity. Memory was a funny thing. Even when one's hadn't been wiped, it could still play tricks on a person.
"I was told you remember seeing him," Taggart began. "Robert, that is. You saw him in Paris?"
She shook her head. "I'll talk about it after they tell me what it is about my internship that bugs them." Tucker's jaw tightened. He hadn't changed his tells. His jaw always formed that hard line when he didn't want to do what he was about to do. "If you expect me to trust you at all, I need some honesty," she prompted. He turned her way, and she got the feeling this was another of those times when he would like to touch her, when all she had to do was reach out and he would take her hand in his. She couldn't do it.
"You aren't the usual candidate they look at," Tucker began.
"She was an excellent intern," Rebecca argued. Tag held out a hand.
"No one is saying she wasn't good. But Robert has been looking into Ms. Croft's background, and he and Tucker have spent the last year studying Kronberg and their practices. Let's not get sensitive. I'd like to hear them out."
She sat up, bracing herself. "I would as well." "Robert mentioned that Kronberg could be a bit snobby when it came to their intern program," Tucker began, obviously picking his words carefully. "I went to a state school." She could guess where this was going. Did they think she hadn't considered this? At the time, she thought she'd hit the lottery, but later on she'd known there had been a more sinister purpose to the invitation. "Kronberg recruited me because they knew my sister was investigating them. They wanted to use me against her, or they hoped I could be a reasonable voice my sister would listen to." "Did they approach you about your sister?" Damon asked. "She was mentioned in my last review, but it was more of a reminder that I signed a non-disclosure agreement and I couldn't share information with her. It wasn't until after she died I thought they brought me in to keep an eye on me. I wasn't there for my talent." "You were quite good," Rebecca insisted. "Before my world exploded, I thought about looking you up to take a job at the Houseman Foundation with me. It doesn't matter if I was good enough or not." She didn't allow herself to dream anymore. "The truth is they came after me because my sister was investigating them. A representative from Kronberg prodded me to apply, and that's not how they operate." "But they do," Rebecca insisted. "They recruited me." "You are a star in the neuro world. Everyone knows you'll get a Nobel one day," she pointed out. "I was in the top 15% of my class at a state school. I had good grades and references, but nothing stellar. I should have realized there was something odd about it. But all I could think of was I would get to work with some of the best doctors in the world, and I would get to do it close to my sister. Hell, my German wasn't even very good. Though it was much better now. Living in Bavaria and having a desperate need to fit in had made her fluent. She'd spent long hours perfecting her accent, so no one would question the odd shop girl. Except she didn't have a reason to hide, according to Solo. They'd known where she was the whole time. It made her sick to her stomach. She'd wasted years, and they could have taken her when they wanted to. It was one of the reasons she'd decided to come in. That and the fact that no matter how much she denied it, she'd wanted to know if Stephen Reeser was still alive. She still wasn't certain, and that was a problem. Solo had her tablet in front of her, and her fingers worked the monitor. "I'm sending you all the report detailing the interviews I've already done with Ronnie and her mom. She wasn't directly threatened with her sister, but I think it's obvious the bigwigs at Kronberg are still worried Katie Croft left behind information Ronnie could use against them." "It's been years," Ronnie said. "If I had something, I would have used it by now. I would have used it to protect my daughter."
What exactly made you decide to hide your identity? Was it just the threat, or was there something else? Taggart asked.
She didn't like to think about that day. She hated it now because it might have been the day she'd made a huge mistake. Hope MacDonald fired me herself. It was the last time I saw her.
Can you walk us through that timeline? Tag asked. We've got some information on her movements, but I would like to hear it from your side.
It was a week later Stephen left, she explained. This was a week after I saw her in Paris. She came to where Stephen and I were staying, and explained that he'd taken a job with her in Argentina.
And I was there.
Robert was watching her intently. "Yes. I think she brought you in case I freaked out on her or something." She'd asked for honesty, and she intended to give it back to them, even when it hurt. She showed up with Robert, though he didn't say anything.
"Yeah, we weren't there to talk," Robert agreed. "You realize, of course, that I don't remember this at all."
She nodded. "You didn't do anything beyond stand behind MacDonald, and when she asked you to take Stephen's laptop and tablet, you made sure you had them. Like I said, she told me Stephen wouldn't be coming back to Germany with me. She basically told me I was stupid to have believed that Stephen truly wanted me. She implied that Stephen was using me to make her jealous, and then she said she would see me back at Kronberg." Robert leaned forward.
"Tucker, just because she said it doesn't mean it's true. You know we've never found anyone who would say you were her lover."
She glanced toward Tucker, and he'd gone a pasty white, his eyes on the table in front of him, as though he needed a moment to gain his composure. "I never saw MacDonald be affectionate with you," Rebecca said. "Not once. I did see her flirt with a lot of men, but not you."
"We could have been hiding it, since she was my boss," Tucker said, his voice tight.
"Or she could have been lying, so Veronica was so angry she didn't ask questions," Knight pointed out.
"We all know she was good at manipulating people," Taggart added.
It worked. She was starting to wonder if she hadn't made a horrible mistake. "I didn't ask any questions. I went back to work and hoped I didn't bump into Stephen again."
"Why were you in Paris with him?" Taggart asked.
"Because I thought we were starting a relationship. He told me he was interviewing for a job that would get him out of Kronberg. He said he wanted to go back to the States, and this job would make that happen for him. We spent the night together at an apartment he said he used when he was in Paris." "She's given me a general description of the place," Solo offered. "It was close to the Tuileries garden, so that narrows it down a bit. I'm hoping I can find the actual building, because I would love to know who owned the apartment."
"That would be helpful."
Taggart turned his attention back to Ronnie.
"So you spent the night with him, and he went to his interview the next morning. Did he say anything before he left? Did you go with him? Were you supposed to meet him? He didn't tell you who he was interviewing with?"
"If he was close to taking a job in the States, he would have been far along in the interview process," Rebecca mused. "At the level he would have been looking at, he likely would have multiple interviews. He could have done the initial interviews on the phone or over the internet, but there would be several in-person meetings. Had he been gone a lot in the weeks prior?" She had never thought about that. "No. Stephen was married to his job. I was there for almost a year, and he didn't even take weekends off. MacDonald would come and go, but Stephen was always there. It was a surprise that he wanted to go to Paris for the weekend. He left the apartment before dawn. At the time, I didn't think much about it. He was always a careful man, and he was never late, so I thought he was being proactive. But now that I think about it, he didn't have a suit with him. All he had was a duffel bag. He wouldn't have carried a suit in a duffel bag.
I'm not a fan of suits, Tucker said with a weak laugh. So I was obviously lying about what I was doing. I think we can say that's a safe bet, Taggart agreed. He was gone for too long, wasn't he? Did you try his cell?
I did. Many times, she admitted. I got worried when he didn't show up that afternoon. Then MacDonald and Robert were there. She basically threw a bunch of lady aggression in my face, told me she pitied me, and walked away with all of Stephen's things. I shouldn't have let her take his stuff. She'd missed a chance. She should have hidden his computer the minute she'd seen MacDonald walking up to the building. Her sister would have. Her sister wouldn't have been so worried about her tender feelings that she'd stopped thinking at all. You should have done exactly what she wanted you to do. Tucker leaned her way, a serious look on his face. If MacDonald thought for a second that you knew something you shouldn't have, she would have taken action. She would have either killed you or wiped your memory and left you with nothing. I'm glad you gave it up. You being safe was all that matters. The man knew how to say all the right things. He was looking at her, his face so earnest. As she'd watched him last night and this morning, she'd been struck by how open he seemed. Where Stephen had been shuttered emotionally, only giving out glimpses of what he was feeling when they were alone, Tucker was an open book. His emotions played across his face with no mask to hide them.
Thank you for all the feels, Tucker, Taggart said with a shake of his head. You're going to let her walk all over you. Back to the actual matter at hand. When did you see MacDonald next?
About a week later. Everyone was making notes now. She'd spent so much of the last few years of her life trying to go unnoticed that being the center of attention was unnerving. It was 2 days before my sister died. I hadn't talked to Katie in weeks, though. I'd been ducking her calls because I didn't want to explain how I'd screwed up my love life. I was pretty depressed. MacDonald showed up at the lab, and I asked if Stephen was with her. I wasn't asking because I wanted to see him. I wanted to avoid him, to tell you the truth. I was still pretty raw. She had the angriest look in her eyes. She told me he was done with me and walked away. I took that to mean I was fired. I'd asked to move teams, and they'd told me no. I'm ashamed to say I walked out. I was unnerved. That seems sudden. Is there anything else you remember about her that day? Knight stared at her, as though he could see inside her head. She wasn't herself. She could still see the crazy look in MacDonald's eyes. I know she'd spent a lot of time upstairs in the corporate offices. When she came down, she didn't talk to anyone but me. She ignored everyone else, even people who tried to talk to her. There was something else, something that hadn't seemed important at the time. Someone said her father was with her. You didn't tell me that. Solo's eyes had widened. I'm sorry, I didn't think it was important until now, she explained. And I didn't see him, but I remember Arthur Dwyer talking about it. He was in some of those meetings. You should talk to him. I would be surprised if he isn't still at Kronberg. I think he took over for Stephen. Rebecca sighed. We did talk to him, and he didn't bother to mention he was in those meetings. He did tell us he saw you with Stephen at the airport. How would he have seen us? That didn't make sense. He said he was at the airport, Rebecca replied. There were some things she definitely remembered. Oh, he couldn't have been. We left on a Friday afternoon. We went straight from work. Arthur got angry with me because I wouldn't stay and help him with an experiment he was running. I know he turned in his findings, so there's no way he was strolling around the airport. That particular experiment would have taken him all weekend, and he would have to babysit it. And there was no way he would have seen us together at the office because Stephen made sure we left at 2 different times. Any time I saw Stephen outside of work, he was careful no one would catch us.
Taggart grinned, a baring of teeth that could only be called predatory. Oh, I'm interested in talking to Dwyer myself. I would love to know why he lied about that. I think we'll have to go a bit deeper on that man. But thank you, Ms. Croft. This helps us with a timeline. Did you know anyone who spent time in Argentina?
There were 3 other members of her original team who went with her, but I wasn't close to any of them. After MacDonald left, Arthur's group then became the lead team working neurology at the Munich office. I never talked to anyone at Kronberg again.
She looked around, because there was a tension in the air she didn't understand.
What? From what we can tell, everyone who went with MacDonald to Argentina is dead,
Rebecca said quietly. Or mind-wiped, Tucker added. When you look at it that way, I was lucky. You're the only person who worked directly with MacDonald in those last days who still has a heartbeat and a functioning brain, Taggart pointed out. And now you're out in the open.
And someone figured out where my London safe house is the same day I moved you to it,
Solo pronounced grimly. Someone was looking for her. She'd placed them all in danger. Again. Chapter 5. Tucker knocked on the door to Ronnie's apartment and hoped she would actually answer. The morning's conference had turned into a whole afternoon of questions from Ian and Damon and Solo. Ezra had rejoined the group and gone over every second of those last few weeks. Not every second. She'd glossed over the time they'd spent in bed. According to her, they hadn't left the apartment in Paris the whole day they'd spent there. He was fairly certain they hadn't been watching television. They'd been busy making a baby. Violet. The door came open, and Ronnie's eyes went wide.
Hey, is everything okay? They said they didn't need me again until tomorrow.
I wanted to come by and see if you needed anything. He held up the box he'd had delivered moments before. Like a pizza. I figured you hadn't had time to stock your kitchen. She breathed through her nose, and a dreamy look came over her face.
Tell me it's pepperoni. American pepperoni, and not those pepper things you get when you order pepperoni over here.
This is all American pepperoni, and it's from my favorite pizzeria in the city, he explained. Trust me, we've tried them all. One of the cool things about losing your memory is getting to try all the foods again, because you have no idea what you like. Although I tried kale, and that wasn't so cool. I decided to discount all hardcore greens at that point, but I did experiment with about 1,000 ways to eat a pizza. She took the box and turned, leaving the door open so we followed her inside. And stopped, because Violet was in a playpen, her hands on the top of the wall and her whole body bouncing. She was wearing a pair of footy pajamas, her hair in pigtails, and she was so cute his heart nearly stopped. This was why Tag kept Charlotte pregnant all the time. He'd been around a lot of kiddos, but Violet was different. Violet was his. Her mother didn't know it yet, but she was his, too. I was hoping we could talk.
Didn't I do that all day?
She disappeared into the kitchen. I wanted to talk about Violet. He stared down at her. There were a couple of toys at her feet, including a worn stuffed bunny that had definitely seen better days. The vision of an old stuffed bear hit him. He could see it. They'd called the bear Stanley. It had been his older brother's.
His brother. He had a brother, and his name was... Hey, maybe you should sit down. Are you having another episode? He shook it off, or tried to. His head was starting to pound. His daughter was staring up at him as if she knew something was wrong. He didn't want to scare her. I should go. Sit down. Her hand found his, and she tugged him back toward the couch. Let the memory go. That's what Rebecca said you need to do. Let it go, and think about something that's happened to you since you came here. She'd asked Rebecca about her protocols when it came to him. Maybe she was curious. She was a doctor. It was one of the things that had brought them together. He loved how she worked with the people around her, but he believed firmly that she didn't belong in research. She would be so good with patients. They would love her. They would trust her. You're still thinking about it, she said in a low tone. He was on the couch next to her, and suddenly she eased him down, letting him lay his head in her lap. A soft palm eased over his forehead, and then he could feel her fingers on his scalp. Yeah, he wasn't thinking about the past anymore. Sorry. He hadn't meant to break down in front of her, but that seemed to be all he could do. The memories are coming faster now, but they're not complete. They're little visions. I can remember that I have a brother, but I don't remember his name. You called him Ace, though I got the feeling that was a nickname. Ace. His brother. Their mom called them Ace and Bub. What else did I say about him? Not much. You didn't talk about your family, except to tell me they would like me, and I would meet them when we went back to the States. Her fingers moved over his scalp as she looked down at him. Is it any better? He closed his eyes, letting himself simply be in the moment. I'm getting there. Thank you. He didn't want to break their contact. You wanted to ask about Violet? What do you want to know? Everything. Were you mad when you found out you were pregnant? He meant everything. He wanted to know it all, the good, the bad, and the rightfully angry. Oh, I was beyond angry. I was also scared. My sister had been killed, and I had gotten that horrible message that I could be next. I realized I couldn't go home. Why? I would think it would be easier to hide in the States. I was afraid to get on a plane, to go through an airport. It's so easy to find a person. I was scared to go anywhere with security cameras. My mom had friends in a small town in the Bavarian Alps. They found us a house, and we spent a lot of money getting not-so-legal documentation. An EU passport is a powerful tool. I can pretty much run anywhere on the continent if I need to, without too much security. So Violet was born in Germany? Yes. She was born in a small hospital in Oberammergau. I worked there in a shop, she explained. Mom worked at a grocery. When I gave birth, I got paid time off. It was nice. I liked being home with Vi, but I want to work again. I want to go home and get back on track. What was she like? She was an easy baby. At least that's what my mom tells me. Violet rarely cried. When she was born, I had to ask the doctor if she was healthy because she was so quiet. They put her in my arms, and she looked up at me, and I realized we were going to be okay. As long as we had each other, we would be all right. He turned and looked at her. Tears shimmered in his eyes. I didn't leave you, Ronnie. You remember? No. But I know I didn't want to leave you. I know deep in my gut that I was trying to get us out. I can't promise you that I wasn't involved in what MacDonald did. I pray I wasn't, and I had some different reason I was there, but I know everything changed when I met you. I was getting out. I was getting us both out. I can't remember the hows or the whys, but when I get a vision of that day, I wasn't leaving you behind. Are you better now?" And his sweet time was done. He eased himself up. "Much. Thank you. You should eat." She stood, smoothing down her t-shirt. "Yeah. Do you want some? These are nice apartments. Does everyone who works here live here too?" Good. She wasn't kicking him out. "I would love a slice. And yes, for the most part. There's Nick and Haley, Brody and Steph, Damon and Penny, of course, though they also have a country house they spend time at. Nina lives in a single. So does Walt. I share with Rob. I guess I don't anymore since he got married. Without me, it's rude. Who gets married when his best friend is in a coma? Can I pick her up?" Ronnie set 2 plates on the table and hesitated for a moment. "I guess so. Sure. She's doing the grabby hands thing, so she'll likely insist now." He hesitated. "She's so small." Ronnie moved in, bending over and lifting Violet into her arms. "She's really not. She's tall for her age, and she's a solid kid. She's not delicate, as you will learn when she decides to climb all over the place. You can hold her." He found his arms suddenly full of sweet baby girl, who immediately started patting his face. "You should watch her. She will stick her finger up your nose," Ronnie said with a grin. "Do you want a water? I would offer you a beer, but the lady who brought us bread and milk and stuff did not bring beer, and that is a mistake when it comes to my mother. She's way easier to get along with if she's had a few." "No, baby." He gently moved Vi's finger away from his nose and evaded her eye poke. "Your mom does not like me, I take it. And yes, I'll have a water. And yes, I'll get you some beer." She opened the pizza box with obvious relish. "I never drank beer until I went to Germany. Now I love it." "There's a bar downstairs, but it's not open tonight." He sank down into his chair, Vi standing on his lap. "Nose! Nose!" His daughter grinned at him. He touched her nose. Violet's nose. "She's learning parts of the body," Ronnie explained. "I'm teaching her in English and German. Die Nase." Vi touched his nose again. "Nase." "She already speaks more languages than me. How did I work in Germany and not pick up any German?" "Because everyone spoke English in the city. I've been out in the country. Almost everyone speaks English there, too, but if you want to fit in, you speak German. And my mom hates everyone. Everyone except Violet and me. But she does hate you in particular, since you deflowered her darling girl and left her knocked up." Violet was trying to climb up his body. "Not willingly. I mean, I was totally willing to do the knocking up part, not the leaving part." "Wait, what? Deflowered?" He'd been her first? She'd been mature to be a virgin. She'd gone all the way through medical school. Had he been a virgin? Violet was a monkey determined to sit on top of his head. He gently pulled her down, and she started right back up again. Ronnie was grinning, her face lit with amusement. "Well, she's my mom. She didn't know about all my fun times in college. I'm teasing you, Tucker." He liked how she was looking at him, how she was teasing him. All day she'd been somber as she answered all the questions the different operatives asked. It was good to see her more relaxed. Violet tried to haul herself up by his hair. He winced and stood. "She really likes to climb." "Told you." She sobered as he started to pace. "What do we do now?" I came here because I thought this was going to be over. But it seems like someone is still watching me. How do I handle it? I don't even know who it is. Obviously, I think it's probably Kronberg. But I can't walk in and ask to speak to management. He'd wondered if she'd been planning on leaving as soon as she could. You stay with us while we figure out what's going on. We're trained investigators. I assure you Jax is already working on the problem. If for some reason my team has to move, you stay here and be safe. Why would you have to move? Ear! Violet tugged on his ear. How to explain this to her and come out sounding at all like a man who should be trusted with a child? After I became Tucker, I joined the group of MacDonald's men. At some point, Kronberg turned on her, or she turned on them, and she needed cash. We were trained to rob banks. Ah, so you're a wanted man. She reached for her second slice. Solo mentioned something about Interpol. Are you trapped in this building? He was trapped in so many ways. I don't go out a lot. But earlier this year we realized that the agency was starting to apply pressure. We needed to move around to keep the heat off Damon. We spent some time in Colorado, and then Toronto and Munich. I just realized everywhere we go, one of us gets married. It's only me now, since... Well, Munich was hard on my team. They'd lost Sasha. They'd lost Dante. Yes, he'd betrayed them all, but he'd been around for so long it was odd to not see his face. Everything was changing. His brothers were moving on and finding their lives. They were all married, and he knew Jax and River were talking about having a baby. He had a baby. She was currently laying her head on his shoulder and yawning. So, at any moment you could be arrested. He was such good boyfriend material. Yes, and you should know that. If anyone comes for me, you pretend you don't know who I am. If we're together, I'm a guy you recently met and you know nothing, and thank you, officer, for saving me from the dangerous man. That seems cold. No, it's smart. You're more important. He found a rhythm that seemed to have Vi calming down. She patted his chest, and her eyes closed. Ronnie stared at him for a moment. I wish I could believe you're real. He chuckled. I just told you I'm wanted by a whole bunch of different authorities, and you worry I'm not real? I have no real memory of my past. One of my fun nicknames is Dr. Razor, and according to Rebecca, I could pass out or have a cardiac episode at any moment. I'm pretty fucking real. I said fuck. I'm sorry. Don't listen to me, Violet. They called you Dr. Razor because anyone who got into a verbal argument with you felt like they'd been in a knife fight, Ronnie explained. You were kind of an ass. They like to say you could cut pretty deep with words. You didn't need a scalpel. If only he could believe that was the true reason he had that nickname. I cared about you, Ronnie continued quietly. I think I might have been in love with you. But you hurt me so badly. I understand that you might not have meant to do it, but you also didn't tell me anything was wrong. You did lie to me. You weren't going on an interview. He wished he knew what he'd been thinking at the time. He had one real thought. I hope I was trying to protect you. But you left me ignorant. You left me so I couldn't protect myself because I didn't know what was going on. I still don't know what's going on. I don't know what I was thinking at the time. I think I was trying to protect you. Or maybe I was trying to protect me. Maybe I didn't want you to know all the things I'd done. I can't be sure, and I might never be sure. But I promise I'll do everything I can to help you and our daughter. I made a mistake back then. I won't make the same one again. I'll tell you everything. You don't know me. That sounds like a dangerous thing to do. That's what she didn't understand. But I do. I know you. I don't recall your middle name or where you were born, but I know you're good. I know you like to help people. I know that when I kissed you, I felt safe. Isn't that odd? I can't remember the first time I kissed you. I couldn't tell you where it happened or what you were wearing, but I know how I felt. My middle name is Anne, and I was born in Galveston, she said with a little smile. I don't have a middle name. I'm not even sure if Tucker is my first name or my last name, he admitted. Honestly, it's probably not your name at all, Ronnie replied, relaxed again now that they had gotten the emotional stuff out of the way. But I like it. Somehow it suits you. It's way better than Razor. Yikes. He'd never liked it either, and he wondered if that dark part of his soul was still lurking somewhere. The door came open, and Sandra Croft strode in. She was dressed for the gym, her toned body in leggings and a tank top. She stared at him, one hand on her hip, before shifting her focus to Ronnie. Did you listen at all today? He's got a red notice from Interpol. Ronnie pushed her chair back. For something he didn't really do. Well, he did it, but then had his memory wiped, so I don't know that it should count. Do you want some pizza? After a 2-hour workout? Sandra's brow had risen in an aristocratic way. Of course. I'm starving. You're sure he's okay with Violet? He's already wrapped around her finger, Ronnie replied, getting another plate. Sandra looked him over as though sizing him up and finding him wanting. That would be an excellent way to get into your good graces and potentially use you. Mom, she did that thing where she tried to put her finger in every orifice of his face, then pulled his hair and basically treated him like a jungle gym, and he was perfect with her. She's now drooling all over him, and he hasn't even tried to put her down. He's cool. There was drool. It was all good. He was typically not great with bacteria, but they shared DNA, so Violet's drool was basically his. I wouldn't hurt my daughter. You hurt mine, Sandra replied simply. Yeah, Sandra was going to be a hard sell. I also brought her a pizza. Sandra stared at him, and then the faintest hint of a smile broke through her grimness. Well, then all is forgiven, I suppose. She held out her hands. She's down for the count. I'll put her in bed. And that better be pepperoni pizza. He had zero illusions that Sandra was suddenly okay with him, but maybe they could reach a ceasefire. American style. He handed off his sleeping daughter and turned to Ronnie as Sandra disappeared into the larger of the 2 bedrooms. Does she have everything she needs? My mom? All she needs is a utility knife and a water bottle, and she can take over the world. The paranoia is simply a part of her soul, Ronnie quipped. I was talking about Violet. Ronnie set another water bottle on the table, and he vowed silently to stock the place with beer, because if he was eating regularly with his could-be mother-in-law, he was going to need it. This place is well stocked, she said, sitting back down. Penny Knight brought us extra training pants. Her son is potty training too. Luckily, Vi won't care that they're all blue. Would she rather have pink? He could find a way to get pink training pants. He could totally shop on the internet. That's the thing. She doesn't care, Ronnie said. As long as she has Mr. Bunny, she's cool. She's a chill kid. I often wonder if all the drama surrounding her somehow made her calm and accepting. She takes after me, Sandra said, walking back in and sitting down at the table. Everything about the woman spoke of a military-like economy of movement. I don't panic. Ever. I have a cool head. I like to think before acting. I've found it always helps to be prepared for everything. You never know when you might need to take action." She said the last with a pointed stare his way. He wondered how long she'd been plotting revenge. "And it also is good to figure out if the person you might want to take action against wasn't really just an idiot who got caught in a trap not of his own making." Sandra huffed and turned back to her daughter. "They've got good facilities here. I worked out with that big blonde man. He's an asshole." "Mom, try to get along," Ronnie said with a frown. "Oh, if I was 20 years younger, I would definitely get along with him. I would climb that man like a tree and make my nest where it counted, if you know what I mean." He thought he might, and it scared him. "Mom! I'm old, not dead, and that man is beautiful," Sandra said with a chuckle. "Actually, all of you are, including all you idiots who got mind-wiped. I can understand why you did him, baby. He's got those soulful eyes that make girls stupid. I bet he's got abs, too." "Everyone has abs." He wasn't sure how he felt about being objectified, which was weird because he usually didn't mind, but this was Ronnie's mom. Sandra snorted. "Yeah, they are not all the same. You should come down and work out with me tomorrow, Ronnie. I think the Brit is going to be down there." "You know they're all married, right? Everyone. Except me. I'm not married. I'm not even dating anyone." He was not mentioning the fact that most of his female experiences since he'd come out of captivity had been with hookers. Sandra shrugged. "Again, I can look. I wouldn't touch a married man, of course, but I have needs." "Can we not talk about your needs?" Ronnie practically begged. Sandra ignored her daughter. It was obvious she was going to try to make the new guy as uncomfortable as possible. "So, what's up with all the crazy stuff out in the garden part of the building? Those benches are weird, and why are they hidden?" "Because they're spanking benches and they're hidden because they make scene spaces." Luckily, he wasn't easily made uncomfortable. The room seemed to go still, both women staring at him like he'd grown horns. Finally, he had the upper hand. He knew he should step back, but it was good to take the lead on something. It almost never happened. "Yeah, the garden's a sex club every weekend, and sometimes on Thursdays. Don't worry, there's a nursery, and the subs all take turns with the kiddos." He picked up his slice and took a bite. His appetite was totally back. 2 hours later, Ronnie stared out over the lush greenery below and tried not to think about whether or not Tucker spent time down there. It was quiet at this time of night, though it wasn't even 11. Apparently this group kept their kinky stuff to the weekends, and some Thursdays. Of course he spent time down there. Why wouldn't he? He lived here. He was a gorgeous man who likely had a sex drive, and there was a sex club, where people had sex, where he'd probably had sex. It had been a long time since she'd had sex. "Hey, are you all right?" She winced and turned to see the man she'd been thinking about, as though she'd managed to conjure him. He'd stayed for dinner, explaining the BDSM lifestyle to her mother. Yeah, that had been uncomfortable for her. Mom and Tucker seemed to have a great time. He was still in the jeans and t-shirt he'd been wearing earlier, but he carried a beer in his hand. "I needed some air," she replied, and held out her hand. "And I'm going to need that." He'd said he would give her everything. He passed her the cold beer without a single complaint. "Sure. I went down to Rob's for a couple of minutes. Okay, I went to Rob's because I knew he had beer and your mom is a lot. I think she's planning to do something terrible to me, and it might involve not fun torture. Because he was interested in the fun kind of torture." She took a long drink, and then realized that her lips were touching where his lips had touched, and that did something for her. She turned away and went back to staring at the lush green below. It was beautiful, like the man who moved in beside her. And like that man, she didn't understand it. Did I freak you out with the BDSM stuff? Yes. She'd promised honesty. He took a deep breath. When I came out of captivity, I was out of control. I might not have looked that way on the outside, but I was angry and confused and violent in my head. I know BDSM sounds like it's all about sex, but it's not. It's about control and trust and communication, which I wasn't great about when I got out. Of prison. He'd been in prison and punished in ways she was only beginning to comprehend. Why would he turn back to violence in a place that should be loving? I would think, having been tortured, that you wouldn't want to have anything to do with it. Torture is a funny word. I guess it's like any word. It is what you make it. He pushed off the wall. I'll make sure you know when play nights are, and you can stay in, or I can have you move to one of the apartments at the bottom of the building. You can't see anything from there. She also wouldn't be able to see the beauty below her. She wouldn't be able to see him as often if they weren't living on the same floor. All right. Then what does the word mean to you? He stopped, and she was worried he wouldn't answer her. Finally, he leaned back over, looking down, his hip brushing against hers. Oh, torture can be hideous. Trust me. I've been worked over by some of the finest pain givers in the world, and I was on time dilation drugs, so it lasted for what felt like years. But there are forms of torture that can be sweet, and we use the word the same way we use the word play or submissive. The women and men who submit here typically aren't submissive in their vanilla lives. They use it as a form of relaxation, a way to let that piece of themselves be expressed. Some use submission as permission to enjoy themselves. The torture in that case isn't torture at all, since it's something they choose, something they enjoy. She hadn't considered what role he would want to play. He'd been so in control when she knew him, but it was apparent he'd changed a lot. Are you the submissive? He grinned her way. No. I prefer the dominant side. I know. I'm so sweet you wouldn't expect it, but there it is. You are not the first person to ask me that question. The grin faded as he sobered. I need the control during sex. I need it to feel safe, and I need my partner to trust me so I feel human, I guess. Worthy. Worthy? She wasn't sure how spanking someone could make him feel worthy. Having someone trust me makes me feel good. I was out of control in the beginning. BDSM gave me some of it back. It let me bring out a part of my personality in a controlled, negotiated way where I know the boundaries and the rules. In the beginning, I had a mentor who wouldn't allow me to hurt anyone. Now I would never do it because I'm in control. I wouldn't ever want to lose the trust of the people around me. She shook her head. I guess I don't understand it because I don't have those tendencies. Really? He made a sound, the one that let her know he didn't buy what she was selling. What? She turned to look at him. He shrugged slightly. I'm just saying most women have tendencies when they let themselves. What is that supposed to mean? She hadn't even wanted sex for years. Not since him. First, she'd been far too angry with him to want any man. Then she'd lost her sister, and she'd been pregnant and scared. The only reason she was thinking about sex again was that she was somewhat safe. It didn't have anything to do with him. What do you want from sex? He asked. She took another drink. She knew she should walk straight back into her apartment and avoid this incredibly inappropriate line of discussion. It had been one thing when he was explaining St. Andrew's crosses to her overly curious mother. There had been humor in that. This was different. There was clear sensuality to his words, and his eyes were warm on her. Though they were standing in the hall, they were alone, and the garden below made the whole setting somewhat romantic. Very romantic. She shouldn't talk about sex with him. Pleasure, of course. She hadn't had physical pleasure in a long time. She hadn't even touched herself. She'd gotten so caught up in being a mom that she forgot she was a woman. He straightened up. Of course. And what else? Why does there have to be something else? It's a biological imperative. I'll tell you what I want. Everyone wants an orgasm. It's easy. I can use my hand for that. What I want, what I've been chasing for the whole time I can remember, which isn't long, is connection. I want to feel close to someone. I want to give pleasure as much as I want to receive it. Sometimes more. That's where the worthy part comes in. Oh, how she longed for the secretive Stephen. He'd been mysterious and closed off, and he had nothing on the man in front of her. This man could rip her apart if she let him, and she couldn't bring herself to not respond. All right. I want connection too, but it has to be the right person. I think I find that connection more in the kissing and the holding than in the actual sex. He frowned suddenly. I didn't give you an orgasm, did I? He went from intense and sexy to goofy and somehow still sexy in a heartbeat. It was fascinating to her. It made her smile. I had an orgasm. Several, actually. You were good in bed, but there wasn't anything weird about it. It was straight-up sex. He was right back to serious and sexy. Then I wasn't on my game. I said it was good. And I'm saying it can be better, he insisted. So you say you don't have any of those tendencies, but let me run you through a scenario. What if you had a partner who you trusted fully? You know this man won't hurt you, so for an evening, you offer to do anything he asks of you sexually. Now she saw his game. That sounds pretty good for him. Only because you don't understand what it means to be a dom. At least not the way I prefer to play. This dominant partner would think about the way he's going to play with you for a long time before your date. He would plan how the evening would go. He would watch you for long periods of time, observing what pleases you and what doesn't, what turns you on and what you can live without. He would try to make sure everything was set up properly, so all you have to do when you join him is obey. I don't like that word. Sometimes she felt like she'd been far too obedient in life, but then again her sister had defied the world and she wasn't here anymore. He shook his head. Again, you're hung up on words. Obey is tricky here because the obedience must be given. It has to be consensual or it means nothing. No one can force you to obey. In fact, in our world, if you withdraw consent, it's my duty to stop and ensure your comfort and safety. Even if that means walking away. Especially in that case. So this man you trust will have likely spent days thinking about you. That would be part of the thrill for him. He would enjoy thinking about how he could bring you pleasure. He would know that sometimes a woman needs permission to be sexual. He would create a space where there's no shame, where she can explore the limits of her sexuality, because he knows that shame is the enemy of pleasure. I've explored. I'm not a virgin. She'd had some crazy college nights. You've explored your fantasies. His voice had gone low. Or have you even allowed yourself to fantasize at all? What did you like about me in bed? She was oddly comfortable talking to him, and that made her anxious. This is weird. Not in my world, he said with a wistful sigh. You want to know what happens in the garden below? A whole lot of it is talking. How can you know what you want if you never ask? If you never let yourself acknowledge that it's okay to talk about this? She didn't like the fact that he was making sense, but then she was mostly flustered at how nice it was to be with him. And what did it really hurt? They were only talking. Fine. I'm not some kind of prude. I liked the way you kissed me. How did I kiss you? The question came out with an aching curiosity that hit her right in the heart. He couldn't remember something that had been important to her, a moment that had changed her life. I don't know. I guess I liked the way I didn't have to think when you kissed me. It wasn't awkward. You would put your hand on the nape of my neck and I would feel petite. I liked that. I liked how big your hand was, and how I could follow your lead. Like this. His hand slid over her neck, and her whole body lit up. It was right there. The impulse to let herself relax and follow his lead. Yeah, a lot like that. He stared at her for a moment, the heat palpable between them. And then he withdrew his hand, and she could breathe again. If I were your dom, I would set up a scene where you were completely helpless. I would tie you down, and you would be forced to accept whatever I gave you. I would touch you everywhere, letting you know that at least while we're playing, your body belongs to me. I would run my hands everywhere, and when you least expected it, I would give your nipples a nasty twist. The pain would flare, but it wouldn't last. It would only serve to make your nipples exquisitely sensitive when I decide to lick and suck them. You wouldn't be able to fight me in the beginning, and in the end, you wouldn't even think about fighting me. You would be my plaything, and that's all you would need to be. She was back to not being able to breathe. This intensity had been a large part of Stephen's appeal. He could be so ruthless about his work, and he would often turn that single-mindedness on her, and that was when she felt like she was the only woman in the world. No man had ever looked at her like he had, like Tucker was now. The first time you kissed me, we were at the lab. It was after hours, and I'd stayed behind because I was finishing up some reports for Dr. Walsh. There were a couple of doctors there who thought they could mess around with me. One in particular made a nuisance of himself. He was married, but he thought the younger women were all fair game. That night he'd stayed behind, too, and he was coming on to me. Hard. You walked in, and he pretty much peed himself after you were done with him. Did I hurt him? His question came out measured, so she couldn't tell if he wanted the answer to be yes or no. Not physically, but he didn't touch me again. Anyway, afterward you stayed while I finished up. You said you wanted to walk me out to my car. I thanked you, and we ended up talking. She could remember how grateful she'd been to not be left alone. It was the first time I saw you as something other than the ambitious doctor who handled things for MacDonald. You stayed way longer than you had planned, and I felt bad for keeping you. You told me it was okay because it might be the only good thing you'd done for anyone in months. I don't know what made me do it, but I went up on my tiptoes and kissed you. It wasn't much. It was barely 2 seconds. When I moved back, you told me that wasn't a kiss. You asked me if you could show me what a kiss was. And you did. He'd been careful with her, making sure she was all right. Rather like he'd explained he would be now. He'd been careful right up until he'd been sure she was with him, and then he'd taken over. Then he'd taken her someplace she'd never been before. Show me. She came out of the memory at the sound of his command. Show me. That was what he'd said to her that night. She could come out of the memory because it was hers. That moment was there in her brain, and she could call on it for the rest of her life. It was something so personal. Her memories were the sum of her soul. It struck her forcibly what he'd lost, what she'd lost. That memory had truly been theirs, a shared history that should have connected them for the rest of their lives. Now she was the only one who knew what it had felt like that night. He was right there. He was standing in front of her, asking for that connection again. She went up on her toes. Thank you. I didn't want him near me, but I don't feel the same way about you. She let her lips brush his, the bare meeting of flesh that came from a woman who wasn't sure of what she'd wanted then, of what she wanted now. And then you shook your head. Tucker shook his head and took the beer from her hand. He set it on the ledge and turned back to her. Oh, that wasn't a kiss. Let me show you how I kiss. Will you let me kiss you, Ronnie? I think about kissing you all the time. So close to what he'd actually said. She would take it. Yes. Please kiss me. The air seemed to go out of the room, and her vision focused in on him. It was like the rest of the world fell away. It was exactly as it had been that first night with him. Something had fallen into place when he'd looked at her, and she'd known nothing would be the same. If he kissed her again, they would have that connection they'd lost. His hand went around the nape of her neck, sending a delicious warmth down her spine. He pulled her slightly, drawing her close in an easy show of strength. He brought their bodies together, and her breasts brushed against his chest. His free hand wrapped around her waist, and she took a moment to look into his eyes. They were the clearest blue. Something about his eyes had always dragged her in, even when they were cold. Even when no one else had been able to see the emotion behind them, she hadn't been fooled. I want to believe. But I don't want to believe, she said quietly. Because it would be easier if I was the bastard you've spent years believing I was. I know. Ronnie, I can't imagine I was easy to care for then. I'm not easy now. But for however long we get together, I want to try to be with you. We can take it slow and find a way to be friends again. She sighed at the thought, because he was going to pull away, and that was the last thing she wanted. Now that she was here and alone with him, she knew she couldn't lose the chance to explore this side of the man. We were never friends. She moved in and kissed him. It wasn't what had happened that night, but that was all right. They were making a new memory, one no one could take away from them. It might all go to hell tomorrow, but she would kiss the father of her child again. She would have this new memory of him. Tucker groaned as her lips met his, and his hands tightened. He took over the kiss, and she followed his lead, wrapping her arms around him and letting every reason to not do this fall away. His mouth took hers, devouring her in the best of all possible ways. Comfort. She'd found comfort and safety in his arms. It was precisely why his leaving had been so hard a betrayal. No one had ever made her feel like Stephen had. And she wanted that again. In that moment, she couldn't even lie to herself. His fingers wound in her hair, tugging lightly to guide her. His tongue slipped in, dominating hers, and she realized he'd been right. They'd been in dominant and submissive positions even then. She simply hadn't known what to call them. Would he have taken her further if they'd had longer together? Would he have eased her into a sexual relationship where he took control and she was able to find a place where she was comfortable with herself? Where she didn't question if she was doing something right because he would tell her and they would find a way? Was this why sex had been so good with him? And what would sex be like with this version of the man? God, I remember this, he said against her lips. I remember how good you felt in my arms. I remember that this felt like home. And I hadn't been home in so fucking long. He kissed her again, and she held him tight, emotion welling inside. Veronica? I'm sorry to interrupt, but Violet woke up. She's asking for you. I can tell her you're busy. She practically jumped back at the sound of her mother's voice. She was absolutely certain she was a bright shade of red. Violet was awake. She was in a foreign place and she'd woken up and her mom wasn't there. Of course she was scared. What was she doing? He'd been back in her life for a single day and she was ready to give it up. I'm sorry. I'll be right there. She turned to Tucker. I should go. Do you need help? His hair was mussed because at some point she'd run her fingers through it. It was soft, and she liked that it was slightly long. It framed his gorgeous face. I could rock her. They were moving way too fast, and he was right. His life was complicated. She hadn't come here to fall madly in love with the man she'd thought had ruined her life. She'd come to build a new one with her daughter. She shook her head. No, I should get to bed. This was a mistake. She nodded. I accept that. But Ronnie, it's one you're going to make again and soon. I'll see you in the morning. I want to have breakfast with my daughter. Was that a good idea? He continued. I might not be able to be in her life later. The unselfish thing to do would be to stay away, and I would if she was older, but she's so young. Can't she know, even for a few days, that her father loved her? She usually gets up around 7. I don't know what I have for breakfast, she admitted. He'd placed much-needed space between them, as though he knew how close she was to simply running away. I'll be here at 7 with breakfast. I'll handle everything. And Ronnie, thank you for letting me know her. I'm down the hall if you need anything. He walked away, and Ronnie turned to her mom. It didn't mean anything. Her mother's eyes rolled. Sure it didn't. That boy, he's good. Damn, even I wouldn't have been cold enough to turn his hot ass down. Mom! She rushed inside and found Violet crying. I'm sorry, baby girl. No, I'm sorry, her mother said as she walked in. The situation might not be what we thought it was. I talked to Taggart, and despite the fact that he's a massive ass, he's also solid. He's willing to stand up for the kid. I shouldn't have interrupted you, but it's habit. I'll try to go easier on him. But sweetheart, even if he's everything they say he is, even if he didn't leave you willingly, he's still dangerous. She finished the sentence, reading her mother's mind with ease. Violet clutched at her, but her little head had turned, as though she was looking to see where the new guy had gone. Tucker was dangerous for all of them. Chapter 6. 4 days later, Tucker sat back in his chair and put a hand on Buster's head. She tried broccoli for the first time last night, and it did not go well. Neither in the eating process or the digestive process. Robert chuckled. He occupied the desk across from Tucker's. All of the Lost Boys shared a single big office space when they were in London. I think Ari and I will hold off on the kiddos for a while. They're cute, but I want to avoid diapers as long as I can. I'm not going to be able to, Owen complained. I'm terrified of nappies. But Rebecca's got that look in her eye. She knows Jackson River are trying. And I saw her playing with Vi and Ollie the other day. All of a sudden she's asking what do I think would be a good name for a kid. She was not amused when I told her I liked the name 10 years down the line. I'm worried, but then I think if Tucker there can have a kid, I'm probably okay. He's a baby himself. He sent Owen his middle finger. He was settling in nicely to being a father, including watching over her while Damon's boy sized her up. Yeah, he had his eyes on Oliver Knight. Though she could do worse. Ollie would be well-educated, and Damon was both wealthy and polite. When they eventually got to Dallas, though, he would watch those Taggart boys. Hey, he's been a doting dad, Robert pointed out. He spends all his free time with Ronnie and Violet. Have you made any headway with Ronnie? She seems to have opened up a bit. I saw her downstairs having lunch with Rebecca and Ariel. Rebecca and Ronnie had a breakthrough, Owen admitted. It involved wine, and then they yelled at each other for not talking when things were going bad at Kronberg. I thought I should break it up at one point, but Ian said it was how women worked things out. There was a lot of crying, and then the tequila came out, and now they're best friends. It was the emotional equivalent of guys punching it out. He and Ronnie needed to do the same thing, though it wouldn't involve punching. It would involve getting nasty, though. The tension between them was building, and had been since she'd kissed him so sweetly, and then he'd eaten her up like a starving man. He just needed more time. "Explain the delay again," a deep voice said, reminding Tucker why he had a 100-pound dog seeking his comfort. The big mutt who had followed Jackson River halfway across the globe rested his head in Tucker's lap. Normally he would have stayed close to Jax, but Jax was currently being interrogated by Ian, who was anxious to get home. Buster had an excellent sense of self-preservation. Ian loomed over the resident computer guru. "Why is this taking so long? You've had days to do a simple job. Do I need to bring Adam over?" Jax's head tilted up to look at their boss. "I thought Adam was working for himself now. I don't know that he can drop everything to come over and fake a couple of IDs for you. That's like asking Michelangelo to paint a portrait of your dog." "Fine," Ian said, his jaw clenched. "I can bring Hutch over if you can't do it." He had to give it to Jax. His brother was cool under pressure. "I thought Hutch was holding down the actual paying work, while Adam's company is searching for Robert's mom." "I told you I would help with that." Robert stood at his desk. "But I also don't want to put her in danger. We don't even know if she exists. She could be dead for all we know. My brother, too." "That's not what Green said," Jax pointed out. "Green lies." Robert sat back down, his eyes going to the screen. Tucker wished he knew what was going on in Robert's head. He didn't want to talk about the family his former wife had described. Despite the fact that Levi Green had told them Emily Seeger hadn't been lying about Robert's mother and brother, Robert didn't want to talk about the potential of finding them. Jax seemed to understand Robert needed a moment. He looked back to Ian. "Do you want to pull them off important work so they can forge a couple of documents? I'm waiting on the right tools. This is a delicate thing, Tag, especially considering we're dealing with a baby and an elderly woman." "Elderly woman, my arse," Owen said from his desk. "She talked me into sparring with her yesterday. And then she kicked me in the balls. Bloody hell. She said ISIS wouldn't play fair, and they wouldn't care about my future baby-making prospects. I tried to tell her I wasn't planning on going up against ISIS any time soon." Tag pointed Owen's way. "You should always be ready to go up against ISIS. Sandra Croft is the most awesome thing I've found in a long time, and I want to recruit that woman. I think she could make an excellent operative if we could get her to stop calling everyone an asshole. And Jax, I'm going to tell her you called her elderly." Jax proved there was pressure that could faze him. He paled considerably. "Hey, I was only pointing out that we don't usually have to move women like her. We don't normally move whole families. I have to have a cover story, and I have to deal with the baby, and Tucker asked me to slow things down." He groaned. Fucking tattletale. Tag had already turned on him, and Buster whimpered and shifted away.
I knew it was you. Listen here, you little shit. I can't go home without them. They want to go back to Dallas, and I can't send them out without an escort. I have a pregnant wife and 3 kids. Do you understand how pissy the wife gets when she's left alone with 3 kids for 2 weeks because I'm waiting on Jax to do his damn job?
I'll go with them. It was what he wanted to do. He needed to move around a lot. Why couldn't this move be to Dallas for the time being? You can leave tonight, and I'll go when everything's ready. I can help out around the office and get them settled in.
Or you could go to jail and be extradited to any number of countries.
Tag was being overly dramatic. It's only 4 countries. That's a specific number. 4 whole countries in the world want to throw me in jail. One of them is New Zealand. How bad could that be? He didn't remember robbing that bank in Auckland, but he was sure it had been a polite crime.
Yeah, well, the other 3 aren't known for hobbits, Tag shot back. I haven't spent years of my life trying to keep you alive so you could get tossed in a freaking gulag in Siberia. Am I clear?
He'd been clear all week. It was frustrating. He wasn't going to let Ronnie leave without him. He couldn't lose Violet. That is my child. Tell me you would let Kenzie or Kala go alone. Anything could go wrong.
Which is precisely why I'm escorting them. And Solo is going to monitor things, so I've got a heads up if we need to change plans. We're going on a private jet.
Tag seemed to rein himself in.
I get that you're worried, but I think it's safe for her to go. I think it might be safer for her than staying here. And you should know that I've talked to Ezra about moving you guys again.
That had them all sitting up.
What?
Jax said. Tag held a hand up.
I'm worried because I think German intelligence is sniffing around MI6. Solo has information that places 2 known German operatives in London at MI6 headquarters, talking to the new boss. And we all know both agencies are interested in you. Kronberg has a new VP. You remember Arthur Dwyer? The one who we're pretty sure lied about seeing Tucker and Veronica at the airport, but he definitely knew they'd gone somewhere.
I remember he watched my wife's arse and breasts the whole time he was having lunch with her, Owen said with a frown.
Yeah, well, he's gone from research to the corporate top floors, and I think that can't be a coincidence.
Tag stared at him.
I think it's a matter of time before MI6 puts the pressure on Damon to give you up, and he won't. What do you think that will mean?
It meant trouble. The door came open, and Ezra strode through. He stopped when he realized everyone was looking at him, and frowning because he hadn't said a damn thing. Ezra turned to Tag. You told them? I told you not to tell them until I had a plan in place. Why the hell do we have to move? Jax asked, standing. Buster sat at his side. I've moved my wife 3 times in the last year. You know, we're talking about having kids. Ezra pointed a finger his way. Which is precisely why you shouldn't have gotten married. You knew what would happen when the heat was on us again. River knew exactly what she was getting into. Robert and Owen are free to stay here. You and Tucker will come with me. I think whoever was checking out Solo's place the other night was intelligence. I don't understand why they would come after us at this point. You're working with MI6 and the CIA, Robert pointed out. You've been feeding them intel on us the whole time.
In order to protect you.
Tag's arms had crossed over his chest.
Damon and I have been working with trusted members of those teams. Damon's old boss recently retired, and it wasn't his choice. We think one of the reasons they forced Nigel out is because they want someone who will put more pressure on us. I would fight, but the truth of the matter is I am harboring 2 fugitives. I was able to get the charges against my brother and Robert resolved because of the countries those charges came from. I haven't been able to do the same for the secondary team.
Because MacDonald had used them far more than her alpha boys. Because she'd been willing to risk them in a way she hadn't with her favorites.
And would that change if Tucker and I offered to fully cooperate with the agency? Jax asked. Would the agency be able to get them to back down?
It was funny, because a few days before he wouldn't have even considered it, since it would mean medical tests, and he didn't trust the agency as far as he could throw it. But now, the thought of being separated from Ronnie and Vi made him sick. If there was even a chance they could have any normalcy at all, he would take it. Yes. What if we were willing to do whatever they asked in exchange for full pardons or the promise to fight any extradition attempts?
River and I will be perfectly happy in bliss. We don't need to leave the country again,
Jax said, his eagerness apparent.
Tucker's more than welcome to come with us, or he can stay in Dallas. I'm done with leaving home.
He would have options if he could get his name cleared, or at least the promise that he wouldn't be arrested and tossed into some international jail. He could have a relationship with his daughter. And he was desperate enough to use that to forge a new bond with Veronica. He wanted her. He needed her. She was the one, and he needed time to make her see that they worked. She'd softened up enormously since that first meeting. She let him stay at her place until it was time for Violet to go to bed. He ate most of his meals with her. She cooked, and he did the dishes, and Sandra told him all the ways he was doing it wrong. Once they'd watched TV afterward, and he'd sat beside her. It had been a British show about ghosts trying to get rid of a couple in their home, but he hadn't really watched it. He'd watched her laugh. He'd watched her lips curl up and her chest move. She hadn't let him kiss her again, but it was coming. Then he would be coming, but only after she came. He couldn't do any of that if she was in Dallas and he was holed up in Liechtenstein or some other European country with cheap hotels and not a ton of security. Yeah, it probably wouldn't be Liechtenstein.
You don't understand what you could be getting into,
Ezra said, a grim set to his face.
I don't know what they want. I know what Solo says, but she's not working directly for the agency in this case. I've told you there are factions in the CIA, and they don't change the way a president does. Hayes is up for re-election.
He's probably going to win, Robert pointed out.
But if he doesn't, we have no idea how the other guy would handle our case.
Tag continued Ezra's line of thought.
Or if he even would handle it at all. Most presidents take a hands-off approach, hence places like the ranch existing. They don't want to know what the agency is doing, so they don't get any blood on their hands. You could go into this, and it could be fine for a couple of months. Then there's a regime change, and suddenly you're worth more dead than alive.
The ranch had been a secret facility deep in the woods of Colorado. According to the records they'd found, he was fairly certain he'd been there, working with Hope MacDonald. Would he end up in a place like that? Would he deserve whatever he got there? He knew Jax didn't.
You can't do it.
Robert moved to stand next to Owen.
You have to give us time.
We can find out what happened to that intel. If we have the intel, that list of everyone who knowingly worked with MacDonald, then we've got the advantage. We can handle this. I think you had something to do with it, Tucker.
We all do,
Owen agreed. We think you figured out exactly what was happening, and you decided to go to the authorities. Maybe that's what you were doing the day you disappeared. We've got some leads to follow, and Rebecca and I will go with you. Wherever you go, we'll be there. She won't even question it. Because Rebecca had become a part of the team. Rebecca would put her career on hold, place herself in danger, do anything it took to stay with them. Did he want that life for Ronnie and Vi? No, but he also didn't want them out in the world on their own. He didn't want his daughter to wonder what had happened to her father for the rest of her life. She should know that he fought for the right to stay with her and her mother. How long do we have before you're going to move us? Ezra seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. I think we should do it next week. I'm putting Rob on logistics, but I'm also going to try to convince he and Owen to stay here. We'll move faster as a foursome than in a big group. Not going to happen, Rob said. Even if I wanted to, Rebecca won't let Tucker go without a physician, Owen explained. She doesn't like the idea of him working so soon. She definitely won't like him traveling. I'll minimize it as much as possible, Ezra promised. I'm worried that the agency seems to be here in London. That's 3 intelligence groups. I don't like it. Solo would know if something is about to go down, wouldn't she? Jax asked. She would warn us. Only if it suited her purposes. Ezra moved toward the desk he used. I worry she's staying here to keep an eye on us in case we do move. And I worry that your emotional state won't let you see an ally when she's standing right in front of your face, Tag shot back. She's the one who told us she thinks MI6 is working with German intelligence and might be ready to make a play. Which is exactly what she would say if she wanted to distract us so she could make her own play. Ezra kept on walking. She's had access for a long time. If she was going to make a move, she would have made it, Tag said with a long-suffering sigh. But your butt is so hurt it's affecting your vision. Ezra set his laptop on the desk. Fire me, then. I didn't hire you in the first place. Tag's eyes rolled before turning back to Tucker. Let Jax know it's okay for him to do his job. I would threaten the hell out of him, but he's not going to move until you let him. I trained you too well. The puppies have a pack, and they're tight. Tag had been the one to get them out of that hell they'd been in. He'd only been there to save his brother Theo, and Tucker knew well that most men would have done the job and turned the rest of their sorry asses over to whoever wanted them. Not Ian Taggart. At great personal expense, he'd given them a place to stay. He'd put himself in the crosshairs when he hadn't had to. He trusted Tag. He owed Tag. Jax, it's cool. It turned his stomach, but if Tag said this was what needed to happen, he would be patient. It's already done, Jax admitted. I'm actually brilliant at what I do. Tag ignored Jax's lack of humility. Thank you, Tucker. I promise I'll take care of them. We'll leave for Dallas the day after tomorrow. I've got some friends at Customs and Immigration who I'll let know we're coming. Which meant they would probably not look so closely at the documentation Ronnie, Vi, and Sandra would be flying under. They would be safe with McKay Taggart. I'll also make sure she's got a safe place to stay. Adams offered up his guest house, Tag explained. We'll give them 24/7 security, and that also means zealously guarding your territory of all invaders, foreign and domestic. And other men who sniff around your chick. Tag was a giver. She'll need that for a while. But if I'm gone for months, maybe years, you have to help her move on. He didn't want her to move on, but he had to face the fact that he might never be able to be the kind of husband and father he wanted to be. He might spend the rest of his life on the run. It might end up being a short life. Tag put a hand on his shoulder. I know I haven't sorted this out yet. I know I've shot down every plan you've come up with, but I promise, it's not going to be years. He'd had a lot of ideas he'd thought could help, including having them all spit into one of those DNA test things and putting them online to see who they matched with. Tag had pointed out that DNA was one of those things the cops probably had from their various crimes, and that they wouldn't hesitate to use it against them, even if they'd only been wanting to find out how much Norwegian blood they had. Solo is right about one thing, Tag continued. This whole mess is coming to a head, and we've got to hunker down and get through it.
I want you to try hypnosis again. I know it didn't work with Ari, but Kai has had some success with it. When you're settled, I'll send him out to you. Because the keys to the kingdom might be locked in his fucked-up brain. That was what killed him. He was very likely the one who could give them the bargaining chip they needed. Someone had stolen those files, and it was probably him. He'd gone into the Kronberg building, and he'd known exactly where the files should have been. He'd known where the safe was hidden. When he'd worked there, he'd been a researcher. How else would he know where the secrets were held if he hadn't been the one to take them? I'll do whatever you think is best. But I want to talk to Levi Green, too. He needed to find out what Levi knew. Yes, he could be lying, but at least that would tell them something. Ezra stood back up. I doubt that's going to happen. Unless Solo pulls some serious strings, there's no way they'll let any of us close to a high-value prisoner. I don't know how long he'll be of high value if he doesn't talk. Solo says he's been holding out, Tag explained. He still has some influence with the agency. My question is, why is he holding out? If he gave them the information they wanted, they would cut a deal with him. What if I'm the only one who knows? What if I was working for him, and I was going to meet him that day? He'd thought about it a lot, since he'd learned Green was supposedly in Paris the same day. What if he'd fallen in love with Veronica, and realized he needed an out? What if he'd been willing to cut a deal to hand over valuable information to the agency in exchange for not getting his ass prosecuted for international crimes? It's why I should talk to him. I'll run it past Solo, Tag offered. I'm only going to agree if we can work out a deal where we share the information with the agency, but they don't get physical custody of you. And I'm going to be there, Ezra said. I'm not letting him anywhere near a bunch of agency assholes without backup. If he goes in, we both go with him. Agreed. Tag nodded toward the door. Can I talk to you in private? He was going to get dressed down for asking Jax to hold up Ronnie's documents. He could handle it. It was nice of Tag to not do it in front of everyone. And it didn't matter, because she would be gone soon. She would be on a completely different continent, and so would his daughter. He followed Tag out, but he couldn't really feel his feet. Tag walked to the end of the hall before turning to him. He glanced back down toward the office. I don't think those fuckers can hear us here. We need to talk. I'm sorry about holding you up. Tag waved that off. I do get it, man. No, we need to discuss something else. I'm giving you 2 nights to get her in bed and brand her. That wasn't what he'd been expecting. What? I'm not talking about an actual brand. Though Corey totally let Kai do that to her. It was a weird night. I offered to do Charlie, and she promised if I touched her with hot metal in an attempt to put a property of sign on her body, she would torch my dick. I believe her, so I dropped it. No, I'm talking about an emotional and sexual brand. I've watched her a lot over the last couple of days, and she wants you. It's obvious she's not over you. So give her something to hold on to, and by something, I mean your dick. You have to be good at it, man. I know you've practiced because I paid for your hookers. He glanced around. Hey, let's not say the H word while Ronnie's in the building. And I didn't sleep with most of them. I was looking for connection. Then they overcharged, Tag complained. They should have a cuddle rate. You do realize you always picked the one who looked like her, right? Every single one of those women looked something like Veronica Croft. You didn't mean to leave her. Or am I wrong, and you're spending every night at her place so you can be with your daughter? That's fine too. But if that's true, you shouldn't implement the plan. I'm crazy about Ronnie. I want to marry her. He knew it deep inside. What plan? I didn't realize there was a plan except you're going to take her back to the States. The plan where you fuck her so well she's still waiting for you when you get to come back to the States. That plan. You need to make your move.
There was a scenario Tag wasn't thinking about. And if I don't get to come back? If I never clear my name? Then all I'll have done is hurt her again. It was the last thing he wanted to do. It was precisely why he hadn't even thought about pushing her. He wanted her, wanted every minute he could get with her, but it might only bring her heartache in the end. Hadn't he brought her enough of that? Tag groaned.
I knew you'd do the martyr thing. You have that look in your eyes, the one that says, I'm not going down fighting. It's stupid. I'm telling you a life secret. Don't go down at all. You don't go into a mission saying, I hope this works out, but maybe I shouldn't give it my all because it could go wrong and someone might get hurt. Fuck no. You go in believing fully that you will win the day. You will win the girl. In this case, it's more like winning back your baby mama.
He winced. I don't think we should call her that. Tag shrugged.
Everybody will call her that. I'm planning on introducing her to everyone in Dallas as Tucker's baby mama. If she doesn't like it, she can marry you, and then I'll introduce you as Veronica's husband. See, this is complex psychological manipulation. I'll handle that part. You do the easy part. Fuck her so well she can't imagine fucking anyone else. Do you need a playlist? It's not actually a list. It's more like a single song set to play over and over again, but it gives you the perfect thrusting rhythm.
He was not listening to Guns N' Roses while he made love to Ronnie. He would close his eyes and see Big Tag's head or something. No. Yuck. And he wasn't making love to Ronnie. I'm not trying to be a martyr. I'm trying to hurt her as little as possible. I obviously fucked up the first time. It's not fair to do it to her again. If I can get us what we need and get back to her in a reasonable amount of time, maybe we can try.
Tag frowned his way. No. What's not fair is to treat her like she's some prize to only be won if you survive. She's not. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that our women, our wives, the ones we would do anything for, need to be more than a freaking prize. If you love her, you tell her, and you give her the chance to choose what she wants to do. You trust her enough to know her own mind and to decide if she can be a partner to you. You don't walk away from your partner because she might get her feelings hurt if you die.
He was deliberately misunderstanding. I'm not walking away because my job is dangerous. I literally have people who would like to cut me open and see how my brain works. She's in danger around me.
I think she's in danger whether you're around or not. Tucker, think about it. According to her, she's been safe for almost 3 years. She comes out of hiding, and suddenly someone knows where Solo's secret house is. They've been watching her. They know she was there the day you went missing. Hell, it could be about whatever her sister found out. Someone thinks she knows something.
His gut clenched. Then we have to protect her. Tag's eyes rolled.
That's what I've been trying to say.
No, you've been telling me to take her to bed. Which was all he wanted to do. He wanted to wrap her up and never let her get out of bed. Except when Violet was hungry, or needed a change, or got fussy. He understood that his courtship was going to involve a lot of baby bodily fluids.
Exactly.
Tag nodded like he was happy he'd finally understood. Tucker hesitated. I don't want to ask. I really don't. But what do you mean?
I mean she'll trust you more if you show her how much you care about her.
Tag seemed to get serious.
I mean if she cares about you. She'll want that memory. There's this thing from an old poem, and it makes me gag even to say it.
He knew exactly what Tag was talking about, and he was absolutely going to force him to say it. What's the saying? I'm sure I never heard it. Tag groaned.
Fine. It's better to have loved and lost than to never have loved. Or something like that. It means life is short. Drink the beer, fuck the girl, love her, let yourself love her. Give her the chance to love you. You don't know if you'll get another one. And man, if you tell anyone we had this talk, I'll kill you.
But only after he'd made his play for Ronnie. Maybe Tag was right, and he was trying to martyr himself. It was better for her to know how he felt. It was better for Ronnie to know he'd loved her even if it all fell apart. It was better for Violet to know her dad had fought to keep them all together, even if they couldn't physically be together. He could have 2 nights with her, if he could convince her to give him a chance. Tonight was a play night. The garden would be lit up, and she was curious. He could use that. And he had practiced. Not that he would ever tell her those stories. Ever. All right. I'll try. Tag seemed to breathe a sigh of relief.
Thank God. Because the last thing I needed was you being all emotional. Excellent. If you can get her to come to play night, that would be a place to start. I won't be there. I'm being a perfectly good boy, and I'll be on the computer having a family meal I can't eat and yelling at my kids so they don't forget me. They put the laptop in my place and I sit there. Sometimes Bud licks the screen and hits the camera, and I get to watch them all through a haze of dog saliva.
Tag sighed and walked toward the elevators.
I need to get home.
He watched as Tag walked away. It was a mere moment before Robert was in the hallway.
It's better to have loved and lost,
Robert said with a shake of his head.
I can't believe he said that.
Jax has that super hearing thing on, doesn't he? He hadn't mentioned to Tag that Jax might have modified his computer to help them hear and see what was going on in the hallway.
Oh, when he realized Tag was giving you his version of the dad talk, he recorded that sucker for humanity.
I think he's already making a song out of it, Robert revealed.
But I'm glad you're going after Ronnie.
I think you should.
Tag is right. You don't know when you'll get another chance.
And I'll talk to Adam. I should try to find them. His family. His mother and his brother, who might or might not exist. Who might or might not be alive. He held out a hand. I'll do anything I can to help you find your family. Robert took it. And I'll do anything I can to help you keep yours together. It was a promise between brothers. That was all he could ask. It felt good to sit in the courtyard with friends having lunch. How long had it been since she'd gotten to do something normal? Granted, she'd only known Ariel for a few days, but Robert's wife was lovely and already felt like a woman she could get close to. Rebecca and she had patched things the other night in what Ariel called the Great Tequila Peace Treaty. They'd both made mistakes, and they'd both been afraid. It was time to find some bravery. "How are things going with you and Tucker?" Ariel asked in her lovely British accent. Her hair was in its natural curl, forming a halo around her face. "Has he put the moves on you yet?" Yeah, maybe bravery would have to wait. "He's getting to know Violet." "I won't ever have a Violet if your mother keeps kicking my husband in the balls," Rebecca said, her hand on the glass of rosé she was enjoying. "I had to hold a bag of frozen peas to his crotch, and you would not believe how much he whined. Balls are delicate things." She winced. It was not the first time Rebecca had mentioned her mom in Owen's sparring session. "I talked to her. She's not allowed to spar with Owen anymore. I'm so sorry. She can be intense." "She can be insane," Rebecca said with a shake of her head. "And you're avoiding the question. Has Tucker not been trying to hump your leg? I find that difficult to believe. I've never met a man who needed physical affection more than Tucker. Was that why he constantly wanted to hold Violet? Why he would get down on the floor and play dolls with her? He was a tall, muscular man, and he didn't seem to mind at all when a tiny girl tried to put a plastic tiara on him. He was heartbreakingly good with her daughter. Their daughter. You know why that is. And he wasn't the only one, Ariel chided. Owen humped more than your leg the first chance he got. Like 5 minutes after he met you. It was hours, Rebecca corrected. But yes, it was that first day. Being stuck in an elevator can be frustrating. We both needed some affection, but I understand what you're saying. Continue. Ariel grinned at her friend and did as she'd asked. Like I was saying, all the lads craved affection. Jax was all over River the night he met her. Her grin faded. Robert was the stubborn one, but then he'd been out longer than the rest of them. I suspect Robert was treated better. Not that any of them weren't tortured, but MacDonald seemed more invested in Robert's group. She treated the group Tucker was in like animals she experimented on before giving her drugs to humans. Ronnie looked down at the lovely salad in front of her and knew it would taste like ashes in her mouth. Every time she thought about what had happened to Stephen, the events that had turned him into Tucker, she wanted to be sick. I'm sorry, Ariel said. I know it's hard to hear, but you should understand what he went through if you're going to have a relationship with him, even if it's only to co-parent. I hope you intend to co-parent with him. I think it would be hard for him if you denied him visits with Violet. Tucker bonds quickly, and he's intensely loyal. Once he got himself kidnapped by Ukrainian mobsters and let them torture him because his friend's girlfriend had been captured, and he wouldn't let her go alone. He had a tracking device in his arm, Rebecca explained. By letting himself be taken, he led Big Tag and the group right to where Stephanie was being held. He saved them. He'd willingly walked into more torture. Well, he'd mentioned the tracking device was a plus. But he couldn't have known they wouldn't simply shoot him and leave his body behind, Ariel pointed out. He was willing to take that risk. I say it was because he was loyal to Brody, but I think he would have done it for anyone. He's that kind of man. He was willing to take that stupid drug to save me. Rebecca sniffled and took a deep breath. I hate Levi Green. She'd heard a lot of people hated Levi Green. Tell me about it. Solo stood in the doorway, a plate in her hand and a bottle of water shoved under her arm. He sucks. She stood there, half in shadows, and looked like she wanted to join them but was uncertain of her welcome. Ariel gave her a half smile and looked Rebecca's way. Rebecca was suddenly intensely interested in that wine. I was just grabbing a sandwich, Solo said with a nod. You guys have a nice afternoon. She'd noticed Solo didn't seem to do much more than work, talk on the phone about work, and argue with Ezra Fane, who she called Beck. She seemed lonely. It was sad since the CIA agent was bright and fun to be around. It was obvious she didn't feel welcome. We're having lunch, too. She'd been that girl waiting in the shadows, hoping she wouldn't have to eat lunch alone. You want to join us? Penny was supposed to, but Ollie's fussy, and she's worried he's got an ear infection. Solo was in that seat faster than Ronnie could pick up the wine to offer her a glass. A bright smile lit the operative's face. Thanks. I've spent the last few days eating at my desk. They put me next to the security guard's bathroom. There's something wrong with one of them. I'm sure of it. Either that or Beck's setting off stink bombs. I wouldn't put it past him. It smells nice out here. Rebecca sighed. I'll make sure it wasn't Owen. He's still a touch upset he didn't get to murder Levi. Sorry, Solo offered. I know it doesn't help. No one died, Ariel pointed out. And we wouldn't have even gotten into the room to save Rebecca and Rob and Tucker if it hadn't been for you. You know I understand why you did what you did. So do Damon and Big Tag. We know the position you were in. You could have waited until Levi was done and then taken him. You didn't have to risk your mission. Of course I did. Solo sat back. I'm human, and not whatever the hell Levi is. And I'm sorry about what happened to Tucker. I didn't know what Levi was going to do. I wouldn't have risked him if I had. But I was worried Levi would damage the data. Can we go back to talking about whether or not Ronnie's going to throw down with the sweetest of the puppies? I invited you over here so I could avoid that question. It was funny how she'd lost the will to prevaricate. Since she'd made it to the garden, she hadn't been able to moderate herself the way she normally would. She didn't even want to. Years of hiding had taught her the value of being honest. Solo grinned. You shouldn't avoid it. I meant what I said. Tucker might seem like the runt of the litter, but he's all kinds of awesome. He is not the runt. He wasn't that much smaller than the men he called his brothers. Just because he's not 300 pounds of muscle doesn't make him a runt. He's very strong and tall, and he makes me feel delicate. Rebecca sat back. Ah, there it is. There's that look of longing every single one of us had before we snagged our man. The good news is I think Tucker really wants to be snagged. You shouldn't have too much trouble. Show him your boobs. It's what I do to Owen. Well, when he can function properly because no one kicked him in the balls. Her mother was a menace. Obviously we have a connection, but it's complicated. Because he's a wanted criminal with no memory of his past, and you got burned by another version of him and worry if he gets his memory back, he'll be evil again? Solo asked. Yes, that's terribly complicated. Ariel put her fork down. Is that what you're worried about? That Tucker will become Reezer again? It was always there in the back of her mind, but she questioned if that was even a problem. I know he had a bad reputation, but I saw a side to Stephen I don't think anyone else knew. I think I might have made a mistake in not questioning Dr. MacDonald. Why would he have slept with me and left me? I get why, but he showed no indication that was what he was planning. Those last few days, he seemed more tense than usual. He was upset by something. Well, he'd made sure I left, Rebecca said. Though now I see that bit of terror actually saved me. Dr. MacDonald planned to transfer me to the Argentina facility. I assume that's when she would have offered to bring me into her unethical experiments, or done something to me so I couldn't have talked. At the time, I thought it was because Stephen didn't want me taking his place. But you were never in competition for the same job. It was what she hadn't understood about those rumors, the ones that pitted Stephen and Rebecca against each other. Dr. MacDonald would never have put you over Stephen anywhere but research. She needed Stephen to keep everyone in line, and you wouldn't have even been tempted to play that role. I wouldn't have. The job in Argentina was strictly research, the way Dr. MacDonald explained it. Rebecca seemed to think for a moment. She told me I would have my own lab, and I would have all the funding I wanted. Not once did she imply I would be over Stephen. She was giving me the key to the kingdom when it came to my own research, but I wasn't taking over from Stephen. And now that I think about it, he was there at that meeting. I guess he could have not believed Dr. MacDonald. Or he knew what would happen to you if you got on that plane to Argentina. It was becoming more and more clear in Ronnie's mind. At least she thought it was. Memory was a funny thing. It could be influenced by any number of forces, and certainly emotional states. But it felt right to say the words. Did he try to convince you not to go? We had a conversation about how the conditions would be, and what I wanted for my career, Rebecca said. But I didn't like him. I didn't let him talk to me often. I would pretty much come up with any excuse to not talk to him. I can't remember what happened that afternoon. I was planning on telling MacDonald I wasn't going to go. I've read all the reports on that day, Solo said. I can tell you what I think happened. Rebecca nodded. I'd like to hear. Owen has his own thoughts, but I worry they're influenced by his love for Tucker. When I look at those reports, taking your part of the story and what Ronnie's told the group, I come to the conclusion that you likely had a conversation with MacDonald where you turned her down. According to your phone records, you called your father that day, and your computer records show you looked into flights home. I know all of this, Rebecca said. My dad was sick. I think I was going to see him. Then why did you buy a one-way ticket? Solo sat back. I have better connections than Big Tag no matter what he thinks. This particular one isn't connected to the agency. My family connections are wide and far-reaching. I pulled your credit card records from that day. You bought a one-way ticket, not an open-ended one. You were leaving. Something happened that day that led you to buy that ticket. Rebecca shook her head. I don't remember buying a ticket until 2 days later, after I recovered. Damn it. That drug they gave me screwed with my short-term memory, and I didn't look into what I'd been doing earlier in the day. Stephen wanted me gone. Why would he drug me? What if he didn't? Ariel mused. What if MacDonald was the one who drugged you? But Stephen took over so he could control it. He did want you gone. But what if it wasn't for the reasons everyone assumed? He told me we wouldn't go back, Ronnie said, so much falling into place. That day in Paris, he made it sound like we might not even bother going back to Munich, but he'd bought a return ticket. Because he'd already seen what MacDonald did to someone who tried to leave, Rebecca concluded. What he did to me was horrible. But the truth is, that whole time is vague. And given how MacDonald could manipulate memory, I have to question everything that happened. I've lived with Tucker for months, and I don't see the same man. It's like he's wearing Reezer's face. He's sweet and funny, and my husband trusts him completely. He was sweet and funny with me. She remembered those moments so clearly. Not when anyone else was around. But honestly, it always felt like he was playing a role, and I got to see the real man. I've worked with a lot of terrible people, Solo said, her eyes intent on Ronnie. It's the nature of my job. I have to trust my instincts or I can get into trouble. I would trust Tucker. Almost immediately. I would actually worry about him, because I don't know that he would be worried about his own safety. He would put others ahead of himself. Ariel could explain this better, but there's a nature component to personality. You know, nature versus nurture. What she means is simply because you take away a person's memories doesn't mean he or she suddenly becomes something they're not, Ariel explained. I know we joke about how they were a bit like toddlers, but they had obvious personalities, and they each reacted to what they went through in different ways that tell me a lot about who they are at their cores. I think Tucker either got caught in something he wasn't prepared for and lost his way, or he was undercover. But the agency would have had records, Ronnie pointed out. Who else could he have gone undercover with? Solo actually choked a little at those words. He could absolutely have been working for someone in the agency. We're not some happy family who gets together for reunions and catches up. We've got secrets on top of secrets, and we're not always working toward the same goal. I haven't been able to get Levi to tell me whether or not he was working with Tucker. He says he won't say a thing unless I put them in the same room together, and he wants immunity. From everything. But if Tucker was working for Levi Green, wouldn't that mean he should get immunity too? She hated the idea of him being hauled away in handcuffs. She hated the idea of not seeing him. Of him not sitting across the breakfast table, trying to get Violet to put the banana in her mouth instead of smashing it all over her face. She hated the thought there wasn't a chance for them to be a family of any kind. The problem is we're working with countries that aren't necessarily friendly to the states, Solo explained. Some of them are. And if we got the State Department involved, yes, we might be able to clear things up for him. But right now, in the eyes of the agency, Tucker and Jax are ways to manipulate Big Tag and Damon. She felt her brow rise at that. Solo held up her hands. I'm being honest. I'm not saying I would do it. But you should know that I've talked to Ezra. Well, more like at him, since he won't actually talk to me. I told him I think it's time to move Jax and Tucker. Rebecca sat up. What? Where will we go? Ronnie had thought they would be here until they were ready to be moved to the States. You will head to Dallas with Big Tag as soon as Jax can get your paperwork done, Solo explained. Why are you only talking about moving Jax and Tucker? Rebecca asked. We're a team. I'm not staying here while they're hiding somewhere. Owen won't let that happen. We're safer together. I don't think so. Solo sat back, as though she expected to be asked to leave. I admire your loyalty, but Beck can move faster with Jax, River, and Tucker. I would suggest that they leave the dog, but then I would be a terrible, horrible human being who loves neither dogs nor families. River's words, not mine. I'm not going with Tucker? All she'd wanted when she'd gotten here was to go back to the States. Now the idea of leaving him behind was difficult to process. No. Solo drained her wineglass. Things are reaching a breaking point. I can't tell you everything, but I'm worried that we're all in a dangerous place. After Levi's speech at Kronberg about how Tucker knows more than anyone can imagine, there's been a push to bring him in. As far as anyone knows, he's still in a coma. But I suspect I set something off when I moved you here. You think someone doesn't like Veronica and Tucker being in the same place? Ariel asked. Why would they care? I don't know anything. She should be excited at the prospect of getting on with her life. This was exactly what she'd wanted. She'd come so she could find closure with the man who'd hurt her so badly. Now all she wanted was a little more time with him. A little? She wasn't fooling herself this time. She wanted a lot more time with him. She might want a lifetime with him. It was way too soon to think that way, but she did know that she wanted the connection with him. Even if he wasn't the one for her, he was Violet's dad, and he always would be. How could this be ending? It had barely begun. He'd only kissed her once. Ronnie, are you okay? Ariel was looking at her with concerned eyes. She managed to nod. Tucker needs a doctor with him, Rebecca was arguing. Honestly, so does River, because she might be pregnant. Solo groaned and said something about how much easier it was to deal with spies than women whose biological clocks were ticking out of control. They continued to argue, but all she could think about was where she would be in the world at this time next week. And where he would be. Was she willing to leave things the way they were? If Ariel was correct, and he'd been trying to do the right thing, shouldn't she give him another chance? She'd spent the last few years hesitant to trust anyone because she'd been so wrong about him. What if she'd been right? What if it had been her fear and insecurity that had allowed her to believe every word MacDonald said? A memory of the way he'd held her washed over her soul. The women around her continued to fight about who was going where, but Ronnie sat back. She'd lost her appetite. Chapter 7. Ronnie stared out over the first floor of the garden from her place 4 stories above. The lights and music floated up, an invitation to her. All she had to do was get in the elevator and she could be down there, joining the party. Was Tucker down there? This was his place. His club, as he'd called it. How many times had he passed an evening in the club? How many women had he been with? Would it be so bad to be one of them? She'd spent the whole afternoon trying to figure out what she wanted. Tucker was leaving. She was leaving. They wouldn't be together in a couple of days. Would it be easier to not have a night with him? Or would she always regret it? She stared down, unable to make a decision. Was it rude to watch? No one had told her she had to stay in her room on what they'd called a play night. You thinking about going down there? She gasped and turned, her mother's voice startling her. No. Her mom was dressed for bed, wearing pajama pants and a tank top, and looking more relaxed than she normally did. She'd actually settled into a nice routine here and seemed happier than she'd been in a long time. She liked being around the men and women of McKay Taggart. She'd taken to working out with Big Tag and what she called the fucked up ones. It was her surprisingly affectionate name for Tucker and his team. Why not? I've thought about going down there, if only to see all those gorgeous men with their dicks hanging out. Do you think they hang out? Maybe it had been better when her mom had only been concerned about their survival. I don't have a place down there. There's a whole lifestyle, and it's not mine. I think that's the whole point of their lifestyle. It doesn't have to be yours, but it's open to you. I find these people surprisingly tolerable, and I think part of it is that they've discovered a brilliant balance between hippy-dippy live and let live and knowing exactly when it's time to kick some ass. You don't usually find that. Even your Tucker. When had her mom stopped referring to him as Stephen? It had been days. Maybe after that first night when he'd so obviously been madly in love with their daughter. Tucker had not only taken all the shit her mom had piled on him, he'd made her laugh, speaking to her mom's surreal and often dark sense of humor. He's not mine. He's trying to be. Her mother leaned on the railing and looked down with a frown. Damn night. He did a good job with the placement of those trees. I can't see much. Oh, hey, the hot Russian isn't wearing a shirt. I can objectify him. He used to be a bad guy. She was going to start a whole TV show. Moms say the darndest things. He was never a bad guy. He's Russian. He was a bad guy, her mom insisted, proving she wasn't the most tolerant of people. Apparently, though, all one needed to be a good guy was to work for an American ally and look hot without his shirt on. Is it wrong that I understand him better than the Aussie? He walks in and says stuff, and all I hear is shrimp on the bobby. Ronnie groaned. You're the reason everyone hates Americans. Her mom simply grinned. Yeah, it's because I'm so cool. She sobered. Are you going to leave him? I don't have much of a choice. She knew something her mother didn't know. Even if I asked to stay, he wouldn't be here. They're moving him in a few days. I don't even know where. I don't think he'll know where until they actually get in a car or a plane. How hard was that life on a man who so wanted normalcy? He obviously craved family life. He wasn't a loner. He liked to be surrounded by people who cared about him, and he gave that care back to them. He was a good man. He was an insanely sexy man. Her mother seemed to think about that for a moment. Maybe you should go with him. It was startling, enough that she felt her eyes go wide. He's on the run. If I go with him, I could be arrested for harboring a fugitive. Well, I didn't say it would be easy, she replied. I have to think about Violet. I know you do, her mom said with a sigh. You're a good mom. But you can't forget to be a woman, too. I know I did. After your dad walked out, I focused on two things, my career and you girls. I don't regret a minute of time I spent with you and Katie. God, you have to know I would do anything to have another minute with her. But I wished I hadn't been alone when she died. Guilt swamped her. I'm sorry. Her mom shook her head. Baby, you were mourning too, but in a different way. And we were scared, because you realized you could lose Vi, and I couldn't even consider losing you. No, I'm not saying you weren't there for me. I'm saying that it's a different kind of support you get from a lover. She couldn't help it. She cringed. Her mom rolled her eyes. Get over it, baby girl. I had a lot of sex in my time. Good sex. Not any lately, and everyone here is married or otherwise taken, but trust me, I've thought about walking down there and seeing what it's all about. I could get into a man who needed some discipline. She was ready to put her fingers in her ears and start singing loudly, so she didn't have to listen to her mom talk about sex. I think I hear Vi crying. I should go check on her. Her mother sighed. She's fine. Come on, Ronnie. Tell me you haven't thought about it. All joking aside, you're going to miss him. She missed him when he wasn't in the room with her. She missed him when he was at work a few floors away. It hadn't been hard to fall into a routine with him, one where she depended on him. He was as reliable as any clock. He showed up on her doorstep at 7 every morning. He almost always had some Danish or pastry he would offer her, and then they would sit and have coffee, and he would watch Vi smash food against her face. He would laugh and clean her up and kiss the top of her head before he left for work. At noon, he often met them for lunch, and then at 5:30 he came for dinner and didn't leave until long after Violet was in bed. Why hadn't she moved closer to him on the couch as they sat watching television shows? She pretended to watch, but the whole time all she could think about was how close he was, how little time they had left. How if she'd had some faith in him, he might not have lost his memories. Have you thought about the fact that while I was cursing his name, he was being tortured? Her mother's eyes softened. Baby, you couldn't have saved him. From what I've read and heard about MacDonald, it's highly likely that she'd already given him the drug by the time she came to see you. Even if by some miracle you had figured it out, you couldn't have saved him. I didn't even look for him. All I cared about was not being embarrassed if he came back to Munich. Do you know why I like that kid? Her mom asked. If you say something about his ass... A brilliant grin crossed her mother's face. It's not bad, but I like him for other reasons. Reasons I never expected. And one of them is the fact that I don't think it would ever occur to him to be angry with you. I doubt he's thought for a single second that you should have tried to save him. Not because he wouldn't want to be saved, but because I genuinely believe that man would put you and Violet above his own needs. I realized it when he was close to vomiting and managed to make it through a diaper change because you were napping and he wasn't going to wake you up. I have a surprisingly sensitive nose, a deep voice said. She turned and Tucker rounded the corner. He was dressed as he had been earlier, in a dark t-shirt and buttery soft jeans. That is not going to serve you well with Vi. She's a stinky kid, her mother said, before leaning toward Ronnie and lowering her voice. I know you think you might spare yourself some pain if you don't get close to him again, but I think you'll regret it. I think he's special, and you know I don't say that often. When you find something good in life, you grab it with both hands, and you try your damnedest not to let go. Her mom hugged her briefly. I'm going to bed. I'm spotting for Taggart in the morning. I don't want to listen to that man whine about me being late. Night, young folk. She's right, you know. Tucker moved in beside her, his elbows on the railing. I don't blame you for anything. I should have told you then. I didn't mean to, but I put you in danger. So I'm going to tell you now that they're going to move me in a few days. I don't know where, but if you want, I'll try to communicate with you. I'll make sure it's on a safe channel. I don't want to put you or Violet in danger, but I also can't stand the thought of not talking to you. She couldn't stand it either. Of course. You should be in her life as much as you can. An awkward silence fell between them, and she went back to staring at the space below. Had he come out because he was planning on going down to the party? Was someone waiting for him? A sub? That was what they called themselves. Subs. Rebecca and Ariel had answered some of her questions earlier in the afternoon, explaining without any self-consciousness how their relationships worked. She'd noticed Solo had gotten quiet during that discussion, and she hadn't thought it was because the woman was uncomfortable. She'd seemed deeply interested in the conversation. You can go down if you want to, she said quietly. I wasn't going down to the garden. I was going to knock on your door. We didn't talk much tonight, and we need to. I don't want to merely be in Violet's life. It's not only Vi I'm going to miss. I'm going to miss you like hell. I've missed you all along. I just couldn't remember who I missed. They fell silent again. She wasn't sure what to say to those words. She'd missed him, but that emotion had been wrapped up in anger, and she wasn't sure how to let it all go. The simple fact that she'd had no real right to be angry with him didn't make it all fall away. She was in a corner, and she wasn't at all sure how to come out. Veronica, do you want me to leave? That wasn't the question. Life would be simpler if he'd stayed Stephen Reeser, if he'd stayed dead. She could have gone through the rest of her life hiding her heart away because once it had been broken. She could have concentrated on her daughter. She wouldn't have to confront all the complexities that came with caring for a man. Baby, you have no idea what you want, do you? His voice had turned warm, and she felt him move in beside her. There's a part of you that wants to go down there, and a part that wants to run back into the apartment and use our daughter like a shield between us. I get that. There was not an ounce of frustration in his tone, merely an acceptance of her state of mind. I don't like feeling this way. I don't like being on a clock. I need more time. Yeah, I get that too. But I've learned I have to work with what I have. I don't know what comes after this. Once they move me, I don't know when I'll see you. I haven't tried to do what I wanted to do. I haven't kissed you or held you, but you have to know I wanted to. I thought it was best if I didn't hurt you again. I think that ship has sailed. She turned to him, emotions rolling inside. I think I'll miss you in a way I didn't before, and that's going to be hard. I'll worry about you. She already did. How would she feel when they were half a world away? I don't know what to do. I'm utterly and completely paralyzed when it comes to you. I expected this would be easy. You expected you could walk in, identify my comatose body, and walk away without looking back. You thought you could get some closure. If I was a good man, I would give it to you, but I'm not. I'm not selfless enough to let you go. I'm going to make it hard. I want a place in my daughter's life, and I want a place in yours. She let her head fall forward, the weight of the decisions she had to make hitting her hard. She had to weigh the danger that surrounded Tucker with what it would mean for Violet to know her father. She had to decide if he even was the man she'd fallen for years ago, or some new person wearing his skin. She had to figure out if it mattered, because she had strong feelings for this version of the man, feelings that went deep and ran true. A warm hand covered the nape of her neck. "Tell me what's going through your head. Let me help you." "It's too much." She wanted. She longed. She couldn't seem to let herself have him because every question she managed to answer brought up 3 more. "I can't decide. I want you to kiss me. I want to be with you, but I can't decide everything. I should know what I want, right?" He shook his head. "No. You don't have to know everything right this second. You don't have to decide everything. We don't have to know what we're going to end up being to each other right this second, but we do have to decide what we want tonight. I want you, Ronnie. I want to remember what it feels like to make love to you." She wanted that too, but it seemed like a huge step. "Hey, let me kiss you. That's all you have to decide this second. Let me kiss you and hold you, and we'll figure out what comes next." He leaned over, his lips brushing the shell of her ear and sending delicious shivers down her spine. "Or you can make the decision to simply be with me this evening. Let me take control, and you don't have to think of another thing all evening. You'll let me take care of you. You can stop me at any time, but my only goal for the whole night is to make you happy, to make some memories. I don't have many of those, and I want so badly to have memories of you, of us. Ronnie, I'm leaving, and I won't see you again for a while, but I also know that I won't be able to have any other relationships because somehow, now that I've seen you, I'm yours. I always was. Let me take care of you. Let me show you how good it can be to let me take control." She was always in control. She had to be. She had to hide and protect. It had been years since she'd truly relaxed. What had her mother said? Comfort was different when it came from a lover. He would be gone soon. She would have to sink into building a new life, finding a new self. Even if this was nothing more than goodbye. She wanted it. "Yes." The minute she said yes, his whole body seemed to come alive. He could have her. She'd given him permission, and he trusted her to know her mind. He absolutely knew his. Tag's words had played through his head all day. She wasn't a prize. She was a partner. Even if only for a night. He'd had so little joy that he couldn't turn it away even if he would ache over her the rest of his life. He let his hands sink in her hair, tugging it out of the scrunchie that held it. "I want your hair down. When we're playing, I want it around your shoulders. I want to be able to fist it and turn you this way or that. Do you understand?" Her eyes came up, and he could see plainly what he was saying had an effect on her. She wanted to sink into this, to be able to follow his lead without thinking. She needed to relax, but couldn't give herself permission. He could do that for her. "Ronnie, do you know what I want you to do?" She stared up at him. "What?" "I want you to stop thinking about anything but me and what I'm going to do to your body. I'm going to touch you and taste you and do everything I can to bring you pleasure, to make you forget there's anything but the two of us in the whole world. For a few hours, we're going to tune everything out." "Violet." He shook his head. "Your mom is taking care of Vi. She's safe and happy and won't notice you're gone. And don't tell me you should tell your mother where you're going. While you weren't watching, she made several incredibly juvenile hand gestures to let me know I should get you in bed at the earliest opportunity. I believe she thinks you need to get laid. She turned the sweetest shade of pink. Oh my God. He couldn't help the grin that came over his face. Hey, I'm glad she approves. Otherwise, I have no doubt she would cock-block me in genuinely terrifying ways. So Vi is fine. Now come here. Do you want to go to my apartment? Or do you want to play? I don't understand what you mean when you talk about play, she admitted, the words coming out on a breathless tumble. But she wanted to. It was there in her husky tone, and it was definitely there in the way her nipples poked against the thin material of her t-shirt. Luckily, he knew exactly where to go. Follow me. He started down the walkway to the elevator, her hand in his. He could feel the blood thrumming through his body, beating in time with the music from below. Where are we going? Ronnie asked, her eyes wide. If he had more time with her, he would teach her that she didn't have to ask. He would be so good to her she would simply follow him, knowing anywhere he took her would be good for her. But he'd burned her once. There are rooms downstairs. Privacy rooms. They're built for play, but we'll be alone. We have to walk through some of the scenes. Are you okay with that? He didn't want to shock her. It was normal for him. He'd seen so many butt plugs in his life they were a normal part of any landscape for him. But Ronnie was more sheltered. Everyone was probably more sheltered. She glanced over as the elevator doors opened, and she seemed to come to a decision. She tugged on his hand. I'm fine if everyone else is. It's weird, but it doesn't seem bad. He pressed the button to take them to the club level before pulling her into his arms, bumping their bodies together. It isn't bad. It's fun, and it's taught me a lot about how to communicate. I learned very quickly that I was meaningless in life unless I was obedient. I was nothing but a test subject, and whether I lived or died didn't matter, as long as I provided the doctor with data. But here, I learned that nothing works in this world if I don't talk about what I need, if I don't tell the people around me what I think. I need you to talk to me. I know I said you didn't have to think, but you do have to feel. And that's what scares me, she admitted. But I think I'm more afraid that you're the only man who ever made me feel this way before. And if I don't take this time with you, I won't ever meet anyone who can make me feel again. He kissed her, his mouth lingering on hers even as the elevator doors opened. I promise, no matter what happens, that I'll do everything I can to get back to you and Vi. Now don't think about us being separated again. We're together tonight, and that's what matters. And don't look too hard to your left, because there's a lot of penises hanging out. A lot. Her head swung to the left, and she gasped. Hey, Ronnie. Owen grinned as he walked by. He had a plaid tossed over his shoulder. Tucker was certain at some point it had been wrapped around his body, but now it simply covered his left shoulder and not any part of his dick. Hi. The greeting came out on a squeak. I'm glad to see your parts survived my mom. She winced. That came out wrong. Owen laughed. They've recovered quite nicely. You two have fun. I've got a Sassenach to plunder. He shook his head. Ariel gave her those books. Don't let that one read. Women get funny ideas when they read. He looked down at Ronnie, hoping the incident hadn't embarrassed her. She had a hand over her mouth, and her eyes were filled with laughter. She let her head fall against his chest. We can never tell my mom. She'll want to be down here, and I can't. I can't with her. I can deal with your brothers walking around with their willies hanging out, but not my mom. He didn't think he could ever come down to the club if he thought his mother-in-law was there. And she wouldn't be a sub. Sandra would be ordering around everyone, whip in hand. He'd just thought of her as his mother-in-law when he'd promised himself he wouldn't think past the night. He leaned over and slid his arm under Ronnie's knees. She wasn't wearing shoes, only a pair of fluffy socks. Soon she wouldn't be wearing anything at all. He strode over the familiar path that wound through the beautiful indoor forest that formed the heart of the garden. He moved quickly because he was breaking club rules, but he knew Damon wouldn't mind. They weren't going to be on the dungeon floor for long. Off to his left, he saw Damon standing with his wife, Penny, watching a scene playing out in one of the spaces. The big Brit gave him a nod as he strode by. "It's pretty here," Ronnie said, her arms around his neck. She seemed far more comfortable now that he was holding her. She looked around with eager eyes. Getting acquainted with the dungeon would have to wait. He wanted her to himself. He wanted a night where there was no one in the world except him and her. In the morning, he would have to play his dangerous game. He would meet his contact and pass off the... "Tucker, are you okay?" He hadn't realized he'd stopped in the middle of the path. The whisper of that first night with her, the one in Paris, had slammed into him. If he let himself go, he would get sick, and this would all be over. He would spend the rest of his time with her lying in a freaking bed, and he didn't want that. There would be time enough to force his brain to work when they were apart. He walked on, leaving the past behind. He hoped. "I'm fine." There were frosted sliding glass doors that led to the privacy rooms. Nina Blunt was sitting in the place where the dungeon monitor usually stayed. It was a small station in front of the hall that led to the privacy and specialized playrooms. From here, it was like the club didn't exist. There was a big desk with security monitors trained on the entrances and exits of the garden. "So there are rooms to have sex in? Doesn't everyone live here?" Ronnie asked as he approached the station. "Not everyone. There are plenty of members who don't live and work here, but you'll see why even the ones who do like the privacy rooms." He nodded Nina's way. "Which rooms are open?" Nina was a pretty woman who'd come to McKay Taggart and Knight straight out of Interpol. She wasn't dressed for play at all. She was in yoga pants and a t-shirt, like she'd come from the gym. Her auburn hair was in a high ponytail. "I think 3 is the only one being used, but I'm just filling in. The monitor tonight is also a security guard, and something's going on in the garage. I was told it was nothing to worry about, but still, here I am. Hello, Veronica. I see you didn't feel like putting on a bustier and heels. I don't understand why fetwear can't be more comfortable. I'm protesting until Damon declares yoga pants and trainers proper costume for the dungeon floor." "We'll be in 4. It was the room furthest from the dungeon. It was also the most romantic of the rooms. They each had a theme, played to some fetish, but the 4th room was simpler. It was still stocked with anything a top could want, but there was a gauzy feel that would appeal to Ronnie. And to him. "I will mark that down for when our friend comes back." Nina gave him a jaunty salute. "Carry on." He did. He carried Ronnie right to the door and swept her inside. "Oh, this is pretty." She looked around as he set her on her feet. A large 4-poster bed dominated the room. Dark wood contrasted with the luxurious dove-gray cover, and big fluffy pillows hid the restraints he could use to tie her down. "Tell me how I made love to you the first time." He knew he shouldn't dwell on the past, but he wanted his memories of her, even if they were merely stories she told him. He'd learned about himself through her, about who he used to be, and it hadn't been all bad. He'd protected her. He'd had a heart. He'd loved her. It was why he'd moved too soon. He should have taken his time. "Stay with me." Her hands were on his cheeks. "Don't go wherever it is you go when that look hits your face. You're right about everything. We need this time together. Let me tell you. Rebecca said it helps if I tell you what happened. I was so nervous that first time.
Because you were scared of me.
She shook her head. No. Because I was afraid I wouldn't be enough. We had been dancing around each other, and then you kissed me for the first time, and I knew I wanted to try with you. But I was still nervous when you asked me to go to Paris. I was afraid you wouldn't really want me. But you did. You told me I was beautiful, and I believed you. You are beautiful. You are so fucking gorgeous to me. He let his hands find her hair. He loved how much of it there was, that he could get wrapped up in it. He loved the color and how it shone when the sun hit it. I was surprised at how different you were when we were alone. Not that you were mean to me when we weren't, she said. Her hands moved to his shoulders. You could be short with everyone around you. But not you. She shook her head. Never me. You told me once I would get you in trouble, that you had a plan and I wasn't in it. He seemed to have a lot in common with his former self. But I couldn't stay away any more than I can now. Take off my shirt. I want you to touch me. Her hands went to the hem of his t-shirt, and she dragged it up and over his head. The minute her hands were on his skin, he breathed a sigh of relief. He realized it had been days since he relaxed. Not since the last time he'd kissed her had he felt like himself. He placed his hand over hers, holding it to his heart. You kissed me for a long time. You liked your hands in my hair then, too, she said, staring at his chest like she could find something there. Her free hand brushed over the worst of his scars. I didn't realize it at the time, but you took control that night. I liked it because nothing felt awkward. You showed me what you wanted. You focused on me in a way no one ever had before. It wasn't like I'd never had sex, but it felt so different with you. She frowned suddenly. You've forgotten everything. Do you know how... Ronnie, I've had sex since I was rescued. He couldn't lie to her again. I wish now that I hadn't, but I came out pretty damn desperate. She shook her head. It's okay. I can't imagine what you went through. You should know, though, that I haven't. My sister died shortly after you left. Were taken. And then I was pregnant. I haven't had sex in years. Because he'd hurt her, and she'd grieved, and she'd raised their baby. He kissed her forehead, tenderness welling inside him. I'll take care of you for as long as I can. I'll be in your bed and in your life as much as I can. Let me show you. Take off your clothes for me, and I promise you'll know exactly how I feel about you. She hesitated. He couldn't let her insecurity take over again. If he'd thought she was afraid, he would back off, but that wasn't what this was about. Ronnie, we should put some boundaries into place. If things get to be too much, you tell me to slow down or to stop. I'll do it. But unless you say those words, I expect you to obey me. Her nose wrinkled. I don't like that word. Well, it's the only time I'll use it, since any other time I'll lay down and let you walk those pretty feet all over me. You can order me around during the day, and I'll complete every task you set for me. But when Vi's in bed and we're alone, you're mine. Now take off your clothes, baby. I want to see you. It's all I've been able to think about for days. Do you know what I do while Rebecca runs her millions of tests? I think about your breasts. I think about how soft they'll be against my palm. I think about playing with your nipples. I think about finally tasting that pussy of yours. And then Rebecca yells at me because I get hard as hell. Her whole face lit up. This was how to handle her. She could be grim. She needed to laugh and let her light out instead of hoarding it because she was worried the world would go dark. She took a step back, and there was a lovely blush to her face as she dragged the tank top over her head, revealing her breasts. They were every bit as gorgeous as they'd been in his head. "Turn around." She bit her bottom lip, but did as he requested, giving him her back. He moved in behind her and let his hands slide around her, cupping her breasts and dragging her against him. It was the easiest way to get his hands on her breasts, to surround them and feel them against his palms. He loved the shudder that went through her. "Did I touch your breasts that night?" She moved against him, not in any attempt to get away. No, she slid her body along his as though trying to tempt him. "Yes, you touched me everywhere. You were incredibly thorough." He could have told her she didn't have to do a damn thing to tempt him except exist. "Tell me how it made you feel." Her head fell back as though she'd already surrendered completely. "Sexy. It made me feel wanted. I would go through the days working and studying, and somewhere along the way, I forgot what it meant to have a life outside of work. I forgot I was anything but an employee trying to fit in. Then I would look at you, and I would remember I had a body and a soul, and I wanted you to feed both of them. I knew you were the one who could. I tried to tell myself it would only be sex, but I always knew it was more." He could feel the way her nipples had gone rigid. He memorized the softness of her breasts. Her skin was silky and warm, and her breasts filled his hands like they'd been made for each other. "I assure you it was more for me. It meant so damn much to me that even her erasing my memory couldn't take you entirely from me. I knew you were important the minute I saw you." "You told me then you wanted me the minute you saw me. You said I was the one good thing that happened to you. And you still are. I got lucky, Ronnie. I found a family here, but I haven't truly belonged until I opened my eyes and you were there." He let his fingers find her nipples and twisted them lightly. She gasped, a throaty sound that went straight to his cock. "You pinched me." She sounded so surprised he almost laughed. He eased off, but licked the shell of her ear. "And how did that make you feel?" "Horny, Tucker. Everything is making me crazy horny, and you know it." He chuckled. Oh, she was fun. She would be so much fun to torture. "I'm going to do worse. Take off your pants and get on the bed. I'm going to tie you up." Her gaze went distinctly suspicious. "You're going to make me wait, aren't you? Do you know how mean that is?" "You were always impatient." He knew it somehow, but he didn't pursue the memory. It was knowledge that was written on his brain, nothing more. The more he allowed himself to accept these moments, the more they came to him. The best things in life take time, and if you don't do what I ask, we'll have to start talking about punishment. Her lips curled up, and he loved how relaxed she was now. "You're going to spank me?" "Only if you don't mind me." She shoved her pajama bottoms off her hips. "Fine. But only because I'm horny and I think you'll spend way too much time on the spanking. But later it might be fun." Her eyes found his, a serious expression taking over. "You need this now. You took control then, but I think that was your nature. This is different. You need this to feel safe, and I want to give that to you. You're safe with me. Tie me up. Do what you want to me. I trust you." She turned and walked to the bed, every movement graceful. She laid herself down in the middle of the big bed and offered up her wrists. This was exactly what he needed. What he'd been craving since that moment when he'd awakened and realized she was here with him. He'd needed her looking up at him like he was some kind of savior, like he was worthy. She was laid out like a feast for a starving man. God, you're beautiful. He stared at her for a moment before joining her on the bed. He pulled the first restraint out from its hiding place and slid it around her wrist, securing it. "Sneaky," she said, watching him. She pulled against it, testing it. He gently restrained her other hand and then eased off the bed. She might be impatient, but now that he had her here, he found he wanted to take his time. His cock was dying, but he was in control, and he intended to show her exactly how focused he could be. He opened the door to the armoire, revealing how prepared Damon Knight liked his playrooms to be. "What's that?" Ronnie asked. "You can't play without toys," he replied. There were impact toys of all kinds, each one cleaned and cared for by the employees who worked on the club side of Damon's business. He wasn't going too far out tonight. He ignored the canes and floggers and whips. They would need far more time to talk and decide what she was interested in and what she couldn't handle. He selected the thing he knew she would enjoy. He opened the packaging on the large feather. "A feather?" Ronnie asked. "That's kinky, but not what I expected." He didn't intend to do what was expected of him. Not anymore. It would take a bold approach to get out of the web he found himself caught in, but he would do it all for her. "Close your eyes, and keep them closed." Her eyes shuddered, and she seemed to relax. He climbed on the bed with her, leaving his jeans on because he didn't trust himself to take them off. He could only be so patient. He turned the feather over so the pointed end was placed against the notch at her neck, and he started to slowly drag it down her body. Her eyes flickered open. That wasn't what I was expecting. He bet she wasn't expecting this, either. He reached with his free hand and tweaked her nipple. "Close your eyes, or I'll get a mask for you." Her eyes drifted closed. He didn't need to see her eyes to know that anticipation was building inside her. It was there in the way she bit her bottom lip, in how tight her nipples were, and how her legs slid against one another restlessly. She wanted, and he intended to make sure she begged before she got. He turned the feather over and let the soft side skim her skin. "How many times did I make love to you that night?" She gasped as the feather fluttered over one breast and then another. "3 times. No, 4. You didn't let me leave the apartment. You made me wait while you grabbed pizza and wine, and I wasn't allowed to put my clothes on. I stayed there in bed waiting for you." "I was a strategic thinker," he replied, brushing the feather over her belly. Even if he'd been a bastard in those days, he'd had a few good ideas. He wanted to keep her naked as often as possible. She didn't need clothes around him. He brought the feather down to her pussy and let it brush over her bare skin. "You shaved. Did you do that for me?" She squirmed slightly, holding on to the bonds that kept her in place. "I told myself it was because I needed to give a damn about grooming, but yes, I did it for you. I did it last night when I was pretty sure I wouldn't be able to hold out any longer." He relished the idea of her running a razor over her pussy, making it soft and neat. "Did you shave for me the first time?" She nodded. "I wanted to be sexy for you. Honestly, I'm not good at, trimming down there. Gardening is a skill I don't have, so it's easier when I want to be pretty to shave that sucker all the way off. You seemed to like it then." "Oh, so I got this sweet peach in my mouth then, did I? Did you like it when I ate your pussy?" She was breathless, her hips moving as if they remembered what had happened that night. Yes. You could do that again. You probably should do that so you can maybe remember. She made him smile. So I should eat this sweet pussy as part of my therapy. Is that what you're saying? She nodded, her lips curling up. I'm definitely saying that. I'm sure your doctors would concur. He moved down, shifting so he was between her legs. He could smell her arousal, and it did crazy things to his cock. He needed to make sure she came because once he got inside her, he wasn't sure how long he would last. Need pounded through him, but he couldn't give in. He wanted this time to be every bit as meaningful as the first. God, he was competing against himself sexually, but damn if he didn't want to win. He teased the feather against her pussy. That was the night we made Violet. He kind of wanted to do that again. He wanted to see her pregnant, hold her, and take care of her while she carried their child. He wanted to be at her side, letting her break his hand when she delivered. He wanted those late nights where neither of them could sleep because their daughter had her days and nights mixed up. Hey, that is 100% true, and you need to wear a condom because your sperm are serious. I was on the pill, Tucker. The pill. It's a pretty damn good method of birth control, but your swimmers got through all of it. I see that look in your eyes. You're thinking about leaving me another parting gift, but you better not put another baby up there until you can be with me. She stared at him, her hands in bondage and a bit of pure crazy in her eyes, and Tucker was able to let go of the sorrow that had welled. There wasn't a place for it here. This was their time to rediscover each other, and he knew exactly how he wanted to do that. He set the feather aside. He had something else he could caress her with. His tongue, his fingers, his cock. I will remember that always. My sperm are just as insistent on finishing a mission as I am. He lowered himself down, placing his mouth right above her core. He glanced up, and she was staring down at him, all the humor having fled in favor of pure desire. He'd told her to keep her eyes closed, but he wanted her to watch this. He very slowly dragged his tongue over her pussy, gliding over her up to her clitoris. A deep shudder went through her and he settled in. He relearned her taste and smell and the silky feel of her thighs clamping down around his head. He loved every desperate sound she made as he licked and tongued her. He took his time, letting her wash over his every sense. His cock throbbed, and he wouldn't be able to wait much longer. He gently thrust his fingers deep inside her pussy as he sucked on her clit. Her whole body went rigid, and she cried out his name. Tucker, not Stephen. Tucker was the one who claimed her now. It was Tucker she would be with. He got to his knees and shoved his jeans down, freeing his cock, and then remembered he had to cage that sucker again. He fished the condom out of his pocket. He'd been carrying the damn thing around for days, hoping and praying she would trust him enough to let him in her bed. You were so eager the first time, too. She was staring at him. I loved that you couldn't wait. Please make love to me. It was a request he wasn't about to refuse. With shaking hands, he managed to get the condom on, tossing the wrapper to the side. Yes, but then we slow down. There's a shower behind that door, and I'm going to take you there and lick every inch of your body clean before I get you dirty again. And I'm going to get you out of those jeans and get my mouth on your cock, she promised with the sweetest smile. You didn't let me do that last time. I think you should order me to suck your cock, sir. He groaned, because if she kept talking, he would come before he even had a chance to get inside her. You've got topping from the bottom down, but I think you're also a wise woman, so I might have to follow your advice. God, you're beautiful. She spread her legs and looked like a sex goddess lying there. She was in bondage, but she didn't look like a woman who wasn't in control. She was powerful, and she knew exactly what she wanted. Him. Nothing in all of his life had ever made him feel the way that look in her eyes did. He pressed himself against her pussy and vowed to do anything he had to do to get back to her. Her legs wrapped around him, and he thrust deep. She held on to the bindings, but her eyes were on him. He stilled inside her, savoring the sensation of all that heat surrounding him. He lowered himself on top of her, finding her lips and kissing her with need, the need to brand her while he bound himself to her, to possess and be possessed, to belong to her. He groaned and positioned himself again, wanting to hit her clit with every thrust. He moved in and out, watching her every expression until he was certain he'd hit the right spot. When her breathing changed and her whole body tightened as though she was fighting to keep him there, he knew he could let loose. He thrust in, over and over, sliding against that one spot that could bring her the most pleasure, pressing down on her clit with his pelvis until her legs were a vice around him, and she cried out all over again. Then it was his turn. He felt his balls draw up, and a tingling at the base of his spine. The world went soft around him, and all that mattered was her. He let go, the orgasm flowing through him until he couldn't hold himself up a second longer. He slumped down, letting his head find her breasts. This was his place. He'd finally found it. Since the moment he'd awakened to that bright light and all the pain MacDonald could give him, he'd been looking for this feeling. "I would put my arms around you, but you tied me up." Ronnie sighed, a deeply content sound. He would have to fix that, because he definitely wanted her arms around him. "I'll see what I can do about that, baby. We have a shower to get to." "Good, because I think I have a feather up my butt," she admitted. He started to laugh, and then groaned because there was a knock on the door. He kissed the tops of her breasts. "This room is occupied. Go away." This was what happened when non-professional dungeon monitors took over. He would bet Nina had run the minute the guard had come back, without even bothering to mention they were in here. The door came open, and he cursed. "Hey, I said we're in here." Nina shoved her way through anyway. "I know you're here. The problem is, so is MI6. They're raiding the garden, and they're looking for you." Tucker cursed again. His night in heaven had just gone straight to hell. Chapter 8. 5 minutes later, Tucker's heart was still racing as he eased out the door, one hand in Ronnie's. "They can't see us?" Ronnie stared at the glass doors. "No, the glass in the doors are specifically made to look like they filter light, but they don't," he explained. "You can't even see shadows through them. When Damon said he wanted that part of the club to be private, he meant it. But obviously we can't go out that way. We open the doors and they'll know we're here." "But we're trapped." Ronnie sounded shaky. She'd been calm, but he could sense the panic bubbling under her surface. She was terrified. He'd brought her here. He was the reason she was scared, but her hand was in his like he could save her. He had to save her. "There's always a way out," Nina said. "I've just got to make sure it's safe for us to go." "Damn it. I forgot there's someone in room 3. I don't know who it is." She was about to knock on the door when it came open, and Solo walked out, her eyes wide as she realized she wasn't alone. It's got a sauna," Solo said, a tote bag in her hand. "Steam is good for my skin." "Is Ezra in there?" He'd always known they were probably doing it. "No, he's not," Solo replied. No one is in there. I really was using the sauna. Damon said it was okay as long as I didn't linger in the dungeon area. Ezra isn't there tonight. He was working with Big Tag on something. They told me I wasn't invited to their boys' club, hence the sauna. Well, while you were relaxing, MI6 decided to raid the club. I think we figured out who was sniffing around your place the other night, Nina pointed out. Solo's eyes went even wider. No. Fuck. If they're here, they want Tucker. Is there a way out? Can they get in here? I locked the doors when I realized what was happening, Nina explained. But I have to make sure we can get out of here. Can you watch these two? Solo settled her bag on her shoulder. Yes, but you need to know that if that's really MI6, they'll be able to get in if they want to. Where's Jax? Nina was backing up, moving to the end of the hallway. Hopefully he's on the move. I got a code red on my cell a few minutes after I locked us down, so I have to think Tag knows what's going on. I'll be back. If it looks like they're coming in. Solo nodded. I'll stash them somewhere and create a holy ruckus. I would rather have a gun than hide, Tucker said. He needed to make sure Ronnie was protected. Nina shook her head and pointed to a space next to the guard stand. He knew it well, since he'd taken many shifts working that particular station. From here he could see the security monitor. Usually it was focused on the exits and entrances, but Nina had switched it over. Probably the minute she realized something was going wrong. No, it's best we don't even look threatening if they catch us. What are you going to do? Shoot up MI6? That was the problem. That was precisely why Damon had his hands up. From Tucker's vantage point, he could see the boss talking to a man in a suit. Damon was calm, but there was no question about how pissed off he was. Solo moved close to the monitor. Can we get audio? Tucker flipped the switch that allowed them to hear. If you would allow my wife and the others to get dressed, we could have this conversation in a civilized fashion, Damon said. Or is this how you conduct business since you took over MI6, Rupert? Nina put a hand on his shoulder. I'm going to check on something, and I'll be right back. Stay with Solo. You can't go out there. If they take you into custody, they don't need us anymore. I want you to think about that before you play the hero. He nodded tightly and looked back at the monitor. The man named Rupert was dressed in a tailored suit, and despite the late hour, there wasn't a hair out of place. I conduct business in an entirely different fashion from my predecessor, and that means I don't allow anyone to harbor dangerous fugitives under my nose. Nigel might have trusted you, Knight, but I do not. I don't care what's going on here. Have all the deviant sex you like, but you won't do it with criminals in the building. Solo looked his way. That's the new head of Damon's old division, Rupert Milburn. They were not friends. I knew they were getting impatient. I never imagined they would try something like this. Damon is going to be so pissed. I was unaware there were criminals here, Penny said, standing next to her husband. She was wearing a corset that pushed her breasts up and a teeny-tiny thong. Damon, did you invite criminals to our party? Rupert frowned her way. Now, Mrs. Knight, I was told you used to be an excellent agent. I suppose this is what happens when you consort with the wrong type. I'm talking about the men you call Jax Seaborn and Tucker Jones. Obviously, those are aliases, but we can sort all of that out during our interrogations. If you surrender the men to me now, I won't hand you over to the police for conspiracy. The minute his name was mentioned, Ronnie gasped and put a hand to her mouth. It's okay, he promised. We can hear them, but they can't hear us. It's going to be okay. Damon was staring down Rupert. You won't hand me over to the police at all. If you do that, you would have to hand over Jax and Tucker, too. Or are you planning on lying to the police? You're not here to arrest them. You want to study them. You're tired of waiting. What prompted this? And why is German intelligence here? It was Solo's turn to gasp. Damn it. I knew they were talking. Beck's going to kill me. If I get you captured, Beck is literally going to kill me. Tucker held a hand up to ask for silence. He wanted to hear what Rupert was going to say. Also, unlike my predecessor, I find value in allies, the Brit said. We're working with BND because they have some of the same problems we have. They keep getting caught in your bungling. What happened in Munich was unacceptable. Not only did your team give up the intelligence to the Americans, you got a former German agent killed in the process. And that wasn't the first time you fucked the Germans over. Did you think they would forget what you did in Berlin? Ronnie's hand squeezed his. So this is some form of payback, raiding my home, coming after my employees. Damon was obviously trying to buy them all time. Ronnie looked up at him. What are we going to do? I can't leave Violet. I should go out there. That wasn't going to happen. If they get their hands on you, I'll do anything they ask, so if you go out there, I will too. Tears fell on her cheeks. You can't. You don't know what they'll do to you. They would question him. Likely they would be polite in the beginning, but they could use force if they didn't get what they wanted. They would test him. They would toss him to the wolves if he wasn't useful to them. I don't know what they'll do to you either. Her eyes had gone wide, and she pointed to the screen. Is that who I think it is? A shiver went up his spine as he realized who she was talking about. Arthur Dwyer stood in the background. Why would a representative from Kronberg be here? She asked. Solo's eyes had narrowed, a feral look on her face. German intelligence is working with Kronberg. Bastards! We had a deal. We shared information with those assholes because they promised when the time comes they'll help us take down Kronberg. This isn't just about me. This is about Ronnie, too. Fuck. They're here because they're worried two of their puzzle pieces got together and we're going to figure it out. So many things started to fall into place. The whole time you thought you were hiding, they knew exactly where you were. They kept tabs on you, and they kept tabs on me. They've kept to the shadows until now. Why? Because now we're together. They think we know where that list is. I stole it. You went with me to Paris where I was trying to hand it off to someone, maybe the CIA. MacDonald convinced them at the time that you didn't know anything, but they still watched you. Now we're in the same place, and they won't take the chance that we'll get the intel and run with it. Ronnie, if Kronberg is here, they want you every bit as much as they want me. I think he's right, Solo said. Where's Mr. Taggart? Rupert was asking on the monitors. Damon shrugged, probably halfway across the Atlantic. He went home. So Tag was on the move. He hadn't been in the dungeon earlier. He'd been in the offices working and talking to his family on the computer, and according to Solo, plotting with Ezra. He would have been informed quickly if there was a problem. The discussion continued, but he turned to Veronica and put his hands on her shoulders. It's going to be okay. No matter what happens, I'm going to get you out of this. She took a deep breath and nodded. Okay. But Tucker, I don't know anything. I haven't been lying. I didn't even look at your laptop that day. It was password protected, and then Dr. MacDonald had Robert take it. I don't know anything, and that means I'll be useless to them. Oh, she wouldn't be useless. She would be a tool to get him to do whatever they wanted. They needed to get out of the building and regroup. A woman in a suit stepped into the frame and whispered something in Rupert's ear that had him turning to Damon again. Would you like to tell me where Sandra Croft and her daughter are hiding? My employee found the apartment they're living in, but sadly, we seem to have missed them." Ronnie breathed a deep sigh of relief. "Ian got them out." Violet would have been Big Tag's priority. Having kids around meant every person in the building had to make those kiddos their first priority. Ian would have made certain Ollie was safe as well. "Then Beck is likely trying to secure River and Jax," Solo surmised. She nodded, never taking her eyes off the monitors. "He'll do whatever he can to save his men. Tucker, tell me you left your phone upstairs." He hadn't been thinking about the fact that someone could potentially track him. He'd left his phone behind because he hadn't wanted anything to interrupt his moment with Ronnie. "It's upstairs. But Solo, we've got the clothes on our backs. That's all." "It'll be fine," Solo promised. "I assure you Beck's thought about this. He's planned for a worst-case scenario. It's what he does. He's going to get you out of here. He'll do whatever it takes." Her faith in her ex-husband was a palpable thing. "They got Vi out?" Ronnie was crying, but it was obvious she was trying so hard to keep it together. He hauled her close. "Tag will protect her. He knows that she's the first priority. You and Vi are everything." "Oh no," Solo breathed as she watched the monitor. "Oh no." Tucker's heart threatened to stop as Jax showed up on the screen. His hands were restrained behind his back, and he had a defiant look on his face. He was shoved along, but managed to stay on his feet. Jax. They'd caught Jax. A sob came over the monitor, and River ran into the frame, tears streaming down her face. "Please! He didn't do anything! Please!" "Oh, there are several governments who would disagree with you," Rupert said. "Mr. Seaborn, I think it's time we had a talk. This might go easier on you if we could also interview your friend Tucker Jones. And his girlfriend." Arthur Dwyer's voice was tinged with a German accent. His words were soft, but they sent a chill through Tucker. "We would like very much to talk to Veronica Croft." River was being restrained by another of the operatives, though at least they seemed to have some compassion for her. She was crying, looking to her husband like the world was falling apart. "Since when is MI6 in the business of acting as mercenaries for corporations?" Damon asked, his voice as cold as ice. That seemed to trip Rupert up momentarily. His expression went blank, as though he'd never considered the possibility that anyone would view his actions in such a way. His expression went stubborn. "I'll work with anyone who will help me keep a potentially dangerous drug off the streets. Do you understand what could happen if our enemies gain control of McDonald's research?" "I know Kronberg would like their research back," Robert said. Rupert turned on him. "You should count yourself lucky you have friends in high places, Mr. McClellan. Otherwise I would be bringing you in with Seaborn. I don't believe for a moment it wasn't you involved in those South American robberies. But I'm not allowed to touch you. And Mr. Shaw was the sad sack idiot who got caught right before everyone was safe again. So I'm going to ask again. Where are Tucker Jones and Veronica Croft?" "I have to save him." He couldn't let them take Jax. This was everything they'd been running from since the moment they'd been rescued. This was the nightmare scenario. "Maybe they'll take me and let Ronnie go. She doesn't know anything." "You don't know anything either," Ronnie argued. Solo stepped in front of him. "I can't let you go out there. I know you're scared, but you're not thinking. We've got one way to save Jax, and that's to give them what they want." There was only one thing they could want from him. "The intel that I stole from Kronberg." "The intel we think you stole," Solo qualified. "It's obvious that MI6 has been compromised. I can work this from a diplomatic angle. I can open talks with some people I know on that side. I'll let them know I've got you, and I won't share anything with them unless they prove to me they're not going to hurt Jax. He'll be in a holding cell, but I can make sure they don't do anything to him physically. I will lie and tell them you know where the intel is, but you're holding out on me. It'll buy us a couple of days. A couple of days. They would only have a handful of days to ensure Jax didn't become someone's punching bag, or their medical experiment. He felt numb. How could everything have gone wrong in the course of mere minutes? His whole world had crumbled because he'd been stubborn. If he hadn't told Jax to hold off on Ronnie, Vi, and Sandra's papers, they would be safe in Dallas now. He and Jax likely would have been moved out of London, and Jax wouldn't be in custody. But no. He'd wanted time to convince Veronica he wasn't the selfish monster he'd been in the past. Dr. Razor, who made people bleed. Jax would be the one bleeding this time. His brothers were the ones in the line of fire, and he was in a nice, comfortable hidey-hole. Rob stood in front of Ariel, but she was whispering in his ear, likely giving him her assessment of everything that was going on around them. Owen was beside Robert, Rebecca behind him, both with their eyes on Jax and River. He should be out there with them. "Tucker isn't here, man," Jax said with a shake of his head. "That asshole left days ago. He took one look at that woman, and his brothers didn't matter anymore. He suddenly had better things to do, you know. He didn't pay attention at all to our bro code." Their code. Jax had been the first of them to get married. The code meant no one was more important than their wives. They had to pick their wives over everything and everyone else. Jax was giving him permission to go. "We all told him he should honor the code," Rob said. "But you know how men can get around a woman. They lose their damn heads," Owen agreed. "That's why we have the code in the first place. Real men honor it." They were all telling him to go, to protect Veronica. "That's not the intelligence I have," Rupert said with a frown. "The last I heard, he was in a comatose state and unable to be moved. I think he's still here. Fan out and check again. I want every single person in this building questioned. Please escort Mr. Seaborn to the cars. We'll question him at headquarters, and then see what happens. There are several agencies who would love to speak with him." River screamed her husband's name as they started to haul him out. "Let me go with them! I did it too! I did all of it! I was with him!" Jax looked back, a desperate plea in his eyes. "Owen, please." This was another part of their code. Owen had on a proper kilt this time, and he looked somewhat primal as he wrapped an arm around River and hauled her over his shoulder. Rebecca was crying too, as River fought to stay with her husband. It was too much. Too much emotion. Too much fear. Too much guilt. His system threatened to shut down. Rupert's men flanked out, some of them going toward the elevators. They would find Nick and Haley in their cozy apartment, likely wrapped in each other's arms. They would find Walt in the lab, either working on some project or trying to dominate the world via video game. Steph, Brody, and their son Nate were out for the evening. They would return home to a different world. He'd brought it all down on their heads. "The way is clear. We need to move." Nina was back, and she wasn't alone. "Tucker, don't you take another step near that fucking door. I already lost one of you tonight. I didn't get to Jax in time." Ezra was with her, a grim look on his face. He stared at Solo. "You were in the sauna? You okay?" She nodded. "Beck, I'll fix this. But I can't do it if they haul me in too. An American agent on British soil. They won't believe I was here visiting friends." "Then you come with us, and when we're safe, I expect you to do what you have to do to protect Jax," he said. "But now we need to move. The tunnels are clear." He hadn't even known there were tunnels. He'd lived here for almost 2 years, and no one had mentioned there were escape routes. Of course, they hadn't exactly needed escape routes until the Lost Boys had shown up, since they hadn't been engaged in criminal activity before that. Was he going to bring the whole company down?
This tunnel leads to a parking garage in the financial district, Nina explained. Damon has a small flat there and a car we can use. But we have to move now. We've got 2 go-bags. Ezra picked up his, and there's always one in the tunnel.
Solo frowned.
Mine is upstairs, but I've got a couple of guns and my secure phone with me. Where's my mom and Vi?
Ronnie stepped forward.
I can't leave without them.
Ian has them. We split up when we realized what was going on. They're in a secure location, but he can't get here, Ezra said. He's holed up with them, and when it's safe, he'll follow. But we have to go now. He had to leave his brothers to the wolves? He had to leave his daughter behind? Ezra stepped in front of him. I know what's going through your head, but you cannot help Jax. We gain nothing by giving you up. They'll take him anyway, and they'll take Veronica. They'll use both of them to get you to do anything they ask. We've got to figure out if you stole that intel. I did. He sounded hollow to his own ears. I know I did. I can see the thumb drive in my hand. When he closed his eyes and thought about it hard, he could feel it there. Feel the morning sunlight on his face. The hint of a breeze that had run through the city that morning. He'd walked down the street with a spring to his step because it was almost over. Then we'll find it, and we'll bargain with it, Ezra said, jarring him out of his thoughts.